Welcome to Hashtag Sports.
Paul, what are we doing again?
I know. Hey, nothing quite like round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. I mean, I know I'm like my day. I'm a trainer at my job, so my job is to talk all day long, and I get like an hour and a half break. Pound down some White Claws, get my life prepared, get my life in order for rounds 2 and 3. And I dragged a few idiots along with me. Welcome to the Hashtag Sports Draft Reaction Show. Obviously, Mario, you'll see in his Savage shirt.
Because that's what the Bills are going to be tonight. They're going to be savage.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, you think so?
Yes.
Yeah, you think so. After last night, you're willing to say that.
A
lot of Bills fans are mad after last night, Mar.
They are.
A lot of people are smoking.
It happens.
And then it does. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the Rosso pick in just a minute. Let's get to our other panelists. We do have 2 people on deck. We're expecting Dan Mitchell to join us a little bit later. We're expecting Joe from Believers Talk to join us and Drew from the Rock Pile Report. They'll be sliding in as their availability opens up. We do have Tommy from Buffalo Mafia Sports Talk. Tommy, thank you for joining. You are our guest for round 2, and we're super excited to welcome you on to Hashtag What's Going On, my brother.
What is up, Paul and Mario?
Cheers, brother.
Are you ready or what?
I am.
You ready
draft
for
another
running
guy
back?
from the U? Ready to draft another guy from the U? No, thank you.
Yes, let's do all Hurricanes.
No way. No way.
Let's do it just to make you happy.
No.
What is this, 1998?
Yeah, who's the quarterback? Gino Torretta?
Right. Ken Dorsey's coming out of retirement.
How dare you besmirch Gino Torretta when
Well,
your
listen, Ken
favorite
Dorsey-
team had 29-year-old Chris Winkie?
You listen, all right? I have to deal with Ken Dorsey as the quarterback's coach. You know, like there's some consolations in your elder years you have to make. This is one of them. So
I love it.
Ethan says hurricane fever. I did promise Tommy. I did say if we drafted a guy from the U, there it is.
Yeah.
There you go.
That was so quick, but I'll take it.
Yeah, not for me. You can screen grab that later.
I hope somebody screenshots that.
No, thanks.
Oh my God, what did he do? I blinked.
I just threw up that U.
What did he do? Stand sideways?
That's how I disappeared.
You know what though? Here's the thing about it. I want to get Tommy's take right on this really, really quick. You start to look at how the Buffalo Bills with Brandon Beane have drafted, and Paul made this point last night, and I'm sure you heard about it. You take Tremaine Edmonds, physical freak. You take Josh Allen, physical freak. You take Ed Oliver, who in his own right is an athlete, physical freak. Now, does this seem more? I mean, after the pick is over, the dust has settled. Does this seem to make sense with Brandon Beane and the culture that's at One Bills Drive and how they want to coach players up that are just physical freaks?
Oh, totally. This guy, as you guys know, only played one season. The one season he played, he had 15 and a half sacks. He actually came to Miami at 6'7", 198 pounds. He gained a lot of weight and muscle. So he's up to like 260. So imagine. So he went from 200 to 260. And he can bend and lean like nobody's seen before. He also has huge hands. So he has a lot of upside. And who better to teach? And even if he's not going to start or whatever, than Jerry Hughes, who's been in the league forever, good guy. And by the way, this guy's also a good guy. His mom, like as far as background goes, mom like works for something with the COVID patient, something like that. And that's why he opted out. A lot of people may not know that, but I guess because his mom is a nurse, so he decided to opt out. That's the reason why he didn't play. And I will tell you this about him. If he played in 2020 and had 15 sacks, he would have been a top 10 pick, no doubt about it.
You know what? I'm gonna contest that a little bit, right? So opposite side, devil's advocate here, opposite side of that coin. First off, his agent is Drew Rosenhaus, and you know Drew Rosenhaus said, you know you're not playing in 2020 after putting up 15 and a half sacks, right? Like it's an obvious. You're not gonna play. You're not playing. There's no reason for you to play. You'll still be a first round pick. trust me, my name's Drew Rosenhaus. And that's probably the last time he patted him on the back at the presser, right after the pick was announced. Drew Rosenhaus patted him on the back, and that's probably the last time that he's ever going to see Drew Rosenhaus in his life, because Rosenhaus just got paid, first round pick, and now he's gone, right? But I just want to back up a little bit, right? When you have production like that, if you don't have equal production, even over a short series of games, right? Even if it's only 4 games, him playing in 2020 really was only going to hurt his draft stock, right? I mean, at some point you do more damage than good. How much better was it going to get for him? Like, yes, he slipped down draft boards. He's still a first round pick, right? I mean, you can't tell me that playing in 2020, he was going to improve his stock. Maintain stock? Sure, maybe, but that's a really tall order for how he played. Like, that's lightning in a bottle. I don't think you catch that again.
Well, but that's the whole thing. We don't know that. And then also, to your point, is a lot of teams didn't play. So you're gonna say all the players that went in the first round, let's say hypothetically, a couple of them, I'm sure, if we look backtrack, they didn't play in 2020. Their teams didn't play, or they only played 4 games, or they came in late, and maybe their stats went down. So should we punish them because of that? So there's more to it. I think I don't think you can necessarily throw that into the whole mix. And it wasn't like he just opted out to opt out. You know what I mean? Right. I mean, a lot of players opted out.
Oh yeah.
And so, and who's to say he wouldn't match what he did the year before? We don't know. And I think that's the intriguing part with Brandon Beane, why he drafted him, because the ceiling is super high on this guy. For him to come out, never played, first season, 15.5 sacks, to bulk up the way he did, he likes that, and that's why he drafted. And mind you, pick 30.
Yeah. People have to realize the pick that's coming in and who they have. And okay, were there other options on the board for the Buffalo Bills? Yes, there were. But you look at that. As I talked about before, and before I even get to this point, what I want to say is shout out and thank you to our sponsor, Mr. Rogers Homes. His link is in the description if you want to check out his link. Number one, or top 1% realtor in Arizona. If you're looking to move into the Valley of the Sun, please contact Sean. Tell him Paul Mario sent you. But you start to think about what the Bills did, not only in drafting physical freaks. What they do is they got younger at the position when they were drafting. You talked about the Ed Oliver pick. They were getting younger at the position. When you talk about Edmonds, they were getting younger at the position. They actually needed a quarterback on that side of the ball as well. So all of that stuff intertwined, you start talking about, okay, was it a need? Yes. Did they fill that need? Yes. Did they get younger at the position? Yes. Do they have a raw physical? When I saw that he ran a 4.57, I was like, are you 6 what? 200 what? And he runs a 4.57? Are you kidding me right now? So they get those physical freaks in there, totally raw. We understand that. But you made some moves in this offseason to give you the ability to make that pick. You were able to make that pick. So as far as the Buffalo Bills go, Brandon Beane, the brass, and all those guys there, given the track record of who they've drafted in the high rounds, we have to trust this. As right now, we have to trust it. The kid hasn't played it down yet, and people are just hammering on him. I don't like the pick. I don't like the pick.
Well,
because you didn't get Harris, because you didn't get NTN. You know what I mean?
Well, there's sexy names that were available, but yes. I think if you look at the board that was there when the Bills drafted, and then you because again, drafting 30th, right? You come back to day 2, and literally every player that Buffalo could have drafted at 30 is still on the board, right? Save 2 defensive ends, which were off the board if Russo was really where they wanted to go, right?
Yeah.
So you lost 2 defensive ends after their pick at 30. There's no telling what could happen tonight. If there's a guy that they say, you know what, still worth it to us, let's go move and go get him, you could still do that. All the players that you left on the board last night are all still there. Yes. All of them, except 2 defensive ends.
I'm sure Beane's phone was not silent last night when he saw how much talent was still out there. And
yeah.
Paul, I have to ask you this, and Tommy, join me in laughing at Paul about this because it's actually going to be pretty good. Paul, how much did it sting when 2 picks later Joe Tryon was drafted?
Oh, I know.
We did a whole episode on this kid, and he went 2 picks after the Bills pick.
Dude, yeah. I thought of you guys when that pick went through. I'm like,
Oh, okay. Let me ask you this.
No.
That'll lead me to this. I want to ask you, Tommy, and then I'll get to Paul because Paul. I already know what Paul's answer is going to be. Probably. Would you have been happier? I know they're different players, and I understand this. But would you have been happier with Tryon over Russo?
No.
I understand different positions, different players. I understand that.
No.
You wouldn't have been happier?
I like Tryon. I did like Joe Tryon. I actually talked to Paul about that, and I'm like, man, this guy looks legit. He definitely has upside as well. But I think even Joe Tryon, he has room to grow too. You know what I mean? So if you're going to take a chance on either guy, I think Gregory Rousseau is more favorable as far as a higher ceiling, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
Than Joe Tryon, in my opinion. We'll see. You know, once again, we'll see. But I like everything about it. Now, he did have a bad pro day, supposedly. I guess something about his jumping or something. But
his vertical was terrible.
Right. But pro days mean not. To be honest with you, a lot of those mean nothing, right? It's like a lot of the time it doesn't amount to much as far as, you know what I mean, the player and what he does. We'll see. But I'm happy with the pick. Overall, that was a good pick. You guys know who I wanted, but he was off the board. So I said it in one of my videos. I said he would be the ideal pick for me if we weren't going to go after a running back. I like him. You
know, it was funny. They were showing a bunch of the players that are still at home and waiting to be picked and stuff, and they flashed to Creed Humphrey. The guy looked like he walked out of a duck blind. It was the greatest pitch. He's sitting on his couch. Looked like he had a full chaw in his mouth. It was the best. Oh my God, it's phenomenal. I love it.
The only person that was unprepared for the draft last night was Alex Leatherwood, because all of a sudden he was like, wait, who just picked me? What pick we at? It's not Friday? What happened? It's not Friday?
It's not Friday.
It's not Friday. I look at Tryon, right, and I think you have to walk the line of potential. Again, like if you're talking about physical athletes, they're both disgusting physical athletes. Right. Like they are freakish athletes. And at a premium position, you're going to snag the fourth defensive end off the board, which I got to believe the Bills had probably ranked as their second defensive end off the board. You look at the guys that had gone ahead of them, and I'm really not sure that they would have had any of them, save one, rated ahead of Russo. So, you know, when you take a look at how comfortable they were waiting, they played the patient game. And there were defensive ends that were going to be there after their pick, which was obvious, right? Because the next two picks were defensive ends. But I really feel like they had a higher grade on him than the way that board fell, which is why they were so comfortable waiting. With that being said, am I disappointed we didn't address nickel linebacker? Am I disappointed we didn't grab the best safety on the board? Yeah, of course I am. But all those players are literally still there. Do I love Joe Tryon? I think Joe Tryon is a awesome athlete. Do I think he's a great football player? I don't think he's a first-round talent, right? Yet. Production tells me he's not a first-round player. But does he have the potential to produce as a first-round defensive end? Oh, all day long. But I mean, you gotta harness that ability. That's all, and that's on the coaching staff. And Buffalo continues to bet on themselves over and over and over again. They bet on themselves with finding the freakish athlete at a premium position. Go back and look at their drafts, right? Corner, premium position, got Trey White. Quarterback, premium position, got the best athlete in the draft at that position in Josh Allen. Tremaine Edmonds, the best athlete at that position at a premium position. Ed Oliver, defensive tackle. He was the best athlete that was available at that position. Now you look at Russo, and it's hard to tell me that there's not a better athlete at that position that was drafted in the first round. Buffalo just bets on themselves like this. And you can get frustrated with it because it might not be what you want, but I mean, it may be what you need, right? Like it's hard to argue with them.
It is very tough. I'm just scrolling through because the second round is going to begin very, very, very soon. I'm just scrolling through all the first round picks. Interesting to see the connections, Paul. Maybe Joe Tryon a reach because, maybe we're starting to see a difference in the scouting departments when you have a lot of tape versus when you don't have a lot of tape. Mm-hmm. Guys that opted out, guys that didn't opt out. What was going to happen? I mean, maybe they're just like, listen, all right, we need an edge guy. We don't need one right now. But this kid's talent is something that we And I'm talking about Tampa. I'm talking about Tampa when they talk about Tryon. They're like, listen, we can't. We're not going to find this kid in another couple of years. Let's just get him now.
Well, I mean, you also look at the cavern of between their picks, and I think if you're Tampa, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yes.
Bean says there was only one team that was looking at their pick, which tells me that Tampa probably was in a similar situation where there's so much talent on the board. People were saying, probably don't need to go anywhere. Why move up? Why move up? Right?
Yeah, you're in a 3-4.
Let it come to us.
You're in a 3-4, and you got your defensive ends are Sue and Golston.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got Vita Vea, which you took in the first round in 2018, and then your outside linebackers are JPP and Shaquille Barrett.
Right.
So this makes sense. That made perfect sense for them to say, listen, we're not gonna have JPP after this year. We got to get younger at the position. He's 30 something. He has 8.5 fingers. We have to we have to try to do something to with this position, and then that seems to be like, and this is what we talked about yesterday. Tommy, you banged the drum for this too. The needs for the team, like there's not 32 first round talent. I mean, we banged the drum about that, and you've talked about that. The needs of every team are so different that when people see picks, they're like, well, I didn't have that guy that high. Well, that's not your team. It's not your team at all. Okay, I don't think the Bills had, Trevor Lawrence pretty high on their board. So
right. Exactly.
That being said,
Exactly.
I mean, I know that's an extreme case that we're talking about there, but it's like you're trying to sit there and go, why do they only have 15 to 18 guys graded as first round talent? Well, those are the only positions that they really need. So
right. Exactly.
I mean, people were talking before the draft. We're talking tight end. We're talking running back. Once the running backs all left, it was like everyone was kind of caught in the field wondering what to do. What do we do now? Okay. So it was interesting to see.
And then I also feel like a lot of players, not a lot, but they probably had players on their board that were slipping, and then maybe they thought they could get in round 2 and didn't need to draft that player and with the first, their first pick. You know what I mean? And I'll take that, let's say, Asante Samuel. Now, more than likely, he's going to get drafted mighty early in the second round, but who's to say? I mean, you never know. The draft is funny that way. And who's to say Brandon Beane doesn't see him slipping a little bit and make a trade up? I mean, he's done this twice. So you never know. He could still get his man that he wanted in the first round.
Well,
that slipped to the second.
I agree. And I'll tell Paul that, and I'll case to Paul because he loves to play the tin hat game too. We're going to have a 30 for 30 eventually in about 10 years about this draft because it'll be the quarantine draft, the pandemic draft. We're going to find out things about players and why they were selected in certain positions that we never knew that were behind the scenes because nobody was out. All these things happen with Zoom calls behind closed doors. I didn't hear a lot about a lot of players leading up to this draft. Usually you hear like speculation or they did this or they did that. I didn't hear a ton compared to previous years on players. So maybe there's some behind the scenes stuff that's really going on that we are not privy to. Therefore, certain picks were taken in that fashion because of that. So I know it's tin hat. I know it's wildly speculative, but my point is this. We may hear some stuff coming out in the next few years about what happened with the quarantine draft. So
yeah, it's a different animal, right? Just from an organizational standpoint, it's a different animal. You have to work with, and I think that's sort of another thing, right? You look at Russo and you say, okay, well, injury history, yeah, they got a foot injury that cost him his true freshman year, so he was redshirted and played in 2019. He only played a couple games in 2018. Even though he was a redshirt freshman, he is 21. He just turned 21.
Yes.
So it's not like you're getting a Tremaine Edmonds where he's 19 when you draft him, right?
Yes.
So again, a little bit different scenario, but Buffalo, if you're going to package picks, right? Because Bean has that reputation for moving, so I'm not under the impression that he's staying where he's at. You have to wonder how quickly the well runs out on players they're comfortable with from a health standpoint. Right? Because they couldn't get medicals. They really struggled to get FaceTime with these guys at the Senior Bowl. Obviously, scouting combine wasn't a thing. You had to go to every single pro day. And even then you had limited access, direct access to them. You couldn't get your medical staff in with these guys. You couldn't get them into your facilities. Like there were huge gaps in how you recruit and how you get FaceTime with these players. So my concern is I'm just going to throw this out there. My concern is because everything's done via Zoom, are we going to end up with a Marv Levy draft? Where Marv Levy drafted some very nice men that just weren't very good football players. They were very nice people. They were stand-up, very nice people, but they weren't great football players. And Buffalo very much drives on character, so you almost have to wonder at some point, does that start actually being a detriment to the rest of your draft class?
I don't think so. I don't even think.
Okay.
I mean, I'll kick it to Tommy to answer it as well, but I don't think so. See, they're not drafting guys that will help old ladies across the street. They're drafting guys that will pick the old lady up and run her across the street. That's who they're drafting. Okay.
Exactly.
These guys are not. I mean, there's some nasty. When they do the NFL films, I know they edit a bunch of that stuff out, but when they do like the mic'd up series, the Bills players, they're violent and they're nasty. Okay, that's what you want. But here's the thing: they've been able to build that locker room as such with those guys early on, high character, high motor, high talented guys that you could bring in a couple questionable guys at this point. So why not get a guy that had a high ceiling, young kid, physical tools? There's nothing wrong with that. But like I said, what is it with Mario and the old ladies? Hey, they're in my age bracket, Joe. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Joe? But let me ask Tommy about that. I'm interested to see. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
The selection? You want to do the selection first, then we'll get to Tommy?
Yeah, just real quick. We got Tyson Campbell, corner from Georgia, is going to Jacksonville. Not exactly who I would call the best corner on the board, but, physical tools are probably the thing that I would say are not really there. 6'1", 193. Like, I get it, but I don't know, man. I don't really like this pick. Georgia's a hot school for defensive players this year. You're going to see a lot of players from Georgia go in these middle rounds. I mean, I don't know about this pick for Jacksonville. I don't think he's the best corner on the board.
Well, Tyson Campbell being the first defensive player that they took after their first two picks, and they got Travis, and they got what the hell is the flowing locked hair? I'm drawing a blank.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I don't even care. But they got Trevor Lawrence, and they got their quarterback and their running back, and they had one of the worst defenses ever. I'm surprised they waited that long to go defense when there were so many good defensive prospects that they could have had on the board. Obviously, you have Josh Allen, the defensive Josh, or as Paul says, not that Josh Allen.
Yeah, not that Josh Allen.
You got him on the other side of the ball, obviously. So now you got a guy that's, what did I tell you last night, Paul? Any secondary player in the SEC, I will take. I do not care.
I get he's got 4.37 speed. That's what he put up at his pro day. But who wasn't running a 4.4 at corner at their pro day? Oh, yeah, put your hand down. Yes, jeez. The only way you'd run a 4.4 is if you got to start from the 20.
If I was in a DeLorean. All right, Tommy, what do you think about the pick? And as far as Jacksonville trying to improve their roster, obviously they got a lot of holes. Would you like to see a defensive player taken in the first round rather than their first pick in the second?
Yes, for sure. They should have, but I understand why they took. I understand why they took Etienne.
Yes.
Obviously, you know what I mean. He played with Lawrence. They're familiar with each other. They probably love that. He's a playmaker. Jacksonville is also trying to get butts back in the seat, which they already will with the quarterback, but this makes it even more. They're gonna, the owner's not stupid with that pick. Should they have drafted defense? Yes. Was it? You understand? So it's kind of one of those things I think it's more about the relationship you have with the quarterback to bring him in.
Well, and I think Tommy brings up a great point, right? So Jacksonville is going to be struggling to stay relevant. And what's a more exciting thing than drafting a running back and a quarterback in the first round? What's more exciting than that? That's not necessarily about, well, I mean, and you look at the head coach and you say, okay, well, you think you have to score 80 points a game. And with that defense, you probably do. Right? Probably do. So again, all these picks kind of make sense for, the epicenter of nonsense that is Jacksonville Jaguar football. But as you get deeper into the rounds, this is where you can really improve your team. And Jacksonville definitely needs a lot of help on the defensive side, but Tommy's brings up a great point. you have to bring excitement to that team, and a quarterback and a running back will do it.
I mean,
Everything else after that point is just window dressing.
You pick up Rudy Ford in free agency as a strong safety. You got Trey Herndon. You got Shaquille Griffin. All right, along with, you got Josh Allen there, Miles Jack. You got some pieces there. You know what I mean? You do have some pieces there, and then you just draft Trevor Lawrence and Travis. But I mean, were you going to take the 6th wide receiver, 7th wide receiver at this point? You know what I mean?
Right.
You got, let me see, you got Cam Robinson, Andrew Norwell. You could have went with another tackle or guard at that point, but that's not an exciting pick. I mean, I really think that Jacksonville, aside from controlling everything, I think they're just drafting guys that have passports at this point.
Pierre Martinez, Trevor Lawrence is Bo Callahan.
Oh my God.
So let's talk about the Jets. Their pick is in. Yesterday they grabbed Zach Wilson and Vera Tucker to play, likely to play guard across that offensive line.
Oh, it's defense time.
Jets have a lot of needs, and we saw offense be, the taste that everybody was urging for at the start of the first round. You have to imagine this is a defensive player here, right?
Oh yeah, no doubt. But the question is, if we look at the New York Jets, let me pull up their depth chart real quick. If we start looking at the New York Jets and what they need and what they could benefit from, I mean, we started talking about their second pick being a corner last night. And they go and they decide to put an animal right next to Mekhi Becton, which I think is probably even better. So,
nope, they took Elijah Moore.
Yep.
But
they've spent so much. They've spent so many resources at the wide receiver position already. Like they've spent.
Are you worried about this coming into the division now, Tommy? What do you think about the Elijah Moore pick coming into the division?
I'm not worried. I think honestly that was a bad pick by them. But this is the Jets. The Jets do this. I feel like the Jets need help big time. I think they need a running back. I'm not saying they should have drafted one now, but they definitely need a running back. Mm-hmm. And I think they should have gotten defense. I'm surprised they didn't go with Samuel there. I'm surprised Jacksonville didn't go with Asante Samuel with their first pick.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the Jets themselves. Obviously, we talked about it. They put a franchise tag on Marcus May. You don't know if you're going to have him next year. That would have been a great pick for Moreg. I mean, especially in a Saleh defense. You got Quinnen Williams there. They just picked up Sheldon Rankins and Carl Lawson. You got Blake Cashman there. He's been flying all over the ball. But now you look at this offense, Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, maybe Keelan Cole, and now Elijah Moore, along with LaMichael Perrine in the backfield with Zach Wilson. That is not something to kind of just like wave a stick at, though. I mean, that's a lot of speed and that's a lot of physicality, especially, also you got Jamison Crowder. Your 5 wide sets could be pretty scary in New York. Having watched the Bills run 5 wide against them for 3 years, they may try. We call it a copycat league. This may be what it is.
Yeah, I think Elijah Moore offers you more than what you brought, Keelan Cole in to do. I think that was kind of your fallback plan was if we can't get a shifty wide receiver early, we got Keelan Cole and we'll just live that life for the season. That probably makes him expendable at this point. Elijah Moore, I'm not going to tell you that he's a bad player, but you have to look at where his production came from. And of his receptions, more than half of them came within 9 yards of the line of scrimmage. He was tied for the 6th most in screen catches. So stop me if you've heard this before. Tied for 6th most in screen catches in college football last season. 4th most in slot catches, 4th most in slot yards, but only 5.9 yards after the catch. That was 69th among receivers in college football. So, this is a tough sell for me. Do I think it fixes every problem that the New York Jets have? No, I really think running back's a major need for them, and they just seem to be passing by that again.
Falcons trade their pick to Denver.
Well, yeah, because they don't need a quarterback. They just signed A.J. McCarron.
I swear to God, I will throw many things at you, Paul. You got to keep hiding. But here's my question. Is this the eventual heir to the Jamison Crowder throne? Because new coaching staff, we always like to talk about it with quarterbacks and such when there's a new regime, quote unquote. But Crowder was from the previous regime. play with Darnold, obviously. This could be like, okay, he's going to be part of our new regime. Does this speak more about the Jets' wide receiving core, or does this speak more about Chris Herndon? Like, he won't see the field as much because of Elijah Moore.
Well, I mean, the tight end position just in general in New York is kind of a joke show, right? Allow me to bestow upon you the tight ends for the Jets. Ready? Daniel Brown, Connor Davis, Ryan Griffin, Chris Herndon, Tyler Croft, Trayvon Wesco. End of list. Literally none of those should scare any defensive coordinator in the NFL.
Tyler Croft scares me.
Yeah.
For what reason?
The knowledge he has of the Bills' offense to give to Soleil.
Oh God. Okay, so not for a football. So not for a on Sunday reason.
Not for a Sunday reason. No, not for an on-field reason.
Okay.
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 I'm getting you, Tommy. You're gonna see how triggered he gets. I
Great.
get a little spicy in the second and third round of the draft.
Great.
This is Christmas to Paul, and I am intent to throw coal at him the entire night.
So did I hear that this pick was traded? Okay, so Denver, the pick is in. We don't know what the compensation for that is yet.
No, we'll get that to you.
Well, that's important, right? Trade compensation is a big deal. You want to know because this might be, again, this is climbing the ladder pretty high, right? To get in front of Miami at 35. Like, that's climbing the ladder pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
But this compensation, once you start getting to picks 43, 44, 45, this is the last round before you start getting into compensatory picks. And that's when the waters really get muddy, is those compensatory picks, because they just dilute the draft pool afterwards. And you already have a small draft pool. This is the smallest draft pool we've seen in years.
Well, depending on the compensation, I haven't really seen it, and I'm going to kick this over to Tommy. We thought that the Atlanta Falcons were in prime position yesterday to trade back because guys would have been gunning for Pitts. They don't have a lot of cap room. You could get a bunch of assets this year, next year. I mean, before the pick comes in, though, what did you think about? What do you think about they're finally trading back now and acquiring some more capital?
It would be wise. I thought they should have done that in the first, but they're in a tough situation with their cap, and they're in a tough situation with their quarterback.
Yes.
What are they going to do with Matt Ryan? I think his time is ending soon there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It has to be. Julio Jones, obviously they're trying to move him, which I don't think a team right now is going to take him unless they do some kind of magical
that contract's
trade.
Too much. That contract's too much.
Exactly. So they're in a tough spot, man. And when they hit rock bottom, which they're going to do, it's going to take a while for them to get back on track. They're in a tough situation. So they need to trade down. They need to do what the Dolphins did. Okay, they need to really pretty much get rid of that team and start fresh.
And I think that's interesting, right? Because we talked about the Falcons probably needed to trade out a pick 4, and they took Kyle Pitts.
Right.
They have no running back there, and they just traded with Denver for Javonte Williams. So, I mean, it just seems strange that you trade down. And here's what you got, right? You trade down, so you get 40, so you move down 5 spots.
Yeah.
And you swap, so now they have 114 instead of 219.
Wow.
So you trade down 5 spots, but you kick up 100 on the back end. Is that where they feel their value for running back's going to be?
Oh, it will be, yeah, because you got Mike Davis there currently. He can hold the mantle for half a season for you until you get the guy acclimated to it. And as far as Tommy's point goes, until 2023, they're locked in with Julio and Matt Ryan because financially, they cannot get rid of them. You're going to take 2 of the biggest dead money bombs in the history of the league. So they may have wanted to get who they want. You know what I mean? So for another 2, this year, next year, you got 3 years to worry about a running back. And then you got to worry about re-signing Kyle Pitts at that point. So
right.
I'd say another 2 years before you draft your quarterback, maybe another 1 year before you draft a running back. But since they cycle out running back so much, it may not be a need for them this year. They may be mailing in this year. Who knows? Like, I don't know what their thought process is, but they're probably like, listen, we couldn't maximize the amount of playmakers. I mean, we got Kyle Pitts, we got Julio, we got Gage, we got Ridley. Let's kind of just go with what we have because we were in some games last year. Let's go with what we have and see what happens for this season.
I want to just talk about Miami. The pick is in for Miami. Do you think there's any way they don't pick Barmore or JOK here? Is there any way they don't pick them?
Oh my God, JOK would be so smart for them right now.
I know it would be. I hate it, but you got to think that that's probably a possibility. I also want to call out, hey Benny, we haven't seen you in forever, man. Welcome back to the stream.
Yeah, Benny's here, man.
Yeah, I unfortunately I just have to imagine that. Oh, whoa! Miami took Holland.
Who? I guess that's good for the Bills if we don't even know who this guy is.
Okay. Not the best safety on the board, but we'll go with it. First off, from the 716, thank you, Miami. Tommy, you still live down in Miami, right?
No, I'm in Detroit for.
No, you used to be. You used to be down there.
Yeah, I lived in Miami probably more than half my life, but yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. So explain to me why drafting not the best safety. So Javon Holland is safety from Oregon. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Explain to me what is wrong in that city where they just never seem to be able to get anything right for the last 20 years.
I'm going to disagree with you, but I want Tommy to go. I want to hear this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they've been doing things. I feel like they've been doing things right, actually. As far as they had the most picks in the draft the last 2 seasons. I didn't hate their first pick of the draft. And this one, I don't know too much about the guy, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's bad or good, but they're just building pieces. They have a lot of picks to even if this one doesn't work out in their eyes, they have a crap load more to choose from. So they're in a good situation, I think, over there. I feel they're finally doing things right. And hey, that's good for us because we're going to get our old rivalry back. You know, that's what it used to be. Not New England.
That's true. That's
so,
true.
I'm going to tell you 2 things. One, which makes this good for the Bills and good for Paul if he wants more egg. Okay. You're talking about Brian Flores, who from 2012 to 2015 was the safeties coach for New England. Okay. What does Miami currently have on the roster at cornerback? You got Jones and Howard. You know what I mean? Do you need to pick the absolute stud safety for that kid to be successful with them 2 horses there? No, you need a guy that can hunt. Now, can Morag hunt? Absolutely. No doubt. But you're bringing in a guy that you think he thinks that's his guy. And the simple fact is Flores passing on Morag when he's sitting right there says a lot about Morag than it does about Flores. So the fact, like, if McDermott passed on a corner, would you take more stock in that than anything else? I would. 110%. If McDermott didn't say a corner could play for him, I don't want that corner. So the fact that Flores was a safeties coach for 3 years in New England when they were winning championships, I'm going to take his word for it, which kind of throws up a red flag for Morgan for me. I'm sorry, Paul. I apologize.
I forgive my friends when they're wrong.
Do you see my rationale though? But with that, like, I'll trust Flores to pick a safety. You know what I mean? I will trust him.
Yeah, you do fawn over Flores a little bit though. You do fanboy over Flores a little bit, but hey, we do the same thing with Andy Reid. When Andy Reid drafts a wide receiver, you're like, must know something.
He drafted.
Must know something.
He drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire with the 32nd pick last year. All of us in the draft room went, that's Reid.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, and he was dangerous the first 10 weeks, and then rookie burnout happened, and that's what's up. So you have Philadelphia on the clock right now. We've seen a lot of talk in the chat about what would it take to get Zach Ertz in Buffalo. So let's just talk about that real quick, right?
First off, kidnap him.
Yeah.
Right.
1. 2 is you don't have the space for his existing contract right now. So you'd actually need to have already worked out a contract extension or effectively a pay cut. And I know that Philly wants to move him, But the fact is that you're not talking a second, third round pick for Zach Ertz. Like you're not.
No.
Like everybody knows that with a contract restructure that you're going to get that guy on a deal because the team is just looking to get rid of him.
Absolutely.
And you can't afford Zach Ertz right now. It's not even an option. So
Correct.
that has to come with a contract restructure or extension. Restructure more than extension. And you're probably looking at a ceiling of a 5th round pick for Zach Ertz because Philly will just need to get out of it.
Yeah.
You know, like that's just the way it is. Like that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking Bean is being very patient on that. And he's either going to let Philly wait until they just either cut him or trade him for a 5th or 6th. And then, but like you said, we still need to work out the financial side because everybody thinks it's just you can trade. It's not all about that. You got to have the money too. You got to have the cap space. So it's not as easy as just trading a pick.
Yeah,
but,
Ertz cost $8.5 million just a base salary. So that's what he would cost Buffalo. You just don't have the room for that.
Right. Unless he gets cut and then they sign him to, let's say, a 1 year. Then they could work out a deal. But it's tricky. That's tricky. That's very, very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the push to get Ertz because he's so good. I think it's the push that people are kind of fed up with Knox at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I know, Paul. I know.
My heart is broken.
What happened?
Philly takes Landon Dickerson. Oh, my heart is broken.
Let me go to Philly now. I mean, he took Andre Dillard in 2019 with the first pick. You got Jason Kelsey there at center. He's 30. You got Lane Johnson, who's been there forever as well. Brandon Brooks is over 30. The unrestricted they got from Houston. Now, I mean, you're going to replace – who are you going to replace on that line?
I mean, the thing with Dickerson is he tore his ACL in December. So I think you could afford to be patient here, right?
Well, no,
I don't know if this is an immediate ejection of anybody that's on there, but they definitely needed help on that line. There's no doubt about it.
You put him between Kelsey and Dillard, though, on that left side.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hurts is going to benefit.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And the successor is, that you have your center, right? You got your center on a 4-year deal. You've got him forever. Looks like the Patriots, the pick is in already for New England.
I'm going to say offensive line.
Cincinnati trades the pick. So let me look at the draft board itself, because if they traded with Cincinnati, New England skips Carolina, Denver, Detroit, the Giants, San Francisco, and Dallas, and Jacksonville again. Well, they don't skip Denver. They skip Atlanta, really. Atlanta, Carolina, Detroit.
I think they're going lineman. I think they're going offensive lineman.
Yeah, I always try to break this down as fast as I can about who they're skipping. Like, why did you move up there to get this guy? Because you think he's going to be gone. But who are the teams there that are going to possibly take the guy? What does Denver need? What does Detroit need? What do the Giants need? So maybe this could be.
They jump. Oh, they got the pickers in already.
Yeah, they weren't messing around.
Old man Jenkins. If Patriots get JOK.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, again, they love to take guys who are just great role players. The truth of the matter, though, JOK is a big safety playing linebacker. So he's playing out of position for almost every team except Buffalo. Right? I mean, that's what it is.
Paul, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
McCourty was a first-round pick in 2010. His time is coming up.
Yeah.
What about putting Morag next to Duggar?
Oh, don't do that to me. You're telling me your bookend, your infatuation with Duggar, and my infatuation with Morag, and this is what we're gonna have to deal
and they're
with.
No, but I don't. I just wanted to say it to be funny. But number one, number two, they're two similar type players.
Yeah.
You need a guy that plays center field and a guy that can be a banger. Duggar's your banger. So is Morag. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Morag doesn't.
You'll go over the top all day on the Patriots.
Oh no, the Patriots took Barrymore, which again makes
perfect sense for them. Yeah,
makes total sense for them.
Yes.
But did they have to get in front of Chicago and Atlanta to do it?
Wow.
Did they have to get in front? Did they have to get in front of Chicago and Atlanta to do it? Like, why move? Why move that pick?
Because the obvious reason is you didn't think he was going to be there. So Atlanta, Detroit needs to fill in the middle. The Giants could use some help. San Fran, they got contracts coming up, so they probably want to, you know what I mean? along with Dallas.
Detroit needs help with receivers. Bro.
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
Please don't ever do that again.
Did I dance? Cheers, #Nation. Thank you for coming.
Oh my God! Please, never again. Never again.
Are you gonna do the stanky leg now?
Stanky legs. That's when I turned my ankle playing basketball as a stanky leg.
When Mario went back to play semi-pro football, I told him don't break your hip, and then he almost broke his hip, and I felt like the worst person on the face of the earth.
Right. Way to go, bro.
In Paul's defense, it took me a year and a half to break my hip, so it wasn't immediate.
Okay.
Where'd you go? Did you go there to play quarterback? Yeah. What'd you end up playing? Defensive tackle?
Yeah, I did show up with a sign for Mario. It's something about Ryan Leaf. He wore 16. So
I was given 16.
Happened.
I did not wear. Oh God. I can't wait to javelin you through a table next week. All right, but yeah, Barrymore. It's a heck of a pick. Now, you have Christian Wilkins, Quinnen Williams, Ed Oliver. Now the fourth of these monsters in the middle, all in the AFC East now. Tommy, what is it? What is your fear, trepidation, anything going on with Barrymore now going to New England and being a thorn in the Buffalo Bills side for the next foreseeable future?
No fear, as long as I like our line. I think we still need to improve our offensive line, to be honest with you. I'm not totally sold on our unit. Cody Ford is he's killing me, man. I don't know what they're going to do with Cody Ford. I honestly don't think he's going to be on the team in the next 2 seasons, let's say. I think they're just shuffling him around. So anyways, to speak on what you're saying, I think we'll be okay. New England right now has a lot more work to do before we need to worry about New England. I think the team right now that is going to be Miami. The Jets have a lot of work to do too. So right now it's going to be us in Miami. So New England, no, they do not worry me. Their offense is, I still think, a mess. So they got a while to go, bro.
So it looks like Chicago traded up, and they're taking Tevin Jenkins. We talked about Jenkins quite a bit as being a fit for the Bengals. Right? Bengals trade out, still don't address that offensive line need that they have, and they trade out when Jenkins is still on the board. If that doesn't speak to the tackles and the way that teams are seeing value in tackles at the NFL, from the college level to the NFL level, I don't know what does. The tackles in this draft are not great. Same like Barrymore is the first defensive tackle off the board. It's pick 38. That's where the value is on these positions. And the strange thing is, I don't disagree with that. You look at the draft boards and the tackles, defensive tackles really thin. Well, the offensive tackle positions really scary.
I could see why Chicago did this. Currently, their tackle is a 7th round pick on the left-hand side. So now you take a quarterback, you might as well bring the tackle in with them. That makes total sense to me as far as Chicago is concerned. Now, the only reason this makes sense to me as far as Cincinnati goes is if they were able to get future capital. Not one in this draft, future capital. So that's the only reason that this would make sense is that, listen, okay, could we take him here? Yes, we could to try to protect, but there's more value coming to us because Chicago is in desperate need for a tackle. We're going to set up ourselves for the next couple of years, drafting in the 3rd round, 2nd or 3rd rounds. Let's just go do it. So,
well, let me ask you this, Mar. So we're starting to get into closer to the territory. Bills have pick 61. Yes. We're getting closer to the territory of trade up scenarios, right? And Buffalo has no 4th round pick, but a couple 5th round picks. And we've seen the value go of swapping picks, right? That's what we've seen. We've seen the value to trade up being pick swap, right?
Yes.
At what point do those 2 5th round picks become the assets that you swap, right? That you give both of those 5th round picks and you're like, you know what? We got to go up 15 picks. All right, we'll toss in both 5ths. You give us, your 6th, then we'll call it a day. Like, at what point does that become the move? Because there's some very good players on the board, and I'm getting nervous that Buffalo is going to be too patient. And this talent that's definitely on the board is going to start slipping past them.
Yeah.
Number one, what in recent history suggests that Bean was ever too patient?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point.
I would say that, as far as the scouting department and everything else that goes on, especially for the year that they had, the year with the pandemic, they may just. I mean, we talked about it on an episode, Paul. You saying can they mail this draft in essentially, and just wait till next year to draft who they want to draft? And you said no because of the contracts you have coming up. I wouldn't mind acquiring future assets as far as picks go. Plus, we still haven't addressed the elephant in the room, and I want to kick this to Tommy. We've said it that Singletary's going for a fourth somewhere in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was only a few running backs here and there, but now that you look at the running backs that are left, you could probably get more than a fourth for him now at this point. With 2 years left on his deal?
I mean, it's a thin class in that respect.
It is very thin.
It's a thin class.
So the Falcons pick Richie Grant. Is that word Grant? Is that what we're talking about? Right? Richie Grant coming in.
There's
Rick Rowder.
Mooring still sitting there. These tweeners just seem to not have value, right? You have Mooring, you have JOK. These are guys that are undersized linebackers, oversized safeties, right? Those box safeties, they don't seem to have value. Buffalo's still sitting there. Maybe that's why you don't move. When you have Mooring and JOK still on the board, they're starting box safeties for you tomorrow.
Yeah.
But how many teams does that fit?
Yeah. I think it fits. I mean, you talked about it fits everyone. That's the why. But I want to get to Tommy's take on the possibility of trading Devin Singletary for a pick in this draft. You don't like it? You like it?
No, I don't, because I was screaming for them to draft Singletary. And on Twitter, I was saying, get him in the 30s, a steal. Yeah. I'm a Singletary fan. However, I got to be a realist as well. He's definitely not an RB1, but I still feel like Bean likes him. McDermott loves him too. I feel like he can still contribute to this team. He still is very shifty. We can't put all the blame on him. Our run blocking was terrible. Those are facts. Go back and look at the tape. I mean, there was 4 guys in the backfield as he got the ball. Look at his rookie season. Way better on average. I think he averaged like 5 yards a carry. And we barely ran him for the first 4 games. And he still almost got 1,000 yards. So really his production wasn't that bad. So now, did the COVID have something to do with it? Did Mongo not coming into week, 4, 5, 6, something like that, have something to do with it too?
Yeah.
It took a while for this line to really actually run block. And then by the time they did, Dable really wasn't running at all anyways. That's one point. The other point I got to tell you guys is it's very tough for running back to get going when he has very limited carries.
True.
So I'm a true believer in that. So you cannot have this guy have 6 carries and think he's going to be the beast. It's just not going to happen. Running backs need 10, 12 carries to get going, during the game. So I just feel like with that, I felt like our line was so poorly blocking for the running backs, we shied away from running, and it really hurt Singletary. So I honestly think if anyone was back there, it would have been the same story. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's how bad the run blocking was. I'm serious. Now, some of the holes were his fault, no doubt about it. There was tape where it's like he should have went this direction for sure. He misread that, but a lot of the time it was the run blocking too. It was pretty damn bad. So I don't think they should trade him. I just don't. I think he's still a good asset, and he's on a rookie deal, a 3rd round rookie deal.
Yeah, I think Greg Thompson, before Paul goes, Greg Thompson actually tweeted out this year, he said, even with all of those things that you mentioned as far as the limited amount of touches, being a rookie coming in to a new offense and everything else like that, pass-happy offense, he still was able to get 950-plus scrimmage yards in his first 2 years. Mm-hmm. Now, if you ask anybody else that's the success for a 3rd-round pick that had a lot of tread taken off of his tires in college. So, Paul, were you trying to get to spin? Is that what you wanted to do?
No. 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 I'll
get to you. Spin.
Yeah, no.
Hold on.
Yeah. What I was going to say, I was actually going to ask you, Mar, something. So when you start talking about scheme, right? I think scheme is a big deal in the
Huge
NFL.
deal. Yes.
Specific to Buffalo, though, right? How much of the Bills' struggle to run was Josh Allen? I know people aren't going to like that comment or that question, but when you start talking about you changed blocking schemes going into 2020, you've brought back the entire offensive line back. You got all the boys are back for 2021, right? You made no quote unquote improvements. But how much of an ineffective running game can you put on the quarterback?
Well, there's things that we know and things we don't know. The things that we don't know is what was the original call? What was the original play call? Did he check out of a run play? I mean, when you get a run pass option, you come up to the line and he says, no, I don't like this. You could put it on him, but we don't know the specifics of that. And no coach, no player are going to throw each other under the bus for it. Like, Dable's not going to come in the post-game presser and say, you know what, I called about 60% runs today. He kept checking out of them.
Right.
If he does say something like that of the fact that, yeah, Josh is checking out because he sees something different, that's fine. That's improvement. He's given him the freedom to grow as a quarterback. We need that because, side note, Dable may not be here next year. That's one. Two, it could be on continuity. Continuity and chemistry are the two things that I'm going to talk about because, and Paul's going to hate me for it, but if you bring back the same line that maybe started to get it together if they ran more. Like, we don't know the answer to this question because they didn't really try. We're going to run 40 times a game. We're going to kind of run it when Josh's arm gets tired. That's what it seemed like to me. Because they were enjoying so much success, it was, hey, we're going to do this till you stop us. We're going to do this till you stop us. You cannot stop Beasley, Brown, Diggs, Davis, occasionally swing it out to Moss. You can't stop that. We're going to run when we need to. Right. My contention with the running game came when they had leads and they had to run it and they couldn't. That's what bothered me. And the continuity of the line was something that you figure if you keep the same guys together, maybe it starts to click. Who knows? I'm interested to see it. Do I think they have the potential to have a good running game? Absolutely. Do I think it's all on Allen? No. Do I think it's all on Dable? Absolutely not. I think it's a combination of philosophy, the change of philosophy, and possibly, I mean, everyone makes mistakes, as Tommy said. There were some times where Singletary, I saw the hole there. He didn't pick it. He decided to run into the back of Mongo. Like, I don't understand that. So, but as we talk about and Paul will love this as we shift gears, the Lions take Levi.
I got it. I got you. Onwuzurike,
a Washington product, defensive tackle.
What did Hashtag Sports tell you weeks ago?
Don't let me in with this. You said
Washington is a sneaky good football team for this draft. You saw Tryon go at 32. You see Onwuzurike go, what are we at, like 38? Like, are we at 38?
Yeah, numbers
are
hard.
Idea.
It's okay. We're at 41, Paul.
41. Either way, 41. Washington still has two really good defensive backs in this draft. Like, yes. Washington's a sneaky good football team. And I don't know how connected Buffalo was to Washington directly, but in those later rounds, you need defensive backs. Hey, there you go.
Yes, Paul, we heard.
We want to thank Rick for joining us. Rick is actually very well connected with our hashtag charity starting in August, M25 Farms. So we're going to start doing, the hashtag heroes. Half of that goes to M25 Farms. The super chats, once we get going, half of that's going to go in the season to M25 Farms. Any sort of fundraisers that we do, that'll all go to M25 Farms. He does a phenomenal job giving away, I think, over 500,000 pounds of food that they've given away to local food banks and charities. They teach people to farm. They teach, agriculture. They need volunteers out there to, tend to the crops. And we're so excited to be able to give back to a Central New York Bills fan. He's in Syracuse. Mario, he wants us to come out. He asked me today if we golf. I was like, dude, we cut a whole week's worth of episodes on a golf course just so we could justify going and playing golf together.
Going on a golf course, yes.
Yeah, that was it. That's it.
I mean, Miami
Oh,
Dolphins.
wait, the Dolphins picked a tackle.
Yes.
They took Liam Eichenberg.
They took Liam Eichenberg, tackle from Notre Dame, and you know, you got Austin Jackson now, their first round pick last year. Now you got Liam going on the other side. Oh, we just switched all over the place. Now you got Liam going on the other side, possibly replacing Robert Hunt. Now you have Solomon Kenny, Matt Strick, and then Michael Dieter still there. You still have DJ Fluker in the wings that they just did in the offseason. But, I mean, you talk about – we echoed it a little bit. You took Jalen Phillips at defensive end last year or last night. You took Jalen Waddle yesterday. They're starting to build a formidable, starting with the big uglies in the trenches. So it's going to be something that, like you said, Barrymore, Tommy, you really weren't that moved with the Barrymore pick. I tend to put a little bit more onus on the defensive front and offensive front because I think that's where everything starts. But then Liam Eichenberg coming in, I mean, does this move the needle for you a little bit, Tommy, about they're trying to solidify their offensive line? They know the problems that they have on their offensive line. Does this concern you for the Buffalo Bills coming into the 2021 season?
No. I still say no.
I'm gonna get you one of these days in the second or third round, Tommy. I'm gonna get you.
I just don't think so, man. I feel like they're a season or two away from being giving us that run. I feel like right now we are still top dogs. I think we earned that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, they're doing what we did. Put it that way.
Yeah,
and it takes time. So no, but will it be? Listen, they were a good team last year. So yeah, it's going to be fun. But no, I like the pick. I actually like that pick.
Yeah, Donnie Brook. I don't have that guy on my big board.
Bazinga. I think Eichenberg is an interesting choice that actually plays to Buffalo's strengths. So Eichenberg, I will be honest with you, there is actually quite a bit to like about Eichenberg. But for the type of defense that Buffalo runs, Eichenberg has a tendency to struggle against push defenders, like guys that plow through. Speed defenders, he actually does a really nice job against. So against other teams inside the division, that could play out well for Miami. But the type of crippling, defensive line that Buffalo likes to build, those big heavies, he's going to struggle a little bit there. He doesn't anchor. He's going to struggle against like 3-4 defenses with those bigger defensive ends. Again, in Buffalo, they run sort of a little bit heavier 3-4 or a little bit heavier 4-3 across the defensive line. So while a good pick for Miami, for Buffalo right now, Eichenberg is a player that you're kind of happy to see go to Miami because he's not really going to be a major factor on paper, as far as that's concerned.
I like it just for the sheer fact is they know what their needs are and they're starting to identify them. And like Tommy said, they're a couple years behind. Mm-hmm. Like the pick, like that you knew you had to address that because you have currently Robert Hunt, second round pick in 2020, Solomon Kinley, fourth round pick in 2020. You got the undrafted or unrestricted free agent from Baltimore as your center now. You got Michael Dieter, third round pick, and you have Austin Jackson. So, and you also picked up DJ Fluker. But I mean, all things considered, you got Jalen Waddle, Will Fuller, Devontae Parker, and Jakeem Grant.
Right.
You have to give Tua time to get the ball to those guys.
Well, and I think that's interesting, Tommy. I want to hear what you have to say on this. So Miami is trying to protect their quarterback. Is this a statement saying we're going to commit to Tua? Like, is this their commitment to Tua, or is this their commitment to Tua for now, and then we'll see how it goes?
Oh,
I think you're right. I think it's a Tua for now and see how it goes. I'm going to tell you why. Allen had a rough rookie season too, and I'm all for giving any rookie. I think most rookie quarterbacks, you got to give them a couple years, 2 or 3 years to really develop in the NFL. But even Josh Allen, for as poor as he played his rookie season, we still had wow moments, and I didn't see any wow moments from Tua. Also, I will say this, for as much as I like Flores as a coach, what he did by taking him in and out did not help him.
Good for their record. Good for their record, but
yeah, I felt like if anything, his confidence, he had to have lost some confidence. I just felt like pick one or the other. If you're going to start Tua, start him right away. If you weren't, if you put him in, especially what they did, they took Fitz out while they were on the roll, and you put Tua in, and then you take them out when they're losing for Fitz to win the game. It made no sense. It just told me that they have no faith in Tua. So we'll see this season, but they're building a team around him. And if he still plays the way he played last season, they're going to move on.
I want to call out Steven's comment. First off, the Raiders take Trayvon Mooring, my boy, is now with the Raiders. Dallas, the pick is in with Dallas. Again, if you're Buffalo, that buffer of that nickel linebacker is gone between Mooring and JOK. So again, you have to start thinking of Buffalo going to move up here, right? The buffer's gone. One of them's gone. If you were good with either or, now it's time to start pressing the gas a little bit. But Steven said, sometimes I wonder if you meet Mayock in the street and tell him to pick a player, will he do it? Yes. Yes, he will. Mayock is convinced he knows more than everybody else in football, and it is so great to watch. Unfortunately, this is actually a pretty good pick for them. This is a really good pick.
Yeah, you look at Morgan. I was just looking at the defensive backfield for Vegas. Obviously, they're in the division with the team that went to the AFC Championship game 3 straight years. Now you have Damon Arnett, their first-round pick last year. Jonathan Abraham, their first-round pick in 2019. They acquired Carl Joseph in the offseason. Your nickelback is Amik Robertson, and now you get Trevon Mooring. They're going to just start smacking people in the face, especially now the fact that they got Ngoku, Quentin Jefferson, Solomon Thomas, and then obviously Max Crosby and Cleveland Farrell. That seems kind of like a nasty defense going on right there. I'm not going to lie. I mean, some of them things that they've been able to acquire kind of looks gross on paper, Paul.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of there. And the chat is actually blowing up right now because Asante Samuel Jr. is still on the board. So, again, Buffalo was saying, hey, this is, there was a lot of connection to Samuel. And everybody thought that, that constant connection means Buffalo's in on him. You can use those visits on whatever players you want. You can use them on whatever player you want.
Paul, I'm going to go against you, though. But let's just sort of say, pick 36, Dolphins take Javon Holland, right? Safety. They pass over Mooring. Okay? Mm-hmm. We talk about Flores being a safety guy. Richie Grant goes to the Falcons at 40. So he gets skipped again. Mm-hmm. If Mooring flames out, which I hope he doesn't for the kid's sake, is this another Mayock?
Well,
oh my God, he's still there.
Another corner goes off the board. Kelvin Joseph is next up off the board.
So right? Jacksonville's just getting both their corners right now?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What is this, the 1981 49ers with Bill Walsh? I'm getting all my secondary right now.
You know what? McDermott did it. It ultimately cost him his job. But, McDermott had to do it when they lost Josh Norman, right?
That is true.
That's what happened.
So now in back-to-back picks, obviously Kelvin Joseph goes, the cornerback out of Kentucky, who I think they're in the SEC, Paul. Anyway, you start to see all these safeties go off the board. Two cornerbacks. You got Tyson Campbell from Georgia and Kelvin Joseph, both going to, two cornerbacks going off the board. One to Dallas, one to Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. If Bean was going to hit the panic button, you think now is the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. The corner market's getting pretty thin. There's a couple guys that I like a lot. First off, I think this is a little early for Melifanu. I know, Tommy, you talked about Melifanu. This is probably a little early for Melifanu.
Yeah, no,
Again,
right
I think
now.
you got that buffer there where you can still be patient. Elijah Molden, I'm a huge fan of, again, from Washington. So I'm a big fan of Elijah Molden. Again, a little bit of space there, but maybe not as much. But, you think about what Buffalo needs, and you just keep coming back to that nickel linebacker role. I just can't get past it. They definitely need some younger help at wide receiver. I know you got Hodgins, you got Gabe Davis, but those are still assets that I think you could probably improve on. You don't have a kick returner right now, so getting a toolsy player here in the second round makes total sense. You're not in love with the running back room necessarily. You still have the offensive line that you had last year, so how committed to that are you at this point? Your defensive tackle position, there's room for improvement there. I don't think Justin Zimmer is somebody that you want making your football team. I think you're looking to go better than that. You know, the linebacker room, you just brought back Matt Milano, which saved you from hemorrhaging, oodles of points from the board. Like what exactly are you going to do here? And the Jags just took Walker Little. So there's more offensive line talent gone in the second round. If you're Buffalo, you really got to start. You really got to start doing something.
Paul.
Yep.
Okay, so they take the offensive tackle 6'7", 313 out of Stanford in the second round, which bolsters their offensive line. Now you got Cam Robinson, Andrew Norwell, Brandon Leader, AJ Kane, and Jawan Taylor. Obviously, they get another. Makes sense to take a tackle since you drafted your quarterback of the future. Makes sense. You know, I mean, we're starting to see patterns develop. But here's what I'm thinking, Paul. And hashtag Nation, you tell me this if you guys agree with this. Bean is not being passive. Obviously, if you wanted a guy, any of these guys that are coming off the board, he would have went and got them. We pretty much are in agreement with that. And let me put I'm about to drop some knowledge, so let me put my Tommy glasses on so I can drop some knowledge.
Oh, look at that.
Put my Tommy glasses on.
I like it.
He is in the perfect spot because what we've seen out of this draft in the first two rounds so far are teams that are getting desperate and trading up for certain players. I got to get him now. Bean is going to say to this, he let the free agency period come to him, which he had to because of financial reasons.
Right.
If he sits where he is and some team says, hey, we'll give you a 2022, is he really hurting for it? He's like, okay, either the guy we want will come to us or we'll trade back and acquire future assets because the future assets are what we need. So he's not really sweating it too much. Do you think that theory could hold any water why he's not pressing to try to get up there and get anybody? I'm just curious.
He's wearing your glasses, buddy. You go ahead. You take this.
Listen. I'm telling you, like everybody was screaming about the pick, Rousseau.
Yes.
A lot of people were saying Asante Samuel, and I told you guys, not you guys, but I told everyone, players will drop. Players will slip in the draft. Bean is being very patient. Bean knows this. If you don't think Asante Samuel is on Bean's board, you're crazy. Of course he's on the board. We need a corner. But are we desperate for a corner? No. Mm-hmm. You know, going into the draft, he said it clear as day. We're not desperate for a need. We're going to pick the best on the board at the time. So I don't think he may trade up in this second round if Asante Samuel keeps dropping just to snag him. But he's being patient. I like it. Why he doesn't have to rush for anything. There is no big needs right now. Every player we're picking right now is just for us to build up on, man.
I love that point.
These guys, a lot of these guys may not even start right away.
Well, no, I agree with you.
Honest, right? Rousseau may not even be. He probably will be a rotational player.
Well,
Asante Samuel, right.
Yeah,
Asante Samuel, who knows? If we let's say we draft him, Levi Wallace may be the second. So right now, it's not for needs. None of these players are going to be for needs. These are just he's sitting back and he's going to take the best on the board, and that's the way to go.
And the Rousseau pick, I mean, at best, you're going to see 60% snap count out of him. Yeah. And that's if he is setting the world on fire. And when they draft a player in the first round, it's because they're going to start, right? Like Ed Oliver was the only Brandon Bean first round player to not start 90% of their games when healthy. Ed Oliver's the only one, right? So you draft a guy, this is it. You know, like you're starting. I think a lot of people will compare Rousseau to Epinesa, but the fact is there's a whole round between them. Oh, no. Like it's not comparable. It's just not comparable.
No,
not comparable at all. They're two different players, by the way.
Oh yeah. I don't remember.
Two different players.
Did AJ run a 4.57? I don't think he did. I think he was in the 4.6s somewhere.
Yeah, no, he wasn't that high up there. Now he wasn't that high up there. No.
Jackson Cartman or Carmen, does it say offensive tackle or defensive tackle?
Yeah,
They finally got
offensive
their
tackle.
I don't even know if he had 15 and a half sacks his whole career in college, AJ. So just
Shows
don't
you
know.
guys were watching
Maybe
TV
not.
on TV. Easy decision. Thank you, Andy C. Appreciate that, guys.
Okay, so we're getting to the point where the tackles are getting it's getting shady real quick, right? Teams are kind of hitting the panic button because
You're hitting the panic button. No one else.
Right.
Well, all the tackles in this draft were second round players,
They
right?
were.
Except for Sewell and Slater, I would say all the rest of them were probably second round players.
You hated the tackle market, though.
It's so bad.
You're not
dude.
being
It's such a
objective.
bad
Can we take your opinion? Hashtag Nation. Type a 1 in the chat if we could really take Paul's opinion on this because his was so slanted.
Slanted?
You hated every tackle coming out except for Sewell.
Listen, I felt like I was watching The Notebook watching some of these games. It was sad.
It
was sad. I was like, this is the future.
I'm taking
This is the
Sewell.
future.
I'm going to take Sewell to the prom, or I'm taking nobody to the prom. That's who you were. That is it.
It was rough. It was rough.
Sorry, Tommy.
But
It was
the
a little
but the
husband-wife
line,
moment.
but the wall of tackles is quickly coming to an end.
It is. Yes.
I really can't. There might be. I think there's like one or two tackles that maybe you're interested in. Like there's Cosme from Texas and Randas from North Dakota State. But again, you're starting to get into really sketchy territory. I'm not trusting the future of my young quarterback there. So again, I'm not really buying it. The Chargers, on the other hand, are in. Their pick is in. We're at pick 47 right now. San Francisco's on the clock. Arizona and the Giants to follow. Chargers are an interesting one, right? Because
you're not wrong,
you talked
Joe.
about it. What?
Joe just put something in the chat. So.
Oh, what Joe put in the chat?
I'll let you read it.
Oh yeah, I did. I mean, listen, everybody needs a good cry every now and again. Everybody needs a good.
Don't you
cry
watch the
every now and
2013 draft for that?
Well, I don't watch Miracle. That's a fact.
Oh my God, we're gonna fight. But go ahead. What's your point with the Chargers?
Listen, anything that happened over 20 years ago in sports is really just anecdotal.
I keep telling you,
Like,
if
it's
Miracle
useless.
never happened, your kids will be named Vladimir and Boris. Like you don't understand this. How immense
think you
the
understand.
U.S. hockey team was.
Mike Ramsey put me on his shoulders when I was 4 years old inside a bowling alley. Like I was connected to that team, but it just didn't matter. It's in today's world.
All right, tell me about the Chargers now, you goof.
Well, you thought they had an outstanding secondary, right?
I thought they did. They added to
Right.
it, didn't they, yesterday?
So
I'll look.
Where did they go? Yeah, look it up.
I'll look.
When I take a look at the Chargers, and you see a coach, you see a team that was probably one Anthony Lynn away from being decent.
They took
me
Rashawn
wrong.
Slater
Prove
at
me
left
wrong.
tackle yesterday. Okay.
I have to imagine that here is where you start talking about Freiermuth, right? They need some tight end help there. I know they got Jared Cook right now. They got Jared Cook. This is the time where you probably start looking at like maybe that tight end goes.
Is this the run? Is this the run that happens?
Maybe. Pierre Martinez, they took a tackle yesterday, which makes total sense for them.
Yeah, they did.
Taking it back.
I would get somebody to put on the other side of Kenneth Murray if I were them. Because you got Joey Bosa and Jerry Tillery, your defensive ends, 2 first-round talents. You just picked up Linval Joseph, so you're going to solidify that front four. You currently have Cole Christensen, Kaiser White, and Kenneth Murray. And then you got Derwin James, Nasir Adderley, Michael Davis, and Chris Harris as your nickelback. But I would either go in the secondary or I would get somebody at the second level there to try to help them out. The question is, who's there for them to take?
Right.
So
Yeah.
let's take a look at our big board for some of these linebackers that they have. I mean, JOK would work. He would. He actually would really work there. And Jabril Cox from LSU could be a good fit. But I don't know.
But that's where the line gets drawn, right? You get
Right,
to
right.
Jabril Cox, and then after that, it is like there's a 2-round gap between Jabril Cox and Nick Bolton and JOK and then everybody else. But there's still 3 pretty decent linebackers waiting for you there, right? Jabril Cox from LSU is a pretty solid player. Nick Bolton's a pretty solid player from Missouri. And JOK, we've been talking about for 2 days, right? But not a true linebacker, JOK. The other guys are more true linebackers. So there's a big difference between what those players can do for you and then waiting on value. Pete Werner is a guy that very much like Matt Milano, he's just going to be, you're not drafting Pete Werner because you think he's going to be a phenomenal player. You're drafting him because he could contribute to your team. What?
Ooh, if
It's
right.
Samuel gone?
Yep, I think that's who the Chargers took.
I mean, it's about time that he went off the board.
Asante Samuel Jr., cornerback, going to the. Well, I mean, let's. This is easy for the Bills. This is easy. They play Kansas City twice. Let's see how he does. If he shuts them down, then the Bills missed. If he gets burned, we know we shouldn't have taken him. So, okay, so now you're putting him in a secondary that has Chris Harris, Michael Davis, Nasir Adderley, Derwin James, Kenneth, and you got Kenneth Murray at the second level. And you have a formidable defense over there. I mean, with Samuel there, but I'm every Bills fan that wanted. Listen, this is your homework assignment. This is why the draft is so important. Your homework assignment is check out to see how this guy does in that division now. Let's see how that kid does in that division, knocking down some of them guys. So if I were to take a look at the Raiders, okay, Henry Ruggs, Willie Snead, Brian Edwards, Hunter Renfrow, okay, how's he doing against and John Brown? How's he do against those guys? How's he do against those guys? How's he do against Tyreek Hill? How's he do against Mecole Hardman? You know what I mean? So we'll know early on how this kid does. And Paul, you even said it yourself. Denver's wide receiving core.
They're sneaky good, man.
This makes perfect sense if this kid is able to work out. But you got to think that this was a no-brainer for I almost said San Diego, for LA to do this, because you're sitting there, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Deshaun Hamilton. He's going to need speed in that division.
And there's a big, again, you're running into a part, or you're running into, an area where you're looking at, okay, Asante Samuel or Aaron Robinson from USC. That's like it. That's it for players that would probably fit in LA. And you can't trade back, right? Samuel does make a bunch of sense because that division is so full of speed. Like, there's so many speed receivers. And Samuel can probably keep up there. He's undersized, but inside that division, so are all the wide receivers. He's just as tall as every wide receiver you just named. Mecole Hardman. I mean, it is a good fit for the Chargers because his size isn't going to play against him inside that division.
Yeah, two things. One, Maz Vids comes in. He says the fact that our highest rated guard is Ike Butker means our running game is probably isn't going to get going to be consistent anytime soon. Michael J. Cole actually says it's a great super chat point. It is. Something has to be said for consistency, right? All right. Now I will ask the question, Tommy. Did Asante Samuel not going to the Bills move the needle for you? Is that how bad did you want him? I guess is the question.
I wanted him, but to trade up to get him, no. I mean, I like the I-5-2 guy. I think I'll tell you what. I'm going to throw a pick out there for you guys.
Like it.
A tight end. The Pat Fairmouth guy. I'm very curious if Bean's on him since Knox is just being Knox. He could be an interesting pickup. I like that pick. And now that Asante's off the board, I feel like you could still get a corner in the third round.
Oh yeah, I trust
trade
Bean.
up.
I trust McDermott's evaluation and Frazier's evaluation of corners. I really do.
Oh yeah.
So if he didn't want to trade up to get him, I'm comfortable with that. Plus, I didn't know how many burners were in the West that he's going to have to keep up with. That's a great litmus test for a kid that you want to put him in that division. It's going to be tough.
I don't think he was desperate.
No.
Well,
let's hear the San Francisco's pick really quick.
San Francisco went in at Aaron Banks, who I actually really like a lot. I think Banks in the second makes total sense. That's a good pick for San Francisco. Again, you got a quarterback you got to protect. You might as well get a little younger there. I think he's going to fit great in that zone blocking scheme that they run. This is a really solid pick for San Francisco. It's not a sexy pick, but I think it's a really solid pick. But I want to get to Jessica Tennis had mentioned in the chat.
Yeah.
Do you think Bean goes DE again and takes the kid from Wake Forest? And she's referring to
Ooh.
Basham. Is it possible that they go back-to-back defensive ends? There's still some really good defensive end talent on the board. And again, that's going to dry up pretty quickly. Basham is definitely an option for you, but there's, Ojolari from Georgia is still on the board. He offers a ton of value. Again, a little bit more of a speed defender. Cameron Sample from Tulane's probably a guy you'll be able to get in the 3rd round. But with the age of the defensive end group, I absolutely could see Buffalo going back to, going maybe not back to back, but definitely adding 2 defensive ends inside this draft in the top few rounds.
Well, I think Basham played too many games in his career in college. He's played 42 games in his career. That's too much for Bean.
That's too many games. He's too old.
He's 24 years old. He's going to be turning 24. That's way too old for Bean. That sounds so bad. Oh, my God. But the point is, no, I mean, if you don't have Rousseau on the roster, I like it. If you think it's a fit, him, Epineza, and Rousseau are where you're going to go forward with after you lose essentially Hughes and Mario Addison this year to free up some space. You get those guys a year under their belt. I understand it. It's a rotational front. That's what's going to happen. I think it's a great point. Would you said it? That was from Jessica Tennis?
Yep.
Excellent point. But I don't know. I mean, he seems to fit the mold of a McDermott guy where he just seems like a guy that's going to bring his hard hat and lunch pail to the business. And he's going to set the edge for you and be like, okay, I got you. But is that what's really you're looking for right now? If you're not going to get a stud corner, you're not trying to get a stud safety to play at big nickel, what are you doing? What are you doing at this point? I don't know.
Michael J. Cool says Addison has 0 rush. You're paying Mario Addison a lot of money.
True.
You're paying Mario Addison a lot of money.
What, Rick Rarick? Are you serious?
Rondell Moore.
Yeah.
They just got really old at that wide receiver group, right? You've got AJ Green, you got Hopkins there. You have to just kind of assume that Christian Kirk and Andy Isabella are just a wash because they're from a previous regime. So, I guess that kind of makes sense.
They've assembled the Golden Girls out in Arizona.
I'm kind of stuck a little bit because I don't really understand why, because correct me if I'm wrong, Bateman's still on the board and Marshall is still on the board from LSU, right? I'm not crazy. Both those guys are still on the board.
No, you're not crazy.
I like those players better. Yeah, LSU wide receiver. That's Terrence Marshall Jr.
Yep.
Tommy, so let me ask you this. I want to get back to Maz's comment that he just made a minute ago. Talking about the run game. I know you had kind of talked about, oh, that's right, Bateman went to the Ravens. You had kind of talked about the running back position, right? And Buffalo's, depth at the position. Do you think that is the running back position itself, or do you think that the tangle of offensive linemen that you had in there, you just need to find either an improvement or consistency across the line, and that's just going to naturally help the position? What do you think the answer is? Do you think it is bringing in a new running back, or do you think it is, you can get some help at guard? Because right now, Ike Bucker or Cody Ford is your starting, right guard. And is that really where you want to be with your life right now in 2021?
Exactly. So I feel like they definitely need to add depth to that offensive line. I definitely feel that they can manage. If they don't draft a running back, I think we're okay. As long as we improve the line. The line was the main problem. Also, Dable's play calling did not help either. It was very pass heavy. Once again, you cannot get the run game going if you're not running the ball until the fourth quarter. And And then he decided to run the ball heavy during the playoffs. So it didn't make sense to me. You know, if you're going to stick, if we're a pass heavy team, then that's great. But, you know, I feel like what they're trying to do is do a 2 running back system. And now is it going to be a 3 running back system with Breida? It's going to be really interesting to see how that works and what Dable has planned. But it doesn't matter. We can have 10 running backs. If the line's not blocking, they're not going anywhere. So the Cody Ford, that's a problem. That's a major problem.
Well, that's a second round. That was the second round tackle, you know,
correct.
Like,
and that's a problem. That's that, but you can't hit on all the picks, but yes. And unfortunately, you know, we could have drafted DK Metcalf.
Well, and Evan,
it's okay.
Yeah. Well, Evan Anderson brings up a great point. Maybe Buffalo Quinn Marinez is on the board. We talked about him during our mock draft episode with Mike and Matt Henry, and Marinez was one of the picks. Right. Maybe that makes sense at 61.
No,
you know, like you do have a questionable future with your current center. And Marinez is a very solid player who will do a very good job for you, but you will not be asking him to play tomorrow for you. Is that the type of value you're looking at in the second round by saying, listen, we got the answer for tomorrow. We're fine for today. If Morse goes down, we think we'll survive, you know? Marinez is not a sexy pick, but I mean, it's a good conversation.
It is.
Right.
Can I just take a pause for a second? Seeing that we're halfway through the second round, we're going to go to a word from our sponsor really quick. But just before we do that, the fact that Jessica Tennis came up with the idea and was like, should we take another defensive end? You know, and she even says, you know, you have 2 old defensive end whose contracts are up next year. And then Michael J. Cole comes in. Tennis lady, I like your idea of another shot at getting a good rusher. Like tennis lady, Michael, really? That's the best you can. So, I mean, the pick is in for the Giants, 18th of this round, 50th overall. We're going to take a quick break from our sponsor, and we'll be right back, guys. Hang on a second.
It's Potter's Homes. Sean Rogers is a proud Western New Yorker and is now your Arizona relocation specialist. You can see his reviews as a top 1% agent on Zillow, Homes, and Trulia.com. Go ahead and download his free Arizona relocation guide found in the description of this video. Subscribe to his YouTube channel, and, as Sean would say, God bless America and go Bills.
And we are back with Hashtag Sports presentation of the 2021 NFL Draft. We are covering rounds 2 and 3. We're going to have some very special guests coming up to you in round 3. We have a very special guest with us now, Tommy from Buffalo Mafia Sports Talk, rocking with us, rocking the shit. He motivated me to put mine on. We got to put the shades on for the Buffalo Bills. We're talking about trading up, trading back, what the Bills could do. The New York Giants pick is in. We've seen a very surprising falls and very surprising picks going on. But as we tend to analyze it here at Hashtag Sports, we do 2 things. We talk about how the picks affect the Buffalo Bills. Number 1. Number 2, we say, okay, let's take a step back, analyze the pick, say, you know what, that makes sense for that team. Look what they have to deal with in their division. Look what they have to deal with overall. And then all of a sudden, you know, everything is right with the world. But we like to thank Hashtag Nation for joining the ride with us tonight. We got a bunch of information and analytics to give you as the night goes on. But before break, Paul, what were we talking? We were talking about the tight ends. We were talking about tight ends before the break. I saw Farmouth in the chat.
Well, I mean, I wanted to get to one comment quickly.
Okay, all right, yeah, go ahead.
There's been some comments just throughout the course of the night talking about Creed Humphrey, and while that sounds like the villain in a comic book, it is actually the center for the Oklahoma Sooners. So I've seen Creed Humphrey mentioned a couple times. John Veneran has mentioned it. I just saw who else said it. Humphrey was here it is. Chet the Beep. Humphrey's a former wrestler. I'll pause for all of you to think about that for a second.
Don't do that to me, Paul.
You know how McDermott loves that. He loves
how much I love that.
And former wrestlers. Yeah. You know he loves it. I don't think Creed Humphrey is rated ahead of Marinez, but it begs the question that maybe Marinez isn't the target for Buffalo, right? Not that they would draft Humphrey ahead of Marinez, but again, you have to look at buffers at positions. When you see runs on positions, in the draft. Normally it's not because, there's 3 tackles that have been taken. You got to get in there and get one. It's because the guy that you liked and the guy that you loved, one of them is now gone, right? Now you got to get back up in there. So, you know how they have they have an archetype, right? They have a type. They definitely have a type. And at center, Creed Humphrey definitely fits that type.
Yes, he does. He does fit the type. You know how we were talking about yesterday about the Giants needing a linebacker?
Yeah.
Well, they just picked one.
With the pick.
Yes.
Ojulari.
Yes.
Ojulari was screaming down draft boards, man.
He was. And we want to thank Stefan for Divine Diablo. No reason, just wanted to mention.
No, it's Divine Diablo came up on the mock draft episode.
He
Mike,
did.
I'm sure in the chat, Apex will be thrilled to tell you everything about Divine Diablo because I had to edit that episode and he spent like 20 minutes talking about him. So I got that down to like 3 minutes. So I'm sure Mike will be thrilled to tell you everything about Divine Diablo in the chat. I got his personal history, his grandmother's maiden name, like it was detailed information.
Oh, so you went FBI undercover squad.
I did not.
You did a background check and
that was not
everything.
me.
You're
That
crazy.
was not me. I'm not saying a restraining order wasn't filed, but
I'm just saying that edible arrangements you sent him could have been a little weird. I'm just going on.
that
on a
joke
limb
never gets old, man.
here. It never gets old. It's kind of like, never mind.
No, don't say that. I know that movie quote. Don't say that.
Washington picks Samuel Cosmi.
Yeah, again, the tackles are falling off the board.
They should be falling off the board into like the 5th and 6th rounds because that's how they played this year.
Well, here Buffalo's in a weird spot now, right? So you talk about Buffalo trying to trade up. So there's 9 spots between them now. You have Cleveland, Tennessee, Indianapolis, Pittsburgh, AFC, right? All teams you could have seen in the playoffs, couple of which you did. Are they trade partners for you?
No, I hope
Nope.
Cleveland falls in the freaking in the river, wherever it is.
It's
Lake.
the factory of sadness, Mario. Haven't they had it hard enough?
They stole Newsom. I wanted Newsom. Okay, I'm going to be mad about that for another 24 hours. Allow me to have my moment. I'm going to have it.
All
but
right.
I mean,
All
that
right.
being said, you do have some viable trade suitors. Let me take a look real quick. You said there's 9 more picks. What are we at right now? What do we go to? What pick are we on? Hold on a second.
What pick are we on?
52.
52.
52,
Okay.
Mario. Come on.
Easy
keep it
there,
together.
Spider Rico. Okay, you got Tennessee, Indy, Pittsburgh. Kind of tough to be, like you said, trading with those guys, obviously, in the same conference. Seattle is their first pick, so they're not getting rid of that bad boy. They have 3 picks this draft. Seattle. We're finally going to be able to see Seattle. And by the end of the night, hopefully Houston. That being said, you got the Rams, who I didn't think they had any picks until 2024. You got Kansas City, which is really tough. Cleveland and New Orleans. So at this point,
Carolina and New Orleans. Carolina traded.
I'm sorry,
That's
Carolina and New
Carolina's
Orleans.
pick.
But if you think about it, you got New Orleans, or you got the Rams and Seattle, 2 teams that this is their first pick of the draft. So usually you want to trade with them NFC teams because you do that. Yeah, I mean, that's the easiest thing to do because you're not in the same conference. But these are those teams' first picks. So it's going to be very, very tough to try to get up there.
All right. So Cordaro Linder says
Hey,
Syracuse
Cordaro.
cornerback to Buffalo, please. There's actually a couple in this draft that you kind of have to talk about. Melifano is the one that everybody's going to mention, right? Like that's the one that everybody wants to talk about. But just a word of note, there are a couple corners for Syracuse that definitely kind of fall within the possibility of ending up in Buffalo. What's the name of the second corner from Syracuse? Oh, Trill Williams, safety from Syracuse. Again, doesn't fit the corner mold, but Trill Williams, again, probably 4th, 5th round is reasonable there. Safety seemed to be slipping down quite a bit. So you kind of have your pick there. If you're talking about Melifano, probably a little early for him at this point still, but Trill Williams definitely will be early for him. Either way, Syracuse put together one hell of a secondary this year.
They did.
there's some nice players on that defense.
Let me ask you something, Paul. Melifanu at 6'3", 215. That's not really corner size, my friend.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
Let me come down
I
like
know.
a hammer downhill. I'm just saying. Could that be the reason he falls? Not that he was at Syracuse and down the board as much.
I don't know.
Because that stands out to anybody. You're 6'3", 215.
I actually like that.
I love it. I love the I love the fact, but I guess you would have to try to either analyze how he put. I mean, let me take a look at the kids breakdown because I remember when I did the breakdown.
He has speed too, by the way. He's not a slow player at all.
No, he's not.
I did forget about Andre Cisco from Syracuse. Again, another safety, but if you're Buffalo, you really gotta take a hard look at that safety position.
How do you forget Cisco?
I know the thong song slapped in '96, didn't it?
I'm going to slap you 96 times.
I just want to point out that Prestige Worldwide does actually play the thong song when we get out and play gigs.
It doesn't hold a candle and No Diggity, but it does play the thong song.
Yeah, we do play the thong song and No Diggity.
Yeah, if you're lucky enough, Paul will show you his. Anyway, going in, I mean, it's weird to see Syracuse players. Don't you love I just gloss over those things? It's great to see those Syracuse players. I mean, you talk about Cisco, you talk about Melifan. You said this is too high for them, though, right? Second round's too high for them.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably a little early.
Okay. I mean,
you look at
because the draft board determines whether or not they go too high. You see a run on guys. Triggs, thank you, buddy. Moby was good. I loved it.
I mean, maybe Melifano creeps up boards a little bit because if you look at the other corners that are available, I mean, you got Aaron Robinson, Tay Gowan, end of list, like other comparable corners.
Well, yeah. You either go say, okay, is this a guy that we could use now? We're taking him a little higher. Or we could say, can we get out of this pick? Or do we pick somebody else? I mean, who else we got on our board? Okay, we want Browns pick JOK. Is that Rick Rarick? Is that what we have here?
Really? That sucks.
Oh, no.
That sucks.
Say it ain't so.
I think you ran into a problem, though.
Goes JOK.
I think you ran into a problem for Buffalo where if you couldn't get into 46, 45, 44, beat those other AFC teams that are real contenders, you probably weren't getting them.
That's not okay. I don't like that. But why did he fall as much as he did?
Man,
he was rated the 18th.
Right.
Yeah, man on an island, Like, Tommy, what did you think about a 6'2" linebacker in the NFL? Do you think a 6'2" linebacker can survive in the NFL?
This guy.
No, I'm going to say no. Traditionally, the linebackers are a little bit smaller. But this guy, he was a beast in college, man. So I'm going to say yes. For him, he's going to be okay. I like I think he was a steal at that pick.
Oh, yeah.
100% a steal on that pick. And he'll be, I think he's going to be, I think Cleveland fans should be very happy.
So now, if you take a look at Cleveland, if you're a Cleveland fan, you got Myles Garrett, Andrew Billings, Malik Jackson, and Jadeveon Clowney as your front four. Sam, Mike, and Will. You got Jacob Phillips, Anthony Walker, and Sion Tataki. But now you end up putting JOK there. And then in your secondary, you got the newly drafted Greg Newsome across from Denzel Ward. Mm-hmm. Grant Delpit and John Johnson III, who came over from the Rams. That is not a second. There's not a defense that I want to see every week. You know what I mean? And Paul, we made this comment when the Buffalo Bills, prior to the Baltimore Ravens playoff game, we were talking about linebacking cores and this and that. We talked about the linebacking core that was in the AFC North and be like, listen, why is Jackson having so much success within the North?
Right.
There's no linebacking core that can keep up with him. You think JOK keeps up with him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
think
does?
So.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. I
mean,
this is if you need a guy to fly around, like JOK is actually an outstanding coverage linebacker. Like outstanding. At times he was their best coverage player at Notre Dame. He is outstanding in coverage. So, I mean, for Baltimore, They run a lot of tight end sets. They have a quarterback that moves all over the place. JOK can definitely cover the ground to keep up. Like it's this is a really
Cleveland's
bright
draft
pick
right
for
now,
them.
though. I want Cleveland's draft right now.
I know it's a shame that so many football souls are going to be lost to the mistake on the lake.
But I mean, you
it is
talk
what
about
it
this. It was interesting. You guys talking about the height of the linebackers in the NFL today. Isn't ours 6'5"?
Yeah, yeah.
And he struggles, by the way.
Oh
Sometimes.
no, yeah, He don't. Please
You know
stop
what I
having
mean?
him blitz the A gap for the love of God.
I know.
He can't
I
hide
know.
in there.
Right.
So Michael J. Cool just asked, who is that's Jabril Cox, 6'4", 230 linebacker out of LSU. Just an FYI. Just
Jabril
answering
Cox.
the question. So if you guys had to name your top 3 needs for Buffalo right now, what are they?
They need Cleveland's picks.
Okay. Aside from impossible, what are the 3 things that they need?
I mean, I'll let Tommy go. Then I'll clean it up after him. I'll tell you. What I mean.
Cornerback for sure. But it's not a desperate need. But cornerback, tight end. Even though I said we shouldn't have drafted tight end, I'm thinking now we should. And offensive line. That would be my picks. I would not pick a receiver in this draft. We do not need another receiver. We have a crowded room full of receivers. So no receivers, please, or he's just going to be on the practice squad or cut or a waste of a pick. So I say to be honest, I think you should build up on the offensive line. Build up on the offensive line because I don't trust Ford and those other, who knows what's going to happen with Morse. Morse, I'm shocked that he's even back. I didn't expect him to be back. So I feel like this will be his last season. So they definitely needed to address the center position.
Yes, that's something I think is understated with a lot of people. Because once you sign a guy that the highest contract for centers in the NFL, you don't think you need to worry about that position anymore. But obviously, you got Mongo back as your safety net. You got Bates that could still play there. Who else is the guy that can move around the line, Paul? They got another guy that can play center. They just signed him. Who is it?
I'll go with the depth
Was it
chart.
Long?
Was it
was
Lamp?
Long last year, right?
Lamp.
Wasn't
Can Lamp play
it?
center?
Lamp, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So they did cover themselves, and Bean is really good with getting them security policies for themselves, and it's interesting to see that. If I were to go, I'm not talking about specific players. I'm talking about positions now. If I were to go, I would like to get another safety because you want to talk about needs. Do I think Buffalo can get back to the AFC Championship game with their current roster? Yeah. That's my prediction for the team. I'd get a safety in there. Late second round, get another safety in there because you know the clock is ticking on Poyer and Hyde. You know that's going to happen. Before you need them, you might as well get them now. Secondly, I would go, as Tommy said, I would go with the big uglies up front for the offensive line. You can never have too many of those guys. Guys go down in camp. Guys go down here. You worry about Morse. If Morse goes down, you got to shift Mongo over. You need a guard. Let's go. You got Ike Butker, who is an undrafted guy. He's your top. It was brought up in the chat. He's your top-rated guard right now. Let's get younger at the position. Let's get some more youth in there. And the third option for me would be to trade back, acquire picks next year. If you can't get a safety or an offensive lineman, back out of there. And now, obviously, like I said before, this is depending on who's still on the board at that point.
Right.
I think it's interesting, right? Because you see tackles flying off the board, and there's one position that is kind of yet to go, and that's really the official guard position, right?
Yes.
And Wyatt Davis is probably the best true guard on the board, and here we sit, and he's still there, right? If you're going to make a pick for Buffalo, the easy layup pick is just to take Wyatt Davis. You sign a bunch of offensive linemen. That doesn't mean anything. All those are on 1-year deals. You can walk away from all those and it's no problem. But it does lock in the fact that you're saying, okay, Cody Ford, it's time for you to earn a spot or you to walk. That's it. You got to earn it or you got to go. It's one or the other. And, I'm okay with that competition. The pick seems a little redundant, because
Yeah.
of the depth that they've added. But those are all 1-year deals. They don't mean anything to me. The Cody Ford pick means nothing to me at this point. We're entering year 3 of Cody Ford. He should be outperforming a rookie second round pick. But
Correct.
if Wyatt Davis is that pick, I mean, he's gonna have a tough time beating him out.
Yeah. And Michael J. Cool comes in and says maybe even Jamarcus Russell would have been good with a good enough line. The old myth about Jamarcus Russell was that his coaches gave him blank cassette tapes and told him to watch it, and he came in the next day and said, "Yeah, I watched all the blitz packages."
It was blank. Did Mario, do you know a guy by the name of Dan Digler? Because he seems to know a little bit about you and your Buff State retirement ceremony.
What was my Buff State retirement ceremony?
I don't know.
Remember what it was.
Yeah,
That's what Buff State said at your retirement ceremony. That I what?
I don't know. I'm just saying. Sounds
he
a
an
little personal, my
OG?
friend.
Is he an OG? Very
Sounds-
Bosworthy tonight? Oh no, he said I'm looking very Bosworthy tonight, and I said Dan, I'm a 1-year wonder. And it's
okay.
It's no shit. It's no it's no secret that I went to Buffalo State, so I mean that's fine.
There we go. All right. Well, that all makes
Bills
sense.
record 9-7-1. Draven, lock it up. Let's go.
9-7-1.
Let's go.
Yikes.
You were a 1-year wonder. I don't even
Yikes.
remember what year I was there. You kidding me? I was the Van Wilder at Buff State. Dan, if I know you from Buff State, man, what's I don't remember Dan Digler. I remember Dirk. I don't remember Dan.
It's a great name.
It's a
by the
great
way.
name.
It is. It is a great name.
Beat
Oh,
Fisher in
2000.
2000.
2000.
I wasn't there in 2000.
I graduated high school from 2000.
I was there in
FYI.
02. You wanted to check. I was there in 02 and 03. That's when I was there. Dan, you the man. Colts pick is in. Let's try to see what they got now. Buff State Ed. What's up, Ethan? How you doing? Write that down.
So I
Big Spence.
write that. So I want to talk about Nick Bolton for Buffalo real quick.
I want to talk about Michael Bolton for the Grammys. No, go ahead.
Michael Bolton.
Oh,
singing
Borello. You. Oh,
Along
what
the
a
Island.
clown. It's Borello.
It's Varela. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay, talk about Bolton. Let me talk to me about Bolton.
So Nick Bolton is going to get a lot of attention from Bills fans right now, because if you look at available linebackers, Nick Bolton looks like the best fit for you.
Yes.
Here's the positives and negatives to Nick Bolton. One, as far as vision goes, the guy is elite level. He sees plays how you'd want an NFL linebacker to see plays, right? Vision, outstanding. He's not the fastest guy on the field, right? So that's a problem. So what does that sound like, right? Not the fastest guy on the field. What do you do with the linebacker with great vision but not great feet? What do you do with him, Mario?
You put him on the practice squad.
No. All right. Well, let me double down. What if I told you he's only 6 feet tall? What do you do with the 6 foot tall linebacker that doesn't have great speed but has great vision? Can you put him outside?
Yeah.
No, you can't put him outside.
Why not?
Can't put him outside.
Why
You put
not?
Nick Bolton in the middle, and this team will never admit to Tremaine Edmonds being an elite level outside linebacker. So Nick Bolton is not on the board for Buffalo, as I'm sure
Oh,
that
I'm sorry.
people to say. I just don't. There's no way Nick Bolton's on the board for Buffalo, because that means you got to move Tremaine Edmonds. Those two are not. It's oil and water there. They're not going to expand their linebacker group with Nick Bolton.
Whoa. Easy there, Katy Perry, hot and cold. You keep telling me that you think the Buffalo Bills should draft a linebacker to replace Edmonds because you didn't pick up his option yet.
I didn't. No. I was purely bringing up. I was purely bringing up. You haven't picked up his option yet. You probably need to prepare your life. Listen,
Oh,
all right.
God.
I'm not going to take this slander all night long.
You know what? You will take it. You will
I haven't had
like
enough
it.
White Claws for this.
I'm going Crockett now. I'm going straight Miami Vice. I got to switch the glasses. Up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with little.
How many
Crockett.
glasses do you have?
Don't worry
Right.
about it. That's what I have.
You got sunglass hat over there.
I do got sunglasses out over here. I have 10 pairs of sunglasses for $50.
Tommy, I've been meaning to ask you, how did you get a box of Josh Jacks where you live? Because you're not in Buffalo.
I know, and that's unfortunately because I could have paid $3, and I paid $25 with shipping. But anything for the team. Anything.
Oh, we would have shipped those to you. We would have sent those to you.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'm reading the chat. What do you mean? Am I reading the chat?
Rick Rarick says the Steelers' pick is Pat Fryermuth.
Oh,
They've had some trouble at tight end.
Ah!
They've had trouble at tight end.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
a good pick. That's a good pick.
Fryermuth is he's kind of more of a traditional tight end. Like you see these hyper dynamic tight ends that come out now, like the Noah Fant and the Kyle Pitts, where they're, really just very big receivers. Fryermuth is more of a traditional role of tight end. The problem is he was probably the only tight end for the next 3 rounds that you really should be interested in.
Correct.
After this, it gets pretty bad.
Yeah.
Do you think this is the? I mean, they didn't do it last year, but do you think this is they finally replaced Jesse James?
Yeah, I mean, you have to after so many years, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it just time?
Yeah.
Like you tried with Vance McDonald, who, coming off of injury, I thought Vance McDonald was going to have a huge year in Pittsburgh and just simply couldn't even get on the field. Jesse James, similar instances, flashes, but couldn't stay healthy. It's time, wasn't Eric Ebron there, if I'm remembering correctly?
We got another.
It's time to go.
We got another proximity signing, though, Paul. We have to remember that. We got to be very conscious.
I can't hear you, Mark. What?
I said we have to be very conscious of the fact that we got another proximity signing.
Proximity.
He went to Pitt. He went to the Steelers. He played at Penn State.
Yeah.
We start seeing these guys that went to Miami that played in Miami. We start seeing these guys. You know what I mean? They're very proximity picks for some of these teams. It's very okay. These guys were in our backyard, who we saw all year because we didn't have a chance to see these guys all the time. So, while it does fulfill a need, could they have gone somewhere else with a run?
What? So you're trying to say that Patterson's going to be the next pick for Buffalo at running back because he goes to UB? Like, is that the road we're headed down?
Are they taking a running back?
I mean, if you ask Tommy that question, the answer might be that moves the needle for him.
I think that.
I'm not sure.
That is a needle mover for sure. I'm sitting here.
The Steelers haven't had a decent tight end since Heath Miller. Oh man, the names you didn't expect to see on draft night. Heath Miller.
They didn't have a decent tight end since Grossman back in the 70s. No, but Heath Miller was pretty good. I understand that. Not an EP. Talk about Fairmouth and an EP. Big Spence, is that what we're talking about? Is Gabriel Davis slided to number 2 wide receiver in year 22? John Calvin. Very interesting. Is he your number 2 wideout in 2022? Didn't we talk about this last night? I think we covered it a little bit when Beasley finally leaves. Do you try to replace Beasley? You're going to have Davis. You're going to have Diggs. You're going to have Hodges. What are you going to do after that?
I know Tommy had mentioned he didn't see wide receiver as a need going into.
No, not this draft. Not this draft.
Okay.
No, but by the time they're going to draft a receiver, it's going to be 5th round. I mean, what are you going to really get? I feel like if they feel like, let's say Cole's moving on or they want another slot receiver, I feel like you can get that next draft at the first round and get the best, at least one of the top tier rather than take a gamble. I mean, and waste a pick. I'd rather take an offensive lineman in the 5th round than a receiver once again. You know what I mean? I mean, I feel like right now our receiving room is packed. There's just no room. And then we're going to be sitting here a month from now saying, who are we going to cut? You know what I mean? And it's just like, why add extra depth when you don't need it now? I don't think we need it.
Well, Tommy, I think that's an interesting point, right? So, Mar, I'm going to volley to you on this one. So Buffalo, wide receiver for Buffalo, right? You're saying, well, maybe now is the time to strike and get the Cole Beasley replacement, right? Because you only have Emmanuel Sanders on a 1-year deal. Cole Beasley, unfortunately, is coming back from a broken leg. You don't really have that profile on the team unless you think Tanner Gentry is the second coming of Wes Welker, which I hate to break it to everybody, he's not.
Nope.
So you don't really have that profile. You do need a kick returner. So wide receiver in the 5th round makes a lot of sense because a lot of times you can get, those smaller return receivers around there. And Buffalo has a reputation for going after guys like that with Bean. Okay, I buy that. But do you think maybe the need for wide receiver isn't in 2021? Because if you draft a wide receiver for today's offense, Does that fit next year's offense when you're kind of expecting Brian Dable to take a head coaching job?
That's why
Is
you
that even
don't.
part of the equation.
Yeah, that's why you don't do it. That's why you don't take a wide receiver this year. If you're going to take a wide receiver, you've already seen the wide receivers that they take. Diggs can play in any offense in the NFL. He's proven that. You didn't know if the fifth wideout that you got last year was going to fit in any offense that you were going to play in because you didn't know who the fifth wideout was going to be. So then you move on to, you take Davis and Hodges, who by all rights can play in any offense. I mean, we did an episode on this though, Paul. You're talking about they can play in any offense you decide to put them in. EP, West Coast, Air Coryell. Doesn't matter what you want to put them in. They can play in any offense you want to put them in. So that being said, why would you draft a wide receiver in this draft if you don't know he can play in every offense? Now, Beasley is tailored toward an EP. You put Beasley in any type of other offense next season. This is the thing. I think this is what you're talking about. If next season they go to a different style of offense and Beasley's on this team, saving $6 million by cutting him would make more sense because he's more valuable to an EP than he is a West Coast. So, I mean that's what I would do, because then what you have is you have Hodges, you have Davis, you have Diggs. Let's say they do go West Coast next year. Those are three solid guys. West Coast relies quite a bit on the tight end. You don't have to take your tight end this year. You can take him next year, along with another wideout in the third round.
Right.
Because your defense is going to be solidified.
Seattle just took a slot receiver off the board in Dwayne Eskridge from the Western Michigan Broncos. I'll pause for those of you to Google who that is, because
I love directional university picks.
He's a fourth-round player. I mean, at ceiling, a fourth-round player, and now he's gone.
Yep. That
Plus
goes to
speed.
show you. Yep. That
Fast
goes to show
guy.
you how the draft gets mixed up when picks like that happen.
Right. I mean, Eskridge is plus in speed, so I'm not going to tell you that he's not. Right. Very, very plus in speed.
That boy's a burner.
Yeah, he's straight burner, right? 4.3 speed at the wide receiver position. 3 cones, 6.59 or 6.95, excuse me, 6.95, 35-inch vert, but he's only 5'9", right? 124 on the broad.
I thought you were gonna say his weight.
Oh yeah, no, he's I mean,
$124.
What do you weigh in at? 5'9", $190.
Yeah.
That's heavy for 5'9", $190.
Is this
That's a little muscle?
Is this your olive branch to Russell Wilson? You got Lockett.
Gotta buy favor at some point.
You got
right?
Lockett, DK, and this guy now. What excuse does he have left?
If you're Buffalo, the Rams are on the clock at 57. You have the Chiefs in front of you. Are you trying to get that Rams pick? Is there a player that you need to keep away from the Chiefs that you want?
I don't think you can get this pick. I think that the bounty for this pick would be too high because the Rams don't have a lot of picks. This is their first pick in this NFL draft.
Right.
You would have to mortgage the house. Now, if you're trading up with the Jags at this pick, after they've already picked 3 times, it's a different story.
Right.
I think you would the equity you would have to get to this pick to jump Kansas City would be far more than you're willing to give up. And that's, if we could say anything about Bean, that is guaranteed he's not about giving up his liquid gold in the draft. He's just not about doing that. So, I mean, could he? I'm not saying he shouldn't do it. I'm not saying he shouldn't do it. I'm not saying he won't do it. I'm saying that what he would have to give up for LA, who I don't think they have a first-round pick until 2030, if I'm checking my facts correctly. I don't think they have a first-round pick for a while. So their second-round picks are their first-round picks, so they're going to cost more.
Right.
Yeah, the Rams. I mean, how bad do you think they felt when they made that deal for Goff, punting Stafford, and then you look, you still have quarterback sitting there on the board, like that'd be a pretty naked feeling. With that being said, right, as far as the Rams are concerned, this is probably a pick you got to make.
Do they
I
not
agree
want
with you.
picks at this point? You trade. Stafford's been in the league, what, 10 years?
Yeah.
Right.
And you trade 2 first-round picks for him?
Mhm.
That was a steal.
What
They
am I
think
missing?
they think they're close. They think they're that close. I don't get it. I don't get it. We are seeing mentions in the chat that the Bills should trade back. Michael J. Cool says that. Elvis says that Bills should trade back. Do you think the Bills have the ability to trade back at this point? There's a lot of value on the board.
I think
And
they
if you look
do.
at the teams that are behind you, there's some wiggle room there.
I think you have a lot of needy teams that are behind you.
I wouldn't do it. If they were going to trade back, I felt like he should have traded back in the first and got two picks in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
If he was going to do that, in my opinion.
I mean, the way
I
that
think-
the
I think
board
at this
fell,
point-
yeah.
I think at this point, I don't think he's trading down.
I agree with you,
I
Tommy.
think-
The way that the board fell, he should have traded back because you saw so
Correct.
much talent still there. But
Yeah.
you got to find a suitor. You have to. He was like, listen, this kid that we really want may not be here in the second round, so let's get him
Right.
now. I understand
Right.
that 110%. But
I think the interesting conversation piece to there, though, is you took a defensive end and then 2 went immediately after. So had you traded back,
you weren't getting
was it for a defensive end? I mean, that might be one of the reasons you hold on to the pick, because you look at it and say, well, they want a defensive end.
Oh my
Right.
god!
Why are we going to punt that? What?
Right.
Oh my god! This is a reaction show, and I've been very mild until now. But the fact that you have a second round pick and you go with Tutu Atwell
Come on. The wide receiver from Louisville?
from
Is it
Louisville.
against the law to draft a receiver over 5'10"? Like we see back-to-back 5'9" receivers go? Like I understand. Maybe okay, let's just have the conversation. Is Buffalo's persistence on having an undersized wide receiver group having a ripple effect with how productive they were? Is it having a ripple effect that we're seeing right now? Teams are saying yes.
Why would Buffalo
Baller is better.
be the benchmark?
Mar, they were one of the best offenses in the league.
Oh,
With a
you
young
think
quarterback.
that during the 2020 season that set the benchmark for the rest of the teams in the NFL? It wasn't Kansas City for 3 straight years having their wide receiver core.
I'm just you look at the comparables, right? You take Kansas City, you take Buffalo. What's the differentiating factor? Sammy
Travis
Watkins was the
Kelce.
tall. Well, yeah, Travis Kelce. But talk
Right.
about the wide receiver group, Mar. Like you have undersized, shifty guys. That's what you have.
That's the NFL, Paul. That's not singular to the Bills, I don't think. I think that's the
I don't-
NFL now.
I don't think the rest of the NFL's on that page.
I
Mar.
think
You
the
have
Bills
back-to-back
finally
teams
caught
with
up to that.
5'9" receivers.
The Bills finally caught up to that. They just don't have any first-round wide receivers, except for Diggs. His value is a first. Well, he was taken in the second, though, right? Was Diggs taken in the second round? Second, third round? I don't think he was a first rounder, was he? The chat will correct
he
me in
was
a
a
minute.
first
But I'm saying you want to talk about all these wide receivers that are coming out now. They are young. I mean, they're small and shifty, but I think the whole NFL has been doing that for 5 years now. Tommy, have you seen that? Diggs was fifth round. I'm sorry. Diggs was fifth.
Damn.
First round talent. But you take a look at that. The whole NFL has been doing this for a while, Paul.
Yeah.
What do you think, Tommy? Talk to me.
Oh, no doubt. There's that's been for 8 years now. The shifty receiver. That's the only reason people are talking about it now is because Tyreek Hill is not only shifty, he's blazing speed. So
It's not even fair. Tyreek Hill is so fast, it's not even fair.
No, it's not even fair. But, Paul, let me
yeah.
ask you this. The Buffalo Bills are running a spinoff of the EP system that was run in New England for years. You don't think New England's wideouts and who they've been able to draft and acquire in late rounds are the benchmark? Having a solid
No.
tight end. The only thing that they lack in the EP system in Buffalo that they had in New England was a solid tight end. They don't have that yet.
yeah, that's true.
Well, you're not getting one now.
Well, you draft.
Yeah.
That's why you sign Emmanuel Sanders.
That's true. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you there. Yes.
Terrell
I'm with
Davis
you
was a
there.
6th round pick. Just saying, He was behind one of probably the two best offensive lines in the NFL ever.
Yeah.
The first being the 90s Cowboys. The 90s Cowboys offensive line was probably the best line ever.
Shivas Gold saying Melifonwu is going to be the pick here. I'm not convinced Buffalo holds on to this, although that corner position is really thin, right?
Yes.
Like it's getting real thin.
They got to address that. That's why I'm thinking they're going to draft a corner in this round.
Maybe.
I'm still thinking if Fatu, I truly believe that's their best option at where they're picking.
Ooh, there he goes. Nick
What?
Bolden.
Yeah.
Nope,
Yeah.
there
It
you
was,
go.
that's a great value for them.
Bolden.
Right.
Sorry,
Like
guys.
it's a great value.
It's amazing
for
you
them.
were just talking about him, Paul. All right.
Oh, almost like he slipped down the draft boards.
Almost like he was gifted there.
We got.
All right, I'll
let's
be right
see
back,
Uh,
gentlemen.
All right. Mario's got to take that's a potty break face.
That's a
I've
break.
done enough live streams with Mario to know we're getting to the point where 'tis potty break time. All right. So if look at what's available right now, Tommy, because the Bills are 1, 2, 3 picks away. Let's just assume the Bills retain this pick. Okay.
Okay.
3 players. Who are your 3? Who's your big board? Because you got to get past Carolina, past New Orleans, and then the Buffalo's pick. So you got to have 3 players on your board. What 3 players on your board are making you keep that pick?
Okay. I know you saying Fatu should go next round, but I feel like he won't be there when we're gonna pick. I would like that pick, and I also like Jabril Cox. Those are the 2 guys that would be right now on my board at that pick. Out of the 2, I wouldn't be mad at either one, but I'm leaning towards the Fatu. I like his size, man. I do, and I think Levi Wallace will probably be his last season with Buffalo. I just don't see him lasting very long. He's not a number 2. We need help, and this is a perfect time to get a corner. I think. I mean, but Cox is a good pick too at that spot, man. You can't go wrong with either one, in my opinion. At where we're picking, I don't think either one of those guys are going to get in the 3rd round where we're picking.
I'm going to go to the chat real quick on this. First off, Pierre says Creed, Diami, or Melifonwu.
Like it.
Ethan says Cox, White, Davis, or Melifonwu. I think that's very realistic. Those 3 players. Dan Diggler, Molden, Cox, or McNeil. I wouldn't. It feels a little early. I don't see the McNeil fit. But hey, everybody, to each their own. Zelga says Molden, Humphrey, or trade. Molden is an interesting player because he was primarily a slot corner, although technically a safety in Washington. So I like Molden, right? But Molden feels like a Teron Johnson handcuff. And in the 2nd round, I don't really know if that's where you're going because Molden really didn't play any deep safety. At 5'10", you're not really asking him to be your nickel linebacker either. So I really do like him. Like if you're playing against what would be the best way for me to phrase this? If you were in Kansas City's division, Molden's a great fit for you, right? The guy's a missile, but he's probably slot corner, right? Dressed up as a safety right now. I like Molden a lot. Believe me, Washington Husky. Paul knows his Washington Huskies this year. Trust me. You got to trust me on this one.
Paul has an
But
uncomfortable relationship with his Washington Huskies this year.
well, and the more we talk about Melifonwu, the more that even some people in the chat keep saying, Melifonwu feels like the pick. I got to be honest with you. I'm close on White, Davis, or Melifonwu. We're going to be talking one or the other.
Yep. I think it is.
And then Brown, the wide receiver from North Carolina, Diami Brown.
Yes.
So concerns a little bit. Stop me if you've heard this before. Route tree's an issue.
Stop it. No, get out.
In a Brian
Get out.
offense, is that a deal breaker?
Oh my God. Are you serious right now? Are you even asking that question?
I've seen 5 people bring up his name.
It's like you're asking me, hey, do you want cheese on your burger? What is wrong with you right now? Of course, you got to have a route runner in this system.
I said route tree, not route runner.
He doesn't have a route tree. We've seen this story end before, Paul. 2014 was it?
Yeah.
With Sammy Watkins.
Yeah.
What do? I run 60% of my routes behind the line of scrimmage. Okay, yes, let's trade up and get you.
That's not the player he is. He's really a pure vertical threat. I mean, you talk about Buffalo. Does a vertical threat matter here? You used Gabe Davis in that role last year. You don't have John Brown coming back. Does a vertical threat matter to you this year? I think you probably have to look at it because Emmanuel Sanders is not that answer.
They both push.
Probably isn't that answer either.
They both push coverage back in their own ways. John Brown is a burner. You don't get the nickname Smoke on accident.
Mm-hmm.
And Gabe Davis does it just from his sheer size and physicality.
Right.
So they both push the secondary back in different ways. Could you use a burner like that and just have him go deep and push? I suppose you could. I mean, an EP system that has had a legitimate deep threat. The last time I saw it was Randy Moss, and they went 16-0. So, could it open up?
Couple comments we got to get to. Donnybrook called it a route branch. And Dinger called it more like a route bush. And
I
then
love
Evan
the nation, bro. I
with
love
the
the
slam dunk from the other side of the globe. Evan Anderson, did Buffalo South make their pick yet? Referring to the Carolina Panthers.
That is the best, Evan.
But Davis Bryan brings up Gabe Davis didn't have a route tree in college either. I think a route tree is coachable. And if Buffalo is talking about you want to be coachable, you got to coach them up.
From Danny
Shrubbery?
Oh, now a route tree is coachable.
I'm just saying.
Then why didn't the Bills get Sammy Watkins instead of Emmanuel Sanders this offseason? Because replacing the outside wasn't a priority. Replacing the inside was.
Terrence Marshall was a sneaky pick for Buffalo because they scouted Justin Jefferson quite a bit, knowing that you don't deal out of the pick that got Justin Jefferson for Stephon Diggs without knowing a lot about Justin Jefferson, and you don't see Justin Jefferson without Terrence Mitchell, right? So, Marshall's gone, unfortunately, to the Panthers. Again, Buffalo probably saw a lot of him, knowing that they probably spent a lot of time studying Justin Jefferson last season.
I love how it's Bill South.
Marshall was a sneaky pick for Buffalo. That one could have happened.
It would have happened, yes.
I think that one could have happened, and it would have been very under the radar. Marshall to Carolina is I mean, they need to address their wide receiver position. But Marshall to Buffalo was a sneaky possible pick.
Now, I'm wondering if Corey Davis is jealous of Terrence Marshall now playing with Sam Darnold. Because that's why he went to the Jets, was to play with him.
That's why he said, he's like, I came to the New York Jets because Sam Darnold's going to be the quarterback. That's what they told me.
Whoops.
Like, oh, you went to SMU, didn't you? They can fool you easy, can't they?
Oh, SMU, how dare you. I can't. We paid $15 million instead of $4 million for Jefferson.
So, Mar, I asked Tommy who were his three players that he had to have, right? You got two picks, the Saints and then Buffalo's up. Who are the picks that you have to have on the board to not trade this pick?
An SEC secondary player.
Oh my God.
Anyone that couldn't cover Marshall, I'm not taking. No, my point. Like I said before, when I was given the picks, I don't have any specific players in mind. I want to fill my roster because I don't know if there's a lot of quote unquote needs on this team than the second round. We've seen the Bills swing and miss with their second round picks. Okay. And this is down the board. So this is closer to third round than anything. What do we talk about when we talk about third round picks, Paul? What do we want to see? You want to see a guy that they could hopefully develop by year 3. So the real question should be, what are some guys right now that are on the board currently that you think the Buffalo Bills in 2 or 3 years could need? Safety, tackle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you look at it from the perspective of Who don't we need right now? And who can we develop to eventually take somebody's spot that we don't have to sign a free agency for a ton of money? That's who you're going to look for. So, I mean, like I said, give me a lineman, give me a safety right now.
Oh man, the Saints just picked Pete Werner. That tells you the level of fear of the Saints not getting to that linebacker position that they needed so badly, right? Werner is a good football player. He's not great. He will be fine. He will be fine.
Oh, not that word again, Paul.
That's it. All right, so the Bills are on the clock. I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you think the Bills are going to keep this, or 1 if you think the Bills are going to trade this pick. Put a 2 if you think the Bills are going to keep this pick, okay? 1 if you think they're going to trade, 2 if you think they're going to keep. Which one is going to happen here? Because if you're Buffalo, there's so much value here.
Where's the Lion King when we need him? It is time. It is time.
Yes. Simba. Diami Brown, I'm going to just come back and talk about him. Bill signed Antonio Williams in free agency. Again, you
a lot
know
of twos,
that
brother.
Diami Brown, you got it. You can't have one without the other here.
A lot of twos. The Saints are hoping that Pete Werner puts his helmet straight in the chest of Pitts when he comes across the middle. That's what. Why else do you sign him? You want a dominant linebacker in that division to match with Barrett. You want a dominant linebacker in that division to match with everybody that's over there. So, a lot of twos. What was option 2, Paul? What'd you say for Frozen? Let it go.
Let me see. No, we're good.
Let it go.
Yeah, no, we're good.
The fact that we have 124 people in here and 52 likes, Paul is going to cry into his White Claw later if you guys do not hit that like button.
Why is this always about my beverage of choice? Why is
okay.
that?
Because you always drink something that I never know what it is. I'm like, Paul, what's up? I go over Paul's house. We're watching a game or whatever. He's like, would you like a Dr. Tops? I'm like, what the hell is that?
Listen, all right. Store brand is still it doesn't matter. I got 3 kids, man. Whatever. So
it's okay, Paul.
names that I've heard in here.
It's okay.
Creed Humphrey, again, I can't imagine Buffalo taking Creed Humphrey over Marinez. Both players are probably in play. We've seen let's see here. 100 likes and Paul makes a combine tape. I will 100% make a combine tape, and I guarantee it'll be sexier than Mario's combine tape. Have you ever seen a 6'5" man try to jump? A 41-year-old 6'5" man try to jump? Oh, I'll beat that.
I don't know what I'm more disappointed at all. Paul knocking my vertical or not knowing how old I am.
You're 41.
I just had a
42.
birthday,
You're 42. Oh, you just turned 42.
Tommy, reach through the screen and slap him like the Matrix, please.
Elijah Molden, again, if you're looking for a coverage corner here, Melifonu's in play. I got to feel like the corner position is probably the best value, right?
Yes.
Like that's the player that you're likely going to see play earlier. If you're drafted Creed Humphrey, if you're drafted Marinez, that is break glass in case of, in case you lose your center. Melifanu or corner, you're going to play them right away. Like a secondary guy, you're playing them right away.
Give me Humphrey now.
I'm not sure if I love the linebacker depth here, but I could find value in round 3 at linebacker, but I'm not sure if I love the linebacker group right now. Really?
Draft him before he's in need.
Do you think it's Jabril Cox? Tommy, you think it's Jabril Cox, don't you?
No, I think I think it's going to be him. I really do. I think they need a corner. They're going to address it. They're going to do it now.
Yeah. I mean, Mario just brought up the point. You stay local. Syracuse is pretty local.
Yeah. I believe they're going. That's who they're going to go with.
God, I love Humphrey though. I love him though.
I really think Marinez is above Humphrey. You wait for Marinez to go before you worry about Humphrey.
So do you take your center
maybe I'm reading
next
that
year,
wrong.
Paul?
What?
With a new offense, you take your center next year then?
I mean, you've already got 3 guys on your roster that can play center. Lamb can play center. Feliciano can play center.
And you also have 6 defensive backs. I would have loved to have Newsome.
Yeah. Well, all right.
Touché.
What? Steven says it's Diablo.
It's Diablo.
Well, that's what Steven says, but he's in another country. I'm sure the time zones haven't caught up with him yet.
Oh my God, that's what you said to him? That's your response? It's Diablo. Yeah, but he's in another country.
Oh,
He's watching
Evan
the
Anderson
New
says
Zealand
Carlos
All
Basham.
Blacks.
Chet the Beast says it should be Creed Humphrey. Lots of John Calvin says Tommy Tremble was interviewed. Please don't be Tommy Tremble.
Tommy Tremble.
No.
Please
You
don't.
really?
Please don't.
No.
And I don't want a
No.
wideout from Clemson. Please don't do that to me.
I mean the back-to-back defensive ends make sense. You
It
need to
does.
get younger there. You need to. That makes
They're
a lot
not
of
going to
sense.
go back.
Quincy Roche.
back.
Take both Miami defensive ends.
Stop
it.
Mario would hang himself.
I
man,
would.
so-
With wax dental floss. That's what I would do. My God. That'd be
Oh,
crazy.
our Buffalo Bills pick Carlos Basham, defensive end.
Stop it
That
right now,
makes a
Daniel
ton of
Garis.
sense. Thank you,
Can't
Jessica
believe
Tennis,
it.
for bringing that up a half hour ago.
Jessica Tennis
dropping
wins
the knowledge
tonight.
on everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
Carl Binger says, what? Jessica Tennis called it. Yeah, you brought this up a half hour ago. You
Wow.
need to get younger at that position. And Mario Addison, you just need on your roster till June. That's
Tennis.
it.
Tennis, we got a Zoom link for you. Come on. Come on here.
Wow.
That's
you know,
crazy.
I like Carlos Basham from Wake. I kind of like Cameron Sample a little bit more from
Wow.
Tulane, but that's
Wow.
because I've looked for value, right? Basham's not a bad pick here.
I look for value. Okay, all right.
I
We
do-
get it,
well,
Paul.
I mean,
we get it.
Yeah, this makes sense. I really like this pick.
Did we really
actually.
talk about him like an hour ago when she mentioned this? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. we
I mean,
sure
this pick really does make sense. 6'5", 285. So we're talking a different player than Rosso, right?
Well, no,
Like
yeah, I told
not
you,
the same player.
I told you the mold that he is. Listen right now. This is the internal battle that's going on with the Buffalo Bills that scares me, okay? Rousseau, you could see would be a Frazier defensive end. This is a McDermott defensive end.
Power.
Make
Pure
sure
power.
that you remember that when the upcoming weeks happen, okay? One guy is tailored toward a Frazier defense. Another guy is tailored toward a McDermott defense.
Mm-hmm.
But you have two guys that could replace two guys that are going. You got younger at the position. Tennis, thank you for your input on this. But everybody in the chat that was throwing ideas in this, but make sure you keep that with you as you go forward. These are two vastly different animals playing the same position. Make sure that you
Yeah.
remember that.
Yeah, and I think the dynamic difference between these two players is what's so fun. AJ
yeah.
Epinesa fits in the middle of this, right? He's not really a pocket pusher. He's not really a speed guy. He fits in the middle, and that's totally fine, right? These two picks allow you to use Epinesa a bit more selectively, right? Because before, if you were depending on him for edge rush, the fact of the matter is these two players probably fit the profile of what Buffalo wants to do a bit more. This pick, Carlos Basham, fits a little bit more of that pocket cruncher, whereas Russo is that speed player around the edge. Now, mind you, Russo does have a tendency to want to cut inside. He's a little bit more effective when he's working against a guard or cutting across a guard. But Basham here is a great fit. He is a every down 4-3 defensive end. And this is a very traditional Buffalo Bills type pick that you would kind of expect to make. Basham, while some teams might not value what he does, this pick makes a bunch of sense for them because you got some of the oldest defensive ends. You had the two oldest starting defensive ends in the NFL in Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison, and you've relieved yourself of that problem. And guess what? You don't need to move anybody. If you don't want to move on from Addison because you're a little worried about Basham, you don't have to, right? You don't have to do anything but let them all compete. And that's a beautiful thing to make a competitive roster.
Before I kick it over to Tommy, I think this tells us two very, very important things. The subtle part that it admits that AJ Epinesa needed help.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a pick last year that they're willing to rectify this year. Also, Paul, before I kick it to Tommy, what does that say about this guy?
Obata.
Does this,
Defensive tackle.
as we talked,
Defensive tackle.
he was going to be kicked down inside. That's the reason why.
Talking about for months.
The defensive tackle going to New England wasn't a big deal. Why they didn't push for it is because they were going to kick Obata down. You just gave the blueprint of what you were going to do. You were going to draft 2 edge guys, kick Obata down, have him in that rotation with Starr and Oliver. That's why you're willing to let that's why you're willing to let Jefferson go. That's why you restructured Butler. Now this defensive front looks like the Buffalo Bills fans wanted. This is really what they want. Tommy, talk to me about the needle, brother. Talk to me about this.
I am shocked, but I like it. I do. I think that they see the corners that maybe they wanted sliding to the third, and they felt that this guy, why not get the best edge right now that they can get that fits this system moving forward. They're going to replace, obviously we know Hughes and Addison is pretty much on their last leg.
Yes.
This is perfect. This is a perfect opportunity for them also to learn from veteran guys that have been in there, that done it, and Hughes is going to help out a lot for these guys, especially Hughes. So awesome. I like the pick. I just really hope they go cornerback next round because they do need to address that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well, and Basham is, again, a bit more – he's a player that's going to be more effective in the NFL than he was in college. Not to say they had poor college career because that's not true. He led Wake Forest in sacks this last season. I think they played 7 or 8 games. He had 5 total sacks. So effective, right? But when you talk about a player like Basham, role is going to be really, really – important in the way that they develop, right? And picking the right situations for him to go out there and learn. Because let's be honest, we've got round 1 and round 2 defensive ends. There's a learning curve here. But if the AFC Championship game didn't prove to you that you needed pass rush in order to survive in the NFL, I don't know what does. Because we could sit here and talk all day about, the Bills were ineffective at running the football. The Bills were ineffective at running the football. Guys, they have a defensive head coach and a former head coach as a defensive coordinator. They understand the need for defense, and pass rush was the linchpin between that game in the AFC Championship game. Yes, would running the ball have been wonderful? Sure. But the fact of the matter is you had a Pat Mahomes that you could have gone after, and you saw that in the Super Bowl. They saw the mold, and they said, we need to get more aggressive at the football. When we're on defense, we got to be faster with the football when it's in the quarterback's hands. That's how we're going to win. And I have trouble disagreeing with that.
100%.
So
that was our weak spot this season.
So
was our defense.
Absolutely.
Totally. Getting to the quarterback was a major problem. And it's been a problem, not just this past season. This has been a problem really since McDermott has become coach, in my opinion.
So
we have struggled to get to the quarterback.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And you put these horses in front of them. I'm just looking at it real quick. I decided to go to overthecap.com, as you guys know, as a resource for Paul and I to use quite a bit. Because of the restructure, Addison has a 2022 voided year when he's going to be 35 years old. Jerry Hughes, this is his last year on his deal. You save 6.3, take a 3.1 dead money if you decide to cut him this year. I see no point in cutting him this year. You have 2 defensive ends that can learn from these 2 guys who are going to be 34 and 33 next year that can then take the reins. You cycle out that you got 2 guys on 4-year deals now, 2 guys that you could cycle out. Now you don't have to spend a lot of money next off season at defensive end help if these guys happen to work out. You can then allocate that money for your quarterback and your middle linebacker.
Right.
So I want everybody to do this right now. If you were comfortable with Rousseau and AJ Epineza next year going in 2022 going into the season, okay, then you're exempt from this discussion. However, by drafting these 2 defensive ends to replace the defensive ends you're going to lose and free up cap space, these 2 picks ultimately allow you to have more money to sign Allen and Edmonds. So if you think about it in that respect from a business standpoint, they are getting younger in their position, and they're able to free up cap space next year with Addison and Hughes gone in order to allocate that money for Allen and Edmonds next year, among other picks that they had in that draft. I don't remember them all. But my point is this. This was a business decision that they decided to make.
Right.
But as far as on the field goes, Remember, one of these guys is tailored more toward a Frazier defense. The other guy's tailored more toward a McDermott defense.
Right.
Well, another point though, real quick, Mario. Will Frazier be here next season? So,
yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I mean, that's also that I know you're saying McDermott and Frazier's defense are slightly different, but I don't think Frazier could get a job next season. Dable could get a job next season.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
see either. Yeah, so I don't think Frazier will be here next season. So that'll be interesting to see how that who he brings in to will he be a McDermott kind of coordinator? That you know what I mean? So that's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Let me ask you this, Tommy. Of the 2 picks that Buffalo got, the 2 defensive ends that they got, do you think that they would be acclimated to any defense that they played in as a 4-3? Do you think if they had a year to learn and a year within a good system, do you think that they could play rather well in a defensive system?
Yeah, 100%. These are 100%.
So this is aligned with a lot of the picks that the Buffalo Bills do. Is they get these guys that they're football players, but they're very versatile in that respect.
Right.
So
right.
if Frazier
100%.
if Frazier does go, they're protected because they have had 2 guys that were able to learn within a 4-3 defense. One guy's a McDermott guy, the other guy's more of a Frazier guy. So
100%.
Well, and again, and Mario Addison, you're not making a move on until June, right?
No.
So from a personnel standpoint, you don't have to do anything right now. You're good to go until June. You don't have to worry about any of this. And would Frazier even be really interested in a head coaching job? I think he's earned the right to be selective. Dable was smart to not jump at any of the open jobs that were still out there. I think, Frazier has earned the right and he has the experience to know what a good opportunity is and what a bad opportunity is. And we may see Frazier stick around a little bit longer. I'm going to quote John Cusack, looking for a dare to be great situation. He doesn't have to jump today for a head coaching job. I do want to welcome in, however, our buddy Joe from Believers Talk. Welcome, Joe.
How we doing?
That's a banging hat, by the way. Love that. Love that. Nice hat.
Thank you.
I want to get your reaction before we get started. Carlos Basham is a Buffalo Bill, back-to-back defensive ends.
Yep.
Would you have put money in Vegas on a prop bet for back-to-back defensive ends in Buffalo at 50 to 1 odds?
Oh, see, I was going to say it depends on the odds, right? I love good odds. So give me good odds, I'll take it. No, you never expect a team to go back-to-back in the same position in the draft. You expect there to be some double dipping, right? We double dipped at wide receiver last year. We've double dipped before in rounds like 4 and 7, stuff like that. But you never expect it back-to-back. But I see some people on Twitter and obviously some people in the chat here who are questioning these picks. All offseason we were praising Bean and this front office for giving us the ability to pick best player available. And now we're doing that. And so why are people getting upset about that? Sure, it's the same position, but you look at that position. Mario just laid it out. We're not getting any younger at that position. And if you think about the contracts and how this works out as far as signing Allen, this is really a great move. And let's say you only hit on one of these 2 guys, right? You still make out okay. And to me, that's very good. And again, Basham here, great value. Rousseau, and I'm not sure about Rousseau, but I wasn't sure who we were getting in that spot anyway. I was hoping to trade back. In fact, my number 2 scenario was get a defensive end anyway. So that works out and the upside's there. So we'll take it. But yeah, you hit on one of these 2 guys and your defensive end problem is no longer a problem, especially if Epineza can, continue to grow. And who knows what's going to happen with the defensive ends. I saw Greg Thompson did put a little tweet out there and said trade potential for somebody else. And, we say this all the time. Jerry Hughes is not a Coach McDermott guy. You want that veteran leadership there to help these young guys, sure. But can you do it for a little bit cheaper? Maybe. I don't know. But I did see that from Greg Thompson, and I was like, well, maybe. We'll see what happens.
It's interesting to see because I was just going through it, and he's already. I went to ESPN. He's already been dubbed Boogie Basham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Boogie's his nickname.
Boogie Basham. Buffalo will just eat that up 110%. But it's interesting to see because I mean, first of all, welcome Joe. Good to see you for the third round, Joe from Believers Talk.
Mm-hmm.
We got a special announcement happening later. Is this later, Paul?
Yeah,
or is it
we'll
gonna be
do
this
that.
later?
We'll do that. We'll do that.
We'll do that.
We'll
a few
tease you a
minutes.
little bit. And by the way, Tommy, I've never worked with you before either, so it's good to finally
man.
work with you, man. And
Glad to meet you, buddy.
Tommy, Joe is such a pain in the ass during these collabs. I apologize.
No! Listen, guys, I knew we couldn't have Dan Mitchell on like we thought we would because of his computer issues.
That's
so I decided to bring.
Yeah.
Huh?
I heard about that. His brother broke his computer.
Well, that's what he says. Let's be honest. He got drunk and through it. But
what sights is he going on?
I brought enough alcohol, so I'm good. And
are you drinking White Russians? Is that what that is?
No, this is actually. So I don't know if I can show this on camera. Like,
yeah, you can. Yeah, it's
okay,
fine.
good.
Joe's got that spicy
Pennsylvania
water.
Dutch eggnog.
Eggnog?
Eggnog. So it's eggnog made with whiskey, brandy, and rum, all thrown in there just for fun. So there might be a little eggnog in here. I don't know.
Just a little?
I stopped tasting it 2 drinks
It's a
ago.
sip. That's a sip drink, my friend. That's
He
a
has
sip
no idea what it is right now.
What?
It's something mixed with eggnog.
Yeah. Hey, the fact that I can still read brandy, rum, and whatever the other thing was on the bottle is very impressive.
Joe's at the point he's about to put one of them carnival straws in a Crown Royal bottle and be like, "I got you, I got you, boys."
Let's go.
Pierre drops in. Looks like Cody Ford was happy with that Basham pick. Yeah, I would have been too if I were him.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been thrilled with that.
Not when he's getting beat off the ball in practice.
Well, I mean, if you're Daryl Johnson, right? Like,
Truth, Mitchell is in jail. Wait, Donnie Brooks says Mitchell's in jail.
Mitchell is not in jail. Unfortunately, he did message us on Twitter saying that his Zoom app is acting a little funky. He's having trouble getting in. So he's I don't know if we're gonna see Dan. He's
bark twice if you're in Milwaukee.
I gotta step away for a second, boys.
He's in Miami right now, I think, and he said his brother broke his computer. So
that's fine. I mean, Dan's always here in spirit. We understand that.
Exactly.
He'll be here, and we got Drew Gear from the Rock Power Report still trying to get in, but we have Tommy from Buffalo Mafia Sports Talk and Joe from Believers Talk here joining us on the dais for the third round. Very interesting things. Andre Cisco going to Syracuse, ladies and gentlemen. Or going to Syracuse. He went to Syracuse. He's going to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He's going back. He's going back.
He's going back.
Yeah, Mitchell isn't the only guy that's drunk tonight, guys. Let me just tell you. But the point is this. Interestingly enough, obviously they address a couple picks with their offense. They get some very, very good talent on their offensive side of the ball. And now they're like, listen, we have to try shoring up this defense. We got to get some people. So if I was to look at the depth chart for the Jags, let me just pull this up really quick. It's interesting to find out that finally Meyer's starting to put together a pretty decent team now. It seems like he's starting to put together in a very winnable South. Let's just say that. I mean, this is a very, very winnable South down there. So, all right, I have to go back. Who was their 2 second-round picks really quick? So they took Cisco in the third round. Their second-round picks, they took a corner, Tyson Campbell out of Georgia, and their second pick was Walker Little, offensive tackle. So you get a tackle from Stanford to protect your quarterback. You have your new running back there, and then you pick up a safety and a cornerback in the same draft, which is something that you needed. So you got Josh Allen on the front end playing there, and you have Miles Jack on the second level. Now you have your 2 guys on the third level with Shaquille Griffin. So that team on paper is starting to look good. It's starting to look pretty good over there. They seem to be putting together some pieces. So your thoughts on the Cisco pick for Jacksonville? Let me talk. Go Joe and then Tommy.
I would go Tommy first.
You go Tommy first.
Let's be honest.
Joe, shot time.
Shots. No, we're good.
Yeah. Tommy, I know we had talked about you just being on for round 2, but obviously with Dan having some technical issues, Drew actually got his second coronavirus vaccination today, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not feeling so good. He goes, I will definitely make an appearance. But if you want to stick around for a little bit, you're absolutely more than welcome to. I know we had just scheduled you for round 2, but I see no reason, see no reason to boot you to the street yet."
Oh, boot me to the curb. Get out of here. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'll stay as long as you guys want me to be on. I'm cool with that, man.
All right,
Thank
sweet.
you so much.
Full disclosure, I was thinking Paul was going to leave and Tommy was going to stay.
Oh, all right then.
I'm just
Well,
kidding, work wife. It's okay.
Isn't it important to be loved in life? Isn't that important?
But as we were
so
talking
did you-
about, Paul,
did Cisco just go?
before you
Did Cis-
came in hot, Cisco went
Yeah.
to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You know what? Cisco, Syracuse has some sneaky, talented players, right? You talk about Melifano. Cisco was probably a little bit overshadowed by Melifano in Buffalo. So this pick might feel a little funky because we've been talking about Melifano for, a couple months at this point, just in Bill's circles.
Yeah.
But, to be honest with you, Cisco's going to be a very solid player in Jacksonville. This is a very fair place for him to be picked. This isn't going to set too high an expectation on him, and you're not going to ask him to start right away. So, I like Cisco quite a bit, but to Jacksonville, my condolences to his family.
Right.
I'm always a little wary of Western New York's take on a Syracuse guy. I always feel like there might be a little bias there. But Paul's right here. I think this is pretty good value for Cisco and Mario, like you said, working on that secondary for the Jacksonville Jaguars is something that, well, let's be honest, they could pick anybody. We're like, yeah, working on that position for the Jaguars is a good idea. They could pick another quarterback. We're like, yeah, they probably need a good backup for Trevor. So, Jacksonville has a lot of holes, but this is a good pick in the second round. But again, I think, to Paul's point as well, I kind of think that maybe Melifante and Cisco kind of fed off each other a little bit, right? And maybe their numbers got bloated a little bit just because they're both on the same team, both NFL prospects, top 100 prospects. So you have to take that with that as well. That's it. Drink.
Two things really quick that I wanted to mention. John Vernon. So is Paul saying that Syracuse is Washington East?
I absolutely put Huskies for life in the chat in immediate response to that.
I'm pretty sure that Paul,
Huskies
that
for
if you
life.
combine Syracuse and Washington, he can win the national title with those teams.
Absolutely, I could. Absolutely.
So I do have a question for you guys, and Tommy, I'll get your opinion first, just because we haven't worked together yet. So we'll be interested to see. So I have a cornerback in mind for the Buffalo Bills, who is probably going to go in the fourth round. And of course, as I start talking about him, I forget his name. He's from LSU. He's projected to be a fourth rounder, I believe. Kerry Vincent. Yeah, I think that's Kerry Vincent, right? Gary Vincent. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? Probably not. It doesn't look like it.
Joe.
Yeah. So I just want to know what your thoughts were on. I mean, I think there's a lot of sleeper cornerbacks in this draft.
I don't mind him, but I still see him dropping. I still see Afatu dropping.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, and I've been saying, players are dropping in this draft that weren't supposed to drop.
Mm-hmm.
I still like him for our pick. I actually thought we were going to take him last round. The fact that he's now in the third round, I would still target him. If he's off the board, then yeah, he's not a bad pick. I also like Tay Gowan from UCF. He's a solid corner.
Yep.
So those two guys right there would be the ones I like the best as far as corner. But no matter what, I feel we have to draft a corner in this round. We have to address that position. The cornerback position is, when we're going after veterans that are, they can't even stay on the field, it's a problem. For much as I like Levi Wallace, he's not a true complement to Trey. So we have to address that. And I feel we have to address it now. And I wouldn't be surprised if we draft more than one cornerback in this draft. Yeah.
Kind of like the wide receivers last year.
I feel like we can get one in the third, and I feel like we can get one probably in the fifth.
Do you think that the mass signing of re-signing the offensive guys this offseason was kind of like a little bit tipping your hand, the fact that we're going to go all defense in this draft? Do you think they're going to actually maybe pick up a running back here or pick up a tackle there or something like that?
if we were going to pick up a running back, I feel like we would have already picked him up.
We would have did it.
Yeah, we already did it. I feel like, man, really Bean's press conference kind of said it after the season. I kind of feel like he like I told you before, he likes Devin Singletary.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he thinks it was more of an offensive line issue than the running back issue. So,
why'd you resign your whole offensive line?
yeah, exactly. So I that's what I think. I don't think we're going to take any offensive players except for linemen.
Well, there's
no wide receivers, no tight ends. I don't think we're going to draft a tight end. I don't think we're going to draft a receiver, and we're not going to draft a running back. We have freaking guys on the practice squad still, running backs. We have Antonio Williams still, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So there's.
Yeah, I agree.
I just don't see us drafting a running back or a wide receiver. I just feel like right now we got to cornerbacks. I feel like we're going to draft 2 and offensive linemen for the rest of the draft.
I mean,
defense, I think that's it as far as edge. I would think.
Well, no, I was just trying to say from a business standpoint, if you're Bean and you're still relatively new in your role as far as a GM of an NFL franchise, and you used picks to trade up to get Singletary, and then you decide to pull the ripcord on that. The next couple of years when you go into a draft and say, I need to trade these 2 picks for this guy. Well, what about Singletary? That'll be in the back of the mind. You know what I mean? Unless you're able to trade Singletary for more picks that you're going to need. I know, Paul, I see you shaking your head there.
Yeah.
No. That's all I'm saying is, from a business standpoint, if you use multiple picks to go get Devin Singletary and then you end up picking his replacement, okay, you're admitting wrongdoing in the draft. How does that affect you going forward as your employer looks at you in the draft?
Listen, Mark, I know you got your Morpheus glasses on and you think like this is a take the red pill or take a blue pill moment, but the fact still remains. I want to get back to something that Dave Walker had brought up, and I want to cycle this. That's it. You put them all together and now you jump. That's what you do. I don't disagree with David.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling you. Didn't Moss have some fumbling issues?
Hold on, Paul. My audio went out. I'm trying to put it back right now, so. I knocked it out. Because that's what I do. No. Yes. I'm trying to switch it to the system right now. It's not letting me do it. All right, go ahead.
Damn it, Mario.
Paul sounds
like table in the draft room. It's funny. Stephen Gordy brings it up. I make a Matrix reference, and then all of a sudden there's a glitch.
Yeah.
Great. I appreciate that. Those mind-blowing content. What a God. Are we back? Okay, we're good. Okay, back working. Thanks, Rick. So, I have a feeling like the love of Devin Singletary among the coaching staff isn't really a love of Devin Singletary, and that they'd be happy to move on. With that being said, I don't think you're finding that answer.
Damn it.
Breida, Christian Wade. God, I can't believe that name just came out of my mouth. Tywan Jones, who literally hasn't done anything on offense since he caught that pass that cost you the playoff game in Houston. And then Singletary and Moss. That's a fine group to go in if you're not planning on running the ball 25 times a game.
Right.
You're fine sitting where you are.
Too.
Right. Which we're not. That's not clearly that's not Dable's style moving forward, especially with Allen improving. And I think we have too many weapons on the outside. But is it really the fact that our offensive line can't run block as well as it can pass block too? I mean, you got to take that into consideration. What we are on offense through the regular season, and we totally changed our style in the playoffs. So, you know, if they're doing that, then we have to address the running and we have to address the offensive line. If that's what they're doing. Like, I didn't understand that. Why Dable all of a sudden played to, like, he totally switched the game plan going into the playoffs, and it affected us.
Well, I think that, and you know, I'd have to watch the game film again, that the Chiefs did a good job forcing that hand, though. I think the Chiefs did a good job on Diggs. And we saw throughout the season, right? The Tennessee game, when John Brown went out, we had a hard time throwing the ball. You know, when John Brown went out early in the season, we had a hard time throwing the ball. Teams take notice to that. And so I feel like, you know, the Ravens did a good job taking Diggs away. You can't take Diggs away completely, but, you know, contain Diggs and, you know, make Allen find the other guys, you know, and, you know, we were talking about Singletary dropping some passes. There was a key third down in the Chiefs game, right? Where Singletary drops what would have been an easy first down. And I'm not saying Mosswan dropped it too. I'm just saying that did happen. And yeah, so maybe there's a little of Dable being forced to change his hand too, and saying, "Whoa, this is what they're doing." We always criticize coordinators for not being able to change on the fly, and then when they try to, we always are quick to criticize to say, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that." Well, you know, it goes both ways.
Well. To talk about that game real quick, I also feel like we played into the Chiefs' hands, and we were more worried about the Chiefs' offense and how we were going to keep them off the field, which I just can't stand that. Like, play our game, and that's how it was going to be. It was going to be offense versus offense, how I was expecting it, a high-scoring game, which I think most of us were expecting, back and forth. And I felt like Dable wanted to, or McDermott maybe wanted to, run the ball more to limit them keep them off the field more. And that just wasn't going to work. We didn't do that well any part of the season. We didn't run the ball and keep teams off the field by running the ball. So why were we going to do it all of a sudden in this game? It didn't work the first game we played against them. Why will we go back to the well? It made no sense to me.
Like, I was expecting a high scoring game too, but then someone will have to tell me in the comment section, it was either 9-0 or 9-7 at halftime, right? The Bills were up 9-0, I think it was. So
we had I believe we scored. We had the right away. We had the touchdown. Remember?
Missed the extra point. Thanks, Tyler Bass.
Exactly. Right.
Now everyone hates him because he missed the extra point.
But it had nothing to do with their offense, though. That had nothing to.
Right.
I just felt like we were trying to play, you know, in their hands, and it don't work. It doesn't work that way. We weren't, especially our defense. Like, I felt like we were scared our defense could not control them, and obviously that was the case. But I really felt like if we would have just went in there and let Josh be Josh and let our offense just how we were playing all season, the game would have been maybe different, in my opinion. It would have been down to the last maybe 2 minutes. I felt like we. Like I said, we played a style that wasn't our style all season. And all of a sudden and we played TJ Yeldon that made no sense to me because they had no faith in Singletary. And really, Yeldon didn't do that well anyway. So I don't understand why we did that. It made no sense. So, you know, that's where I stand with that, with the running game and the
I don't know why we went with Yeldon and didn't go with Williams, to be honest with you.
Correct.
If we're going to switch it up at that point, switch it up, go to the young guy that no one has film on that can really mix it up.
I disagree there, right, Joe? Because you're talking about a player who came in with one NFL game, and honestly, the player that you got from UNC was a special teams running back and a third down receiving back. That's who he was at UNC. You don't walk into an AFC championship game and give him 25 touches. You don't. Going with Yeldon made the most sense. He had been on the team for 2 years at that point. But the fact that Singletary was there and in the doghouse that much that Yeldon was the one taking the snaps, and that's a testament to where they, how comfortable.
But what I'm saying is, if they knew they were only going to use Yeldon, they didn't use Yeldon for 25 carries. So, what's the difference if we're like, does veteran, and this is a question, I'm not saying it doesn't, does veteran experience at the running back position matter on the sideline? And it might like have that veteran presence during the AFC Championship game, or would you rather that young guy come in for 2-3 plays, or how many plays they used Yeldon for?
Right.
What do you think the Chiefs went out and got? Why do you think the Chiefs went out and got Le'Veon Bell? Because experience matters. Experience matters.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, that's where that conversation stops for me, right? I don't think Buffalo gets better with a rookie running back, right? I think Buffalo gets better by Matt Breida, and I may be crazy and wrong for that, but I think the Matt Breida signing is a very smart signing. But I know Tommy disagrees with me. Mar, as far as the Breida signing for you, where is that for you on the scale of fixes run game to not going to make the roster, right? Where does Breida fall in that conversation at running back for the Bills? Because you have an opportunity again, you can make a swing for a running back here. I can't tell you that I'm comfortable with any of them, but here is just as good a place as any, I suppose.
No, I think the good running backs are off the board right now, to be honest with you.
Can Mario hear us?
I don't think Mark can hear us now.
I'm on a severe delay right now. This is ridiculous.
Michael Carter from UNC is interesting if we were to draft him, but what round are you comfortable with drafting him? And can he really make an impact?
Okay, let me just do this. All right, be quiet for 10 seconds. Be quiet for 10 seconds. 10.
Wait, was that you telling us we could talk again? Because
I'm going to continue to produce the show. I can hear you through YouTube. I'm on a delay. You guys have fun.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
Thanks, Mario.
The Matrix. What's going on?
That's it. It's the freaking Matrix. Mar, we need to get you a headphone extender. We need to get you a headphone extender. That's ridiculous.
I'm out. Mario out. Mic drop. He heard Paul talking about blue pills, got excited. He needs to go. So Mario, who won this?
Mario literally can't hear you, so there's no point.
All right, so Paul, who right now available running back? Who would you like? That's on the board that you could see us. I mean, honestly, that you would pick. That's better than Singletary.
Jared Patterson, obviously.
I mean,
no, I think you're getting more of the same, right? You're back to where you were. If you're looking to address running back now, you're back to more of the same.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm not really down with that. The one player that I do like a lot is Javian Hawkins from Louisville, but I mean, you're talking 6th round, maybe. I just don't think you can improve your team.
Right.
Doing the same thing over and over again. You keep going back for 3rd round running backs. I just don't think that fixes anything. And I don't think, and unfortunately, I think a lot of us thought that Buffalo was going to try to address that nickel linebacker role, myself included, for the last 3 months. I was like, well, got to get that nickel linebacker. And here we are taking 2 defensive ends, and we still need some assistance at guard. We probably need a center. And Buffalo has a huge gap here. So Buffalo has pick 93. Once you get past pick 93, it's a desert for a while. So if you're going to do anything, you can maybe bundle some of those 5th round picks and move up into the 4th. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe you take the 2 5ths and your 3rd and try and move up. Now, you could do that. But the fact of the matter is Buffalo's got a huge cavern between where they are now and where they will be tomorrow. Buffalo right now is the 93rd pick, and then they don't pick again till 161.
Right.
So what are you addressing at 161? You're not addressing your nickel linebacker role. You're not finding a starting guard at 161. Like you're looking for special teams players at 161. So what is the need? What's the need?
Correct.
What do you have to have at 93 that you won't be able to get at 161?
Well, I would say a corner. If a corner's there that's slipping, I still.
I will remind Paul, however, that Matt Milano was pick 163. So
I still like a corner, man.
Stop it, Joe. 163, Matt Milano. Although there are a couple nice linebackers from Boston College. Just throwing that out there.
Always are.
I just don't know if the top corner, not top corners, but I don't know if some of these guys will be there at that pick. That's the problem. I see what you're saying, Paul. So I mean, do we trade down and get a couple more picks? I think Bean's going to see how this goes, I guess, right? And see who drops, really. You know, I don't think he makes a decision right now. I think he's going to wait to see who gets picked here.
So since Mario was keeping us up to date on who got drafted, should we still be doing that for everybody?
Oh, no, Rick actually is taking care of that in the chat. Rick's been doing it all night. Rick is actually our connection to the M25 farm, who is the hashtag charity coming up effective in August. So that means half the monthly, half of the funds from the membership go right to M25. Half of the super chats during the football season, they're going right to M25 Farms. They're a non-for-profit that have donated 500,000 pounds of food to local food pantries. They will help you learn to farm. They'll teach you agriculture. They'll give you land to teach you how to farm. It's a really incredible opportunity to be able to give back to another Bills fan. He's in Central New York. I'm trying to see if we can get out there to go see him. He's got a lawn mower that has Bills logos on it, guys.
Nice.
The deck for his lawnmower has Bills logos on it. So it was a no-brainer. You know, a member of the hashtag nation, raising funds for a 501(c)(3). It just makes sense, you know. So we're really excited to connect with them. I do want to pull out as well, while we are talking about things that are coming up for hashtag, I want to welcome Joe to the hashtag fold. Joe's actually going to be picking up a lot of stuff on the hashtag page for us, taking over the hashtag shorts, contributing on episodes along the way. So we're really excited. Joe's going to be moving over from Believers Talk to hashtag on a full-time basis. So we're really excited to welcome Joe in. And, obviously we have over 100 people watching this. So I'm sure a bunch of them are really excited to know that you'll be working directly with us under hashtags. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, and I planned to shoot a video. I knew we were making an announcement on draft day together, so I didn't want to do it. But I'll be shooting a video on Believers Talk, just letting people know that, because I truly believe that most people on both platforms probably, subscribers are probably some of the same people like Rick and Scott and a lot of the people. But yeah, I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited to continue to contribute to talking Buffalo Bills with you guys. And listen, Bills fans are very fortunate to have such a large media presence. And because first and foremost, I am a Bills fan. I think that to be said about everyone on these platforms. And not only do we have a huge media presence, they're all amazing. Like yesterday, I was on with Rico and the guys from Buffalo Fanatics. And one thing I always say is it's amazing because you can have all these different platforms and yet so many different perspectives. And for someone like me who can never get enough Buffalo Bills talk, it's just awesome to be able to do that. So I'm excited to be here with you guys, and I'm excited to continue with great content for the hashtag nation. And and I also want to say, if you're not going to give us a thumbs up for the channel for what we're doing right now, give a thumbs up to Rick for the charitable cause that he's part of, and just give this channel a thumbs up. But thanks, guys.
And welcome, obviously welcome, Joe. So we got to get back to the draft. We've had a lot of picks come in since we've been talking about the future of the Bills running back position, a position they are not going to use their 3rd round draft pick on.
Nope.
Hot take. So Milton Williams goes to the Eagles. They take a defensive tackle. Aleem McNeil goes to the Lions at pick 72. Aaron Robinson was tumbling down the boards from UFC. He finally lands with the Giants, cornerback from UFC. Brady Christensen from, if there was ever a guy that went to Brigham Young, I mean, talk about a perfect name. Brady Christensen, the offensive tackle from Brigham Young. Joseph Asai is the edge rusher. He is going to Cincinnati, who again just seem to forget that they have absolutely no way to protect their quarterback right now. The Falcons take Jalen Mayfield at 68. Davis Mills, another quarterback, goes off the board for Houston. Who doesn't think Houston needs a quarterback right now? Kellen Mond, the quarterback from Texas A&M, is now a Minnesota Viking. He went there at 66. And as you all know, Andrew Cisco started the round at pick 65, the safety going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So Washington is up. And if we take a look where Buffalo sits right now, we're still a few picks away, right? Buffalo's picking at pick 93. We're only at pick 74. But I think it's important to know who is where. Las Vegas has back-to-back picks at 79 and 80. Vegas has had a very random draft so far. So is there a target here if you're Buffalo? Because, again, there's such a big drop-off between 93 and 161. Is there a player on the board right now that you have to have, that you're willing to give up one of those 5th-round picks to go get? Or are we talking about you're willing to give up 2022 assets to go up and go get? Is there any player, Joe, we'll start with you. Tommy, we'll go with you next. Is there any player on the board that if you're Buffalo, you're saying, listen, we got to get in now? And if who is that player? And would you give up 2021 assets or 2022 assets to make the move?
I always, and this is probably one of my downfalls, but I hate giving up future capital for current players, and especially in the draft. I mean, I had an issue with giving up a 4th-round pick this year for Stephon Diggs when that first, even now in my mind, and others will disagree with me, I'm sure, in the chat, like Stephon Diggs had an amazing year last year. There's no doubt about it, and he was worth the trade. But there still has to be some expectation this year because we still missed out on a 4th-round pick this year because we got Stephon Diggs. So I'm not sure if that makes sense to everybody. But yeah, I think that that he still has a little more expectation on him than normal just because, it cost a little bit more this year than just a straight up trade. As far as player we need right now that we can't get 11, 12 picks later, no, there's no one on my board that I'm looking at right now saying, oh, we have to get that guy. I'm looking at the cornerback. There's no one that I think that would really be a standout difference here between these cornerbacks and picking those. We talked about the running backs. We're not going there 3rd round. So not anyone for me, but I'm not sure.
All right, Tommy, what are you thinking? Anybody you have to have, and what assets are we talking about here?
No. I stay with the pick. I don't trade up or down. I think it's clear he's being patient in this draft. Unlike his previous drafts where he was trading up a few times, it just seems like right now he's being patient. He's letting them fall to him. And I just, once again, I feel like there's no desperate need for him to do that. You know what I mean? So I really, truly feel like he's going to stay put. He's going to wait and see, who drops to him basically and take the best on the board. I still like the cornerback. He's still sitting there. Ifatu, if he stays there, I would definitely draft him. I don't think he's going to be at that spot though. But is he worth trading up for? No.
So I think what John Calvin mentions that Justin Jefferson had 1,400 yards last year. I will be honest with you. I do not feel like the Buffalo Bills offense would have been effective with Jefferson, as effective with Jefferson over Diggs. And I think you have to look at the window, right? We talk all the time about NFL teams in the window. Oftentimes teams want to try and strike with ancillary talent while they have a quarterback on a rookie deal, right? That's what Buffalo did with Diggs. They said, listen, we can get the fifth wideout on the board, and maybe 2 years from now, we're feeling good about that. Or we can get the asset that we know is going to impact our football team today, because again, you talk about the window, right? Once you start paying your quarterback, it exponentially stresses the other positions, because you have to find value at almost every other position for near no money. So the Diggs deal, while I understand your point, Joe, the juice is worth the squeeze there, right? You know, if I'm giving up a fourth this year for Diggs, I'm still expecting Diggs level production, and I'm willing to accept that, no problems at all. My question becomes, at what point do you have to start depending on the draft to keep that production? You have Josh Allen coming up on an option year, an option the Bills have yet to pick up, although I'm absolutely confident that they will. That's a $23 million option. It's going to basically triple his salary, right? That's just for 2022. At what point do you have to look at a player like Beasley and say he needs to be draft replaceable? At what point do you look at your offensive line and say Feliciano, he has to be draft replaceable? Morris, he has to be draft replaceable. And your replacement level players have to be through the draft. Right. At where is Buffalo with that? Is that this year? And are the Bills missing the boat by going back-to-back defensive ends when they could be reassessing some of the value that they're not going to be able to afford to hold on to in 2022?
Well, to me, center, like you brought Mitch Morse, to me, centers are a position that you can really, I mean, you might not be able to get like one of the top guys, but you could still really get in the third, fourth round and plug them in. And I was looking on my draft board, and maybe he was drafted already for the center from Wisconsin. At the start of today, he was still on the board. And to me, Wisconsin always produces good, kind of like we were joking about Boston College with linebackers. Wisconsin always produces good offensive front five. And
absolutely, they do. Yeah, those country boys know how to block, man.
That's right.
Those country boys know how to block.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm not worried about that. Now, when people, you know, everyone talks about Bean and how we trust the process. You know, I've always thought that the scouts have done a much better job on day 3 hits than most other teams. And so with that confidence going in there makes me feel a little more confident replacing some of these positions. Also, when you look at like the top, you know, talk about Beasley. I mean, Beasley's the cream of the crop when it comes to slot receivers. But when you look at some of the top wide receivers in the draft, thank you. When you talk about the top wide receivers in the draft, they're normally not slot receivers. You can get your slot guys a little later too. My wonderful wife just brought down more alcohol, so don't worry, guys, we'll be fine.
Perfect. Good man. I love the flyby. That's nice. That's the fly-in fueling. Good job.
So that's how I feel about these replacements. I feel like, you know, we do need to replace these guys, and, you know, kind of like the same problem that the Chiefs are soon going to have when they have a $1 billion quarterback. You have to find these guys cheap. And that's what I feel like that's what we did with defensive end today. We got a lot cheap, hopefully at least one hits defensive ends.
So, Tommy, when you take a look at the money the Buffalo Bills are spending across the offensive line, do you think you have to kind of kiss that goodbye in 2022? And are you hoping the Bills start trying to build that foundation this year? Or do you think they have to bank on 2022 given the decisions you've made so far over the last 2 days?
They definitely got to address the center position. Mitch Morse scares the hell out of me.
Okay.
I would potentially try to do it this draft if they can. I just don't see Morse lasting after this season. I don't even know if he'll finish this season. He's had numerous concussions. He just, you know, and the worst, I know you're saying Feliciano can go over to center, and he can. But once again, if that happens, that mixes the whole line up. Then you got to slide everybody over, and it's just a mess. And I'd rather us not be in that position. So yeah, we have to address that sooner than later.
So let's catch up on the draft board a little bit and see what is shaken out, because again, as these picks come in, Buffalo is still at a point where maybe this is a trade back. We talked about targets for Buffalo. We talked about Jabril Cox still on the board. We talked about Melifanu still on the board, right?
Mhm.
So there's some opportunities here, but Buffalo doesn't a 4th-round pick is the ammo to go up to where you want to be right now. 2 5th-round picks might be the value, but I don't think those late-round picks carry as much credit as they used to, because I think a lot of teams are kind of afraid of the end of the draft here, right? You're going to be drafting guys with injury history or guys you haven't really had a ton of contact with, which is a lot different than what you're used to. So just to back up, we had mentioned Milton Williams went 73rd, the defensive tackle from Louisiana Tech, to the Eagles. Benjamin St. Just from Minnesota, cornerback, goes to Washington. A player that I liked quite a bit for Buffalo was Osa Odighizuwa. Whew, 3 White Claws deep made that one happen. From UCLA. He went to Dallas. I really thought that was a typical McDermott type player. I thought he would have been a good fit, but obviously going back-to-back defensive ends, not really a priority. Paulson Adebo, the cornerback from Stanford, goes to the New Orleans Saints. The Saints, again, are starting to invest in that defense, because the fact of the matter is you're not sure who your quarterback of the future is going to be. You weren't going to get a quarterback. You might as well just try and keep points off the board, right? Josh Palmer, wide receiver from Tennessee, goes to the Chargers, which is really a smart pick for them. They have to start looking down the road at the wide receiver position. Chaz Surratt, who is just a McDermott guy. Like, you talk about bleeding process. This is a former quarterback who transitioned to linebacker for UNC, which is a college that keeps coming up, right? Keeps coming up. You see USC mentioned over and over again. Around Buffalo circles, Chaz Surratt was a very big McDermott type player, and he's going to go to the Vikings. Now, the Raiders have back-to-back picks here. Their pick is in for 79. They have not announced their pick for either yet, but once you start looking at pick 80, that's the second pick for Vegas. That's a tradable pick. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's a pick that Buffalo you're looking for. It gets you ahead of Miami, right? Because is Miami a target for corners? No, but Miami's also had a pretty fair swing at this draft and could likely afford to trade down, right? So it's not really about getting ahead of teams as much as it is going and getting the player you want now. Early rounds, sometimes it's about getting ahead of certain organizations. Now, I don't really know if it's that. I think you just got to go get the player you want. We'll find out who the Raiders picked at 79. We'll find out if they made the pick at 80. But isn't it fascinating how we sit here and we are, how many picks later? The Bills picked it at 63, and we're talking about pick almost 80. And 2 of the targets that we had talked about, actually 3 of the targets that we had talked about, still on the board. Quinn Marinez is still on the board. Jabril Cox is still on the board, and Melifanu is still on the board, which just goes to prove Bean and this front office have it together. Like they have their finger on the pulse, and it's impressive. Now, Tommy, I'm going to kick it to you real quick. We've been talking about Cox and Melifanu for a while. How do we get here in round 3? Like how have we ended up here where we're still talking about the same players a full round later?
Once again, I feel like the Corona stuff hurt a lot of these players. A lot of these players are dropping in the draft because of that. And like Mario said, you don't know the backstory on a lot of these guys. Why are they dipping? Why are they sliding in the draft? There could be a lot more to it that we don't know. These GMs know, or, so yeah, that's what I was saying when I was tweeting out to you guys saying this guy could slip. You never know. The draft is funny that way, especially this draft. This draft, a lot of these guys going, and I said it earlier, a lot of the cornerbacks are going to drop that were projected to go in the first and second round. Mm-hmm. And it's holding true. Asante Samuel, a lot of people had us picking him. Mm-hmm. A lot of people had him going 20 something. I thought I saw on some mock draft. So, And the fact that he got picked up mid second round, I mean, says a lot. And so I think Bean is being very patient, and I don't see him making a trade to move up, because I get what you're saying with the Dolphins, and they would love that, and I think they would entertain that all day, because they are acquiring picks like crazy. But I just don't feel like we need to right now. I feel like the player we want is going to drop in our lap like it's been. I feel Bean's been doing an excellent job in this draft. Excellent.
So trust the process. Says newsflash: Brandon Bean is not going to address the run game. We're a pass-only offense. And I have a problem with that. Jessica Tennis, who's the all-star of this draft, by the way, would Patrick Jones II drive the fan base crazy? I mean, you can leverage a player like Patrick Jones II to your advantage by knowing he's still on the board, right? You can make phone calls to other teams. There's no law against that, saying, listen, here's the guy. We're going to take him unless you give us such and such, right? You could bluff other teams like that. There's no law against that, and I'm sure it absolutely happens in NFL circles. So I want to point out Wyatt Davis is still on the board right now. I can't imagine a scenario with the hemorrhaging of talent that the Las Vegas Raiders have had across the offensive line that Wyatt Davis isn't the pick here in one of these two. We don't know yet that the Raiders have yet to even, like, they drafted Alex Leatherwood, but let's be real, they have yet to address their offensive line. So is there a pick here, Joe, where you look at Buffalo saying, okay, that's my guy, I'm out? Like, you talk about draft boards all the time. Where is the I'm out, right? Where the value just isn't there. Like, I'm out. I'm good to get back into the fourth. I'm good here right now. Where's that line for Buffalo, or is that line here with what's on the board?
No, I think that we still have some space here. Like Tommy said, I think that the board is falling towards. I mean, especially in the first round. I remember I even put something in the chat when listening to you guys that the board was falling to the Buffalo Bills very nicely. And I think, Paul, you mentioned that with the way the board fell, you thought there was a good chance that Buffalo was going to trade down in the first round. I thought so too. But again, as Mario brought up earlier, in order to trade down in the draft, you need to have a trade partner, right? It's not, I mean, we don't know if being tried and just couldn't find anybody, or if there was just no try. But for me personally, as far as draft, there are plenty of guys here that will last 11, 12, 13 picks where, Buffalo doesn't need to. Now, again, if Buffalo, and Tom, let me know if you agree with this too, if Buffalo does trade up and use one of their fifths or both their fifths, even, like, okay, fine, whatever. If that's what you need to get the cornerback out of Syracuse, then great. I think Tommy said this. I think most people would agree with this. When it comes to the NFL draft, if you have a player in mind, you do what you have to do to get him. Period. Like, I don't care who that player is. You look at the Las Vegas Raiders on their first round pick that, whoever was supposed to be in the second round, they obviously had him at a high grade. And, you talk about bluffing a little bit earlier. Maybe there was a team that was bluffing, saying, hey, if you don't get him here, he's not going to be there in the second round because we're going to take him. I would say Cincinnati bluffed to take him, but they weren't going to take an offensive lineman. Everyone apparently knows that. So, but yeah, so that's where I sit. I don't think that there's. I mean, and I know Tommy said he doesn't see us taking a tight end. I see some tight ends on this board. I say if they're still available and some of these other guys go, I wouldn't be surprised if we take a tight end. But
I want to pause for a moment. The Buffalo Bills did not draft a player from UB, but wouldn't you know it, the Las Vegas Raiders did.
Oh.
Let's all give a big clap up for Malcolm Kunze, the linebacker from UB. This is the kind of stuff you need. You want a really good college football program in your backyard. This is what you need. You need a really solid college program supporting an NFL program, because that makes your NFL program just that much better. People want to come to Buffalo. This is great. I'm thrilled to see Malcolm Kunze go. I do think it's a little early, but we're talking a guy who's just a pure athlete at the position. Probably a little bit of an overdraft. It's the Raiders. I mean, are we really all that surprised? But the Raiders back that up with Divine Diablo, which again makes a lot of sense. Safety for the Raiders. Both guys who are probably more small linebackers than they are safeties. So kind of an interesting way that they're going about their defense. But I just can't tell you how thrilled I am to see a defensive player or any player from UB get drafted in the 3rd round or higher. We've seen guys, Patterson, of course, was the talk of the town because he had a couple monstrous games. He had a really great college football season. Patterson was the talk of the town. But to see attention like this, you can't beat it. And UB lost their head coach today, so probably a nice parting gift for the UB football coach. I think he's going to Kansas, if I'm remembering correctly. I think Kansas is where he's going to. All right, so Tommy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Did you have a follow up to what Joe had said? If you remember what that was during my
I remember something.
Perfect.
I know he said about the tight end. I kind of feel like the Bills are still kind of hoping Ertz either gets cut or they can make a potential deal where they trade a 5th or a 6th for him. Other than that, I'm not comfortable with any of the tight ends on the board. Honestly, I'll deal with Knox again for another season. I don't feel that's an upgrade for Knox.
To me, it's not an upgrade for Knox. Who's your second tight end in a 2 tight end set?
I think that's a fair point, right?
Well, the guy that came from Seattle, and I'm having a brain.
Hollister, Jacob Hollister.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. He's intriguing. He played with Allen in college at Wyoming. So that means they have some kind of chemistry, right? He actually played pretty well his rookie season with Seattle. I know he didn't do as well last year, but he's a big dude. It's going to be interesting with him. Definitely. But is he the answer at tight end? No. Yeah. But am I drafting a tight end that's going to be another Hollister, or you know what I mean? I almost feel like they're waiting on Philly to cut Ertz and make a deal happen on a 1-year deal.
And we just talked about tight ends. We just talked about tight ends, and within the division, Miami just added one. Hunter Long is now a Miami Dolphin, the tight end from Boston College.
Makes no sense. I'm sorry, that's a bad pick.
Well, I disagree. To me, I disagree because you look at the tight end room that they have down in Miami. You got their big tight end in a contract year.
Yeah, but you want to replace him with this guy. Gesicki is I think Gesicki is still getting better. I think he had a slow start to his career, but this past season showed you that guy has some hella hands. And yeah, he's going to want some money, but the Dolphins have money to spend. It's not like they're broke. I don't feel like that's a good answer.
It's not.
For them.
It's not necessarily.
They could have picked. You're telling me that pick. They couldn't have picked a better player than that at that position.
I kind of disagree. Hunter Long was the focal point of that Boston College offense. Like he saw like 18 targets in one game. Like this is a dude that offense depended on. He had almost 100 targets, and they didn't play many. They played 11 games in 2020. Like I look at this as a guy that was a guy that you can depend on to at least contribute. And when you have Tua Tagovailoa as your quarterback, don't you kind of need some underneath options? Let's be honest.
Underneath options.
Let's be real.
Yeah, I agree. I guess, but honestly, I would have rather take a running back there. I know it sounds crazy, but
so when I was talking, Tommy, Hunter Long was the name I was thinking of on the board still. So now he's gone. I don't want to go tight end either.
Oh,
but revisionist history. Yeah. That's revisionist history.
But no, Paul, it's not necessarily that I like Hunter Long. Obviously, I mean, I might take the Bills taking him, but it's a matter of, was that the biggest glaring need for Miami that they could have addressed at this spot, right? I mean, I think that there are other players higher on the board that, and again, each board's different. So maybe this was the highest guy on Miami's board because, this Hunter Long was projected to be, picked before this time. So, this is a steal for Miami. But I don't know. I just look at some of the players on the board, some of their draft needs, and say, could they have done something else?
Well, if you're Miami, what do you really need? You need running back help because you got two running backs who combined weigh 300 pounds in Myles Gaskin and Salvin Almond, if I'm remembering the name correctly. So I think there's definitely a need there to try and make your offense a little bit more dynamic. But when you look at the guys that are on the board, Michael Carter's 5'8", Khalil Herbert's 5'9". Like, are you giving yourself anything different at that position? At this point, probably not, right? You're probably not. So maybe they could have added a little bit more boom to their defense because there's still some nice linebackers there that you could go and add some boom to that defense. But as a Buffalo Bill, right? I think teams want to attack you at the tight end position. I think you take care of your division first. You look at this Bills defense and you say, okay, they drafted 2 defensive ends. They still haven't told me how they plan on covering tight ends. New England went out and added 2 really solid players if they happen to be healthy for, a full NFL season. Now you've got Gesicki and Long together. At some point, you have to look at what's going on inside your division and say, well, okay, this is how teams are gearing up for us. Does that impact your next pick, right? Does that make your pick at linebacker, your pick at safety here, all that more important? Because teams are showing their hand to you right now. They've made the commitment to showing you their hand, except for the Jets. They have no earthly idea what's going on in the world of football. But no, Javonte Williams has been gone for quite some time, Donnybrook. But does that pick tell you what teams are planning on doing against you this year?
Right.
I think it does.
I agree with you. I think it does too. I just don't think. I think Matt Milano is a better cover linebacker than we're giving him credit for, though.
Old Fashioned Trousers says, Paul, assuming there's no more defensive ends the Bills are going to draft in this draft. I think they're done defensive end. They got to be done.
That would be unbelievable. 3 in a row. I'd have to.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would say at that point.
Yeah, people are going to be like, since when was Mayock making our picks? Tommy, what do you think about that? Do you think teams are going to try attack Buffalo through the tight end position this season? And is Buffalo prepared for that if the season were to start tomorrow?
No, not now. I think Milano, though, I will say this about Milano. I still say he was banged up last season. He is a lot better pass coverage than what he showed last season. That's because he was playing hurt. So, Edmonds is the one that worries me. So yes, teams are definitely seeing that weakness in us. And yeah, I mean, but like I said, let's see what happens. It's a new season. Milano's going to be healthy. He's coming on a new contract, so he better show his worth. But once again, though, yes, they got 2 tight ends, but look who's throwing to them. He has to make it count, right? So Tua has to make that pass count. Look what we did against him in the last game. It just goes to show you that their pass protection was pretty bad. So if they don't improve that, I don't care what tight ends they have. It's not going to make a difference.
So let me ask that question a different way, right? Okay. So I just want to see, I just want to stretch the confines of that question a little bit, right? Can the Bills afford to not address the safety or linebacker position with this pick? Now, mind you, they've gone defensive end. So we take a look at the Bills and how you cycle players, right? We do have some offensive needs. You have some defensive needs. Can the Bills afford to do anything other than linebacker or safety with this pick?
Yes, because they can address that next season. The 3rd round, you're not going to get a stud linebacker or safety to guard tight. If that's what they're concerned about, they're going to have to address that next draft, early in the draft. 3rd round, you're not going to get that kind of you're not going to get that production of what you're talking about. It's not going to happen. And tell me what linebacker you like right now, or safety that's available that you feel that can come in and handle that.
So Pierre Martinez says Isaiah McDuffie in the 5th. I responded with, I want to have your babies. I love Isaiah McDuffie in the 5th round. That is 1,000,000,000% something I'd sign up for. Joe, are you okay?
Well, I just want to make sure your wife doesn't watch this before you say things like that. I talk about my wife
show.
bringing me a drink.
Nothing
I
about
love
what
her.
I said will trigger any mature warnings.
He responds.
Family
He
friendly
responds.
show.
She'll take a drink.
Know how
Like,
to
go
color
ahead.
in the gray. That's it.
Go ahead. I don't care. But I do want. I want to talk about Tommy's point for a minute. Tommy talked about how, what do we expect to get here in the third round, and we probably shouldn't expect to see a starter coming out of the third round. However, again, like you talked about earlier, this is such a weird draft, right? So these scout teams, these front offices, they know things that, as Mario said, we'll learn about in 20 years in a 30 for 30 that we just didn't know. And so even though I don't think we can expect to get a starter in the third round here, there's probably going to be a linebacker that's taken from this point moving forward for some team that's going to hit, that's going to do well. Now, can the Bills be the lucky team to get, we normally do well with late picks,
Mm-hmm.
And could the Bills hopefully find that guy again? Chances are, I think we have a better chance than a team like Las Vegas, because again, our scout team is just better over the past few seasons. So this is why I talked about this before the draft too. Like, there's so much less pressure this year if you're a Bills fan than really any year in a long time. Like, you pick we just took 2 defensive ends in the first and second round. We're like, well, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's a great pick. Good job. Like, there's no pressure at all right now. I was telling a friend, I forget who I was talking to, it might have even been Paul or Mario, and I was just like, the Bills could not pick a single pick this year and move all the draft capital to next year, and we'd still be Super Bowl contenders. Obviously teams would get better, and that wouldn't be good for anybody, but we'd still be Super Bowl contenders. So, it's kind of nice to be sitting here and, unless they went like backup quarterback right now, we'd be like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense of this pick. That makes fun. That's fine.
Right. And when's the last time we could sit as Bills fans and say, wow, we got the 30th pick? We've been so bad for so many years picking in the top 10, praying that we pick the right player. And this is the first time that we now go, okay, there's these options, and this guy's cool for the future. I think we can build with him, and it's never been like that. It's like boom or bust for us, right? For so many years. And I think finally we're in good shape.
Yeah, looking up at the draft board is a lot different than looking at the draft down, right? Where when you're in the top 10, like I remember we picked Marcel Darius and I go, that's great, but we can't score touchdowns. How does that help us? Yeah, we drafted, a pass rush defensive tackle. Marcel Darius was very solid for the Buffalo Bills, but at some point football's about scoring touchdowns. And here we are, we've drafted back-to-back defensive players. We're talking about the options that are out there. And again, I'm just going to throw it out here, right? Just from collecting from the chat, right? Quinn Marinez is still on the board. Jabril Cox is still on the board. Hamza is still on the board. We haven't even talked about Hamza yet. Melifanu, Wyatt Davis, probably the best guard in the draft, is still on the board. And here we are, 8 picks away? What are we? Bills are at 93, and Green Bay's pick is in, right?
Yeah.
So
I like Jabril Cox, by the way. I did mention him. He would be. I wouldn't hate that pick if we picked him over a corner. If he's still there, man, that's tempting. That is a tempting pick.
I want to talk about Hamza real quick, and the reason I want to cycle over to Hamza is because I think this pick goes back to something that we talked about 3 hours ago. Man, I'm like 6 White Claws deep, guys. Sorry, 3 hours ago felt like it's ludicrous speed. Go. So Hamza Nasruddin is the safety from Florida State, and we talked about at the beginning of the stream. Just because you're in on Asante Samuel doesn't mean you're not in on Kando, the defensive end, or it doesn't mean you're not in on Hamza, the safety. These are all things that, even though you're talking to just one player, you find out everything you need to know about everybody else that you're interested in, right? This is very insidious, the way that all this stuff works. So the Bills were super connected to Samuel because it made sense to be connected to Samuel, right?
Right.
What if you're connected to Samuel because you're really interested in, the defensive tackle from Florida State, or Kando, the defensive end from Florida State, or Hamza, the safety, because you're like, listen, if these guys slip down into the third round, now we're going to talk value. Now I'm going to be connected to them without really being connected to them. I've got leverage there, right? Hamza here makes an absolute world of sense because as you get into the later rounds, Bean has a tendency to show us, and some of you may find this to be fascinating. Some of you may think I'm full of it, but Bean has a tendency to shift from underclassmen in late rounds to those older players in later rounds, right?
Yep.
The underclassmen are typically found in those early rounds. Now, last year was a little bit of an aberration there, but these senior class, the junior or seniors, they have a tendency to be those late round picks. Not saying third round is late round, but in this draft, don't you think you want as much film on a player as you can get if you're going to be picking them in the third, fourth, fifth round? I think that's more your fifth, sixth, seventh round this year, right? Is the third, fourth, and fifth. I'm big in on Hamza, a 6'4" safety. Bring him on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Right? Let's go. And that's a realistic pick here for Buffalo.
Let me take a look here at the safety. I'm looking at the safety position overall and seeing who's out there.
I'm not. Donnie Brooks says I'm on to wine coolers next. Listen, bro, I had a 12 pack of these White Claws, and I still got a few in the box. So don't you worry about it.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Don't you worry about it.
Let me go back to my eggnog.
Oh, I know why you're into Hamza.
Why?
Because he played for Florida State.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah.
That's what I just said. Yeah, that's exactly why.
Oh, okay.
You put it all together.
The truth comes out. Okay.
You put it all together. That's how it works.
Okay.
It's so much as cloak and dagger in the NFL, guys. There's so much cloak and dagger. It's unbelievable, right? I'm a big believer Hamza's on the board for Buffalo here. At some point, you only have Hyde and Poyer for this upcoming season, and then maybe 2022 if you want to keep the tandem together. But the truth is, at some point, you're going to have to think about breaking that tandem up. And if you got the opportunity now, you're talking about drafts that the safety position has fallen. Like the safety position is just falling in your lap right now at 93. There's three guys that you could take, and none of them are a bad pick at that position. You could, again, take the ninth corner off the board, or you could take the third safety. Right. What position value is truly best for you? As some like the Hyde and Poyer show isn't going to last forever. Right. So Tommy, Bills draft a safety, right? Let's just for argument's sake say that Hamza's the pick.
Okay.
Right. Let's just for argument's sake say Hamza's the pick. Is the expectation for him to contribute on 50% of snaps throughout the course of the season?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm with you there.
I don't see that. I see he would probably get 20% at best, maybe 30. But it would be, I get what you're saying. Poyer and Micah, that train eventually is going to stop. They're going to, they are getting older, but they just also did re-sign contracts. So, I mean, what are we talking here? Are you talking 2-3 years down the road? Are you talking 2 years? I mean, how long do you want to build the safety up?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So how long do you think Micah's in Buffalo for? Are you only saying one more season? Are you saying 2 or 3?
Well, I'm saying the tandem from a contract standpoint, because here's where things get dicey, right? Hyde and Poyer have been the lifeblood of this defense for a while, right? You do have commitments to them for the next 2 seasons, at least this year and the following season, right? Poyer doesn't hit free agency until 2023. I think Hyde's deal aligns with that. Let me just verify. Micah Hyde hits free agency in 2024, but you can get out of both of those deals next year with not an incredible amount of dead cap. At some point, you have to look at what value you can get now versus what value you're going to need later, right? does a 6'4" safety fix your nickel linebacker problem? Because I'll be honest with you, the more you drop Poyer down into that nickel linebacker role like he's been playing, the shorter his career is going to be.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that.
And that's something I was going to add too. It's not just a matter of Hyde and Poyer. It's who's behind them, right? I mean, 2 seasons ago we saw that I think it was during the last couple of games of the season, maybe even the postseason game. Either one of them was getting dinged up. One of them was getting dinged out for a little bit and back and forth. So they're not going to stay in forever. And like you said, if they keep coming into that nickel spot, then it could lead to getting injured faster. And so you look at the safety position, and who knows? Again, we're in a great position to go best player available. And if Bean feels like this is the best way to do it, then I think, to your point, there are plenty of players. There are 2 or 3 good safeties out there who would help that.
So
Right.
let's just back up real quick and take a look at what has come off the board. Diami Brown, wide receiver from UNC, is now with the Washington football team. I don't know who is going to be throwing the football, but I mean, congratulations, I guess. If he's going to Washington, he will tear his ACL within the 4 months of playing at FedEx Field. I'm just putting it out there. Washington, that field, there should be a class action lawsuit from the NFLPA against the Washington football team, because more careers have ended at that field than I can name.
Isn't that what the Niners were saying last year about MetLife Stadium? Like they spent 2 weeks there and their whole team was hurt.
Yeah, everybody got hammered. Like it was. Tommy Tremble, the tight end from Notre Dame, is with the Carolina Panthers. That actually makes quite a bit of sense for them. He's not Greg Olsen, but I think that pick does make quite a bit of sense.
I don't know if he's worth 83rd overall, but yeah, that's a good pick.
You kind of have a need there, right? Yeah. Like you don't have the position filled at all. Yeah, it's a need pick.
That is a need pick.
Chauncey Golston goes to the Dallas Cowboys, investing in the Iowa defensive end, Amari Rodgers. Hey guys, believe it or not, the Packers drafted an offensive player, the wide receiver from Clemson. So Rodgers to Rodgers. Didn't they just have a Richard Rodgers, the tight end that wore the hoodie?
Yep.
Wasn't he the one that wore the hoodie? And then the NFL's like, no, you can't do that. And they're like, there's no law against it. And they said, you can't wear that. He's like, stop me. He wore a hoodie for like 4 games before they finally started finding him. So Rodgers to Rodgers in Green Bay. Well, Rodgers to Rodgers for now. We'll see.
Right. That's interesting. Yeah.
Let's see here. Wyatt Davis, the best guard in this draft. And I will say that again. The best guard in this draft goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Very bright pick for them. The Ohio State guard is now a Minnesota Viking. Kendrick Green, in a mini run on guards from Illinois, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, which means we are at pick 88. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock ahead of the Buffalo Bills. We have the 49ers, the Carolina Panthers. Actually, the 49ers pick is now in. We have the Carolina Panthers, the Minnesota Vikings again, and then the Cleveland Browns and the Tennessee Titans. If you are Buffalo, the only way that you're getting any pick up is you got to jump both Cleveland and Tennessee to the Vikings pick. Unfortunately, I just don't think you're going to see enough players fall off the board that you got to move up.
Not happening. Yeah, not happening.
Yeah. The Rams were on the board for the 88th overall pick, but because they are just in the business of not keeping any of their picks in 2021, they traded that to the 49ers. We'll get you the compensation. Rick is on fire.
I do see in the chat you were wrong about James Jones. James Jones was the one wearing the hoodie, not Rodgers. So.
Oh, it's James Jones?
Yeah. So you get one thing wrong, you get roasted. If this is what I'm coming into, when you get things wrong, you get roasted. Guys, try to roast me a lot because I just say random stuff all the time. All right? So.
Listen, trial by fire, my friend.
That's right. Let's just say names.
To take it in stride, they forgive you. It doesn't matter. The Steelers are going to – the Steelers took Kendrick Green. I'm really curious who the 49ers are going to take. They definitely need some secondary help. Not to say that they lost Richard Sherman, and that's a hole in their defense, but you kind of have to find somebody to play corner for you at this point.
Yeah.
It's Jessica Tennis. They could trade with Buffalo South. The Houston Texans are on the clock now at 89.
Okay.
Goes a running back.
Yep.
took a
Trey
running back.
Sermon goes. The 49ers take Trey Sermon, which again, the 49ers, after the running back problems they had last year, let's just keep the line going, right? They started like 5 running backs last year. They simply couldn't keep anybody healthy. I don't love the pick, but I get the pick, right? They're just protecting their asset. The running back is the most important player in a Kyle Shanahan offense. So, I mean, why not, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Now here's a question. Since we've seen this in back-to-back picks, could the Bills trade down?
I mean, what are you going to gain? Like,
Right.
what are you getting?
Yeah.
You're going to get a 6th-round pick to trade back. Like, what are you getting? It'll be curious to know what the compensation for the Texans jumping in and the 49ers jumping in is. We don't really have that yet. So if you guys hear what that compensation is, let us know. But we haven't heard what that compensation is yet. So,
and to answer Pierre in the comment section, if you're talking about Tyler Shelvin, he is still on the board. He is available.
Tyler Sheldon, you said?
Yeah, he asked if the LSU defensive tackle was still on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler Shelvin is still on the board.
Yep. So we talked about connections over the course of the last couple days. 49ers, I mean, they grabbed Trey Lance as their new starting quarterback, Aaron Banks from Notre Dame as their starting guard. Trey Sermon is now, I can't really imagine they'd be expecting him to start. You know, 3rd-round running backs often don't start. And Shanahan is very specific about running back responsibilities. But kind of all over the board draft for the 49ers, but clearly they want to protect a young asset, right? Like that's what all those picks are about, are protecting their young quarterback. They feel they have their next Josh Allen, which I think is a terrifying comparison to make, because I think we all know what year 1 Josh Allen looked like. And as fun as it was just as scary as it was fun, right?
Yeah.
It really was. It was just as scary as it was fun.
Well, but remember, I mean, they have Jimmy Garoppolo. We had Nathan Peterman that was expected to start year 1. So I mean, it really
that lasted a half.
That's true. But will Jimmy G even be there though? I mean, I know you're saying
you
that,
can't afford to get rid of him.
right.
You literally can't afford to get rid of him. You are stuck with him.
I just don't see him wanting to be a backup.
It doesn't matter.
Well, he's not going to be a backup this season.
No.
You think he'll start? You think he'll?
Well, that was the plan with Peterman. The
Right,
plan
that
was
was
Peterman was supposed to start.
Don't mention his name. I couldn't take another season of Peterman.
I couldn't take another quarter of Peterman.
Right.
Amazingly enough, neither could the Raiders.
John Gruden loved it.
Shocker.
I don't get it.
Shocker.
Oh my gosh.
So let's see what we got in on the board so far. So Trey Sermon, we still don't know the Houston Texans pick. Super curious about that one, right? Super curious about that one. Let's see here. Mike, yes, please DM. Who are you talking to, Mike? Are you talking to us? Trust process is Buffalo's got to sign or draft Melifonwu. Again, isn't it just amazing? I can safely say that I was completely accepting the fact that passing on any of the players that we talked about was kissing them goodbye.
Right.
Was just kissing them goodbye.
Yep. And look where we're at.
And none of the teams remaining, Minnesota, Cleveland, Tennessee, they don't need a cornerback really. Like they have other needs before corner. So I mean, to think that he won't be there, I think he's absolutely going to be there at number 93.
Well, if that's who you really want, Mario had mentioned early in the draft that sometimes local is better, right? Yeah. Syracuse is not a far cry, and again, that secondary was pretty damn good. But the question is, what made them good, and is that why Melifonwu slides, right? Was Trill Williams really the straw that stirred the drink, and just nobody knows it? Was it Cisco? Was it Melifonwu? Are you drafting Melifonwu because of frame and not production? Frame and not the future. That's what ends up happening. Is a lot of times you see players who are really talented who came from teams where other players were also drafted, Sometimes they slide. The Texans take Nico Collins, a wide receiver.
Michigan. Yep.
I mean, why are you wasting a pick at the wide receiver position? You literally have no idea who's going to be throwing them the football. You have a quarterback who wanted out and now can't be traded. Why are you bothering to waste a pick at the wide receiver position?
And not only that, wide receiver is so deep, and wide receiver is one of those. I mean, look where we got Gabe Davis last year. You know, like why would you trade up to get a wide receiver at this point?
Yeah, I agree. You know, that position seems a little. That position seems a little. You know, that position seems like it's a little burnt at this point to trade up. So I do want to point out the Texans are ahead of the Bills, and I believe the Browns are ahead of the Bills. The Titans already took Caleb Farley with their first overall pick, and the Browns already took Greg Newsome and then JOK.
Yep.
So I agree. If you're thinking corner for Buffalo, it is just going to fall to you.
Right. Yeah. Now, I mean, unless the team that needs a corner trades up.
Yeah.
That's
always the risk you take.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But if you're Buffalo and you're really sitting at corner, aren't you calling the teams ahead of you like, hey, if you get an offer, let me know. I'll beat it.
Yeah.
Right? If you get an offer, call me. I'll beat it. Because if you got a guy circled on your board, why not?
Yeah.
Right. Why don't you make the phone call? Just see what's up.
Absolutely.
That's it. What's up? What's up, girl? Let me holler at you.
As someone just said in the chat, DM me.
That's exactly it.
DM me.
Did you guys see the video that the Colts released today of the annual Dorsey hang-up call? Chris Ballard picked up the phone and said, "Hey, are you upping your offer?" And Dorsey goes, "No." And he goes, "We're doing business here," and just hangs up on him. And I guess it happens every year. Dorsey calls with a trade offer, calls back a few minutes later, and Ballard just hangs up on him. I guess it happens every year. I love it. The Vikings are going to take Patrick Jones the second. Good pick for them. Every year you talk about finding the next Daniel Hunter, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota's been on the Daniel Hunter train of trying to find his replacement for a long time. Not that you needed to replace Daniel Hunter in current state, but that's the kind of value that you want. Do you think Patrick Jones replaces what Minnesota thinks they need at that defensive end position?
Who are you asking, me or?
I don't care.
Okay, anyway, just answer. Someone say something. Someone say something. What was the question again? Repeat to por favor.
Good man. So the question was, does Patrick Jones replace what they feel they could possibly lose in Daniel Hunter?
I don't think so, personally. I don't think that they can replace Daniel Hunter here in the third round, or at least they shouldn't expect to replace Daniel Hunter here. I don't know what their expectations are, but this is the type of guy I see him as needing a year to develop, and I just don't know if that's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not replacing him. That pick there is a little surprising.
I'm just asking because, you know, Daniel Hunter trade talk has been circling for a while. So, I mean,
yeah, just that. I mean, this
Mm-hmm.
is the bed you've made. Sometimes you got to lie in it, right?
I'm pissed because I wanted an edge, and now it looks like I can't get my edge for the third.
Yeah, you wanted another defensive end.
Damn it!
Yeah, life's full of disappointment, Joe. Suck it up.
So is Bean throwing things? Right
now? We're gonna see the next embedded series. He's like,
yeah, that's it. We're gonna go cover zero. No corners. No corners. Just defensive ends. That's it.
That's it. We're good.
They can't pass the ball. They can't throw the ball. Defensive ends everywhere.
6'6" dudes all over
the Madden play where it's not all blitz. You just like do it all the time.
Engage 8.
Engage 8.
Yeah. You just put your wide receivers as the safeties. It'll be fine. Cordero Linder asks, how about we change the run scheme to zone run like the 49ers scheme and keep the scheme for passing attacks? So I think that's a fascinating conversation, right? Because the Bills have been running zone cover or zone blocking schemes for a little bit, but what the 49ers run is a totally different animal. because you need exceptionally mobile offensive linemen. And while you could talk about, Deion Dawkins and Darrell Williams, those are not bookends to what you would run as far as the mobile zone that the 49ers run. You just don't have the personnel to run it. Typically, you need guys who are a little bit quicker and honestly a little bit smaller, because you don't do the dirty work inside like the 49ers. Like the 49ers don't do dirty work inside at all. They don't run inside at all. It's all about getting to that exterior. The Bills' offensive line is just not built that way. If you're going to do that, you're talking a 2 to 3 year rebuild. You're a ways away from that, unfortunately. Like, I love the 49ers run scheme. I do. But you're 2 to 3 years away from being able to build something even remotely close. You're just too locked in on the guys that are already there. Anthony Schwartz, the wide receiver, may the Schwartz be with you, is now in Cleveland, the wide receiver from Auburn. Again, let's just talk about the wide receivers that have gone a little bit. Buffalo could be on the board for a wide receiver.
Sure.
Right? Anthony Schwartz was a 6-foot tall wide receiver from Auburn. And then you take a look at Nico Collins, who went, and we kind of had a little pocket where undersized receivers were, the way that business was being done. Nico Collins was not in that mold at all, right? The Michigan product 6'4". So are we seeing a shift away? Like, if the Bills are going to look at wide receiver, is there an archetype here? Are you looking for an undersized guy? Are you looking for a guy with a return ability? Are you kind of waiting there? Like, where are you?
I'll go first here, Tom, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Wide receiver's been actually a spot I've looked at a lot while I was doing my draft analysis and coverage. I've always liked Cade Johnson, South Dakota State, 5'11". I think he's a great fit for the Buffalo Bills. I think he would be in a few years, he'd be a good Cole Beasley replacement. And I like his speed overall, and he's got. I heard you guys talk about route trees or route bushes earlier.
Route shrubbery.
route shrubbery. Just a great route runner. And when you talk about later picks, I always like these smaller school kids, right? I always love these, and I could say kids now because I'm old to do that. I always like these smaller school guys who can get their way up there into this draft process and make a name for themselves. So I like him. Again, 5'11", would be a great slot guy. He didn't do too much as far as special teams in college, but you're talking about a 3rd-round wide receiver. I'm sure his agent's talking to him saying, listen, this might be the only way you make the team. And I think that's something that he'd have to be okay with. So,
Tommy, where do you think the Bills go here? Bills are officially on the clock.
Yeah.
Yes, they are on the clock. Offense, defense, where are they going?
They have to go corner. I mean, I feel like Malafanu, he dropped for a reason. He fell right in our laps. He would be the wise selection. I think best selection.
You said he dropped for a reason. What's that reason?
The reason is to be in Buffalo. Oh. Listen, there's a lot of reasons, right?
Reasons because he's supposed to be here.
Right.
I mean,
sometimes fate works that way.
Right.
Why didn't you go to the fifth? I mean,
look at the guys that are value. Does Buffalo try and slide back 10 spots?
I don't think so.
I mean, you could. They're on the clock. Offers are open, right? This is the time where the rubber meets the road. If another team values something more than you do, don't you slide back? Like, there's so much available here. Melifonu's on the board. You look at who's behind them. Are you really concerned about what's behind you, right? The compensatory picks are still here. So maybe one of the compensatory picks wants to slide up. Maybe you're willing to slide back. You got to get past Baltimore. You got to get past the Bucks. You got to get past the Patriots. You're probably looking at the Chargers at the basement or at the start of teams that would want to come up.
Yeah.
But again, with this much depth still available in the 3rd round, our team's gonna want to trade down.
Right. I don't know. I feel like you got to draft him.
The pick is in, folks. The pick is in. We're talking Melifanu, Quinn Marinez is on the board. There's a lot of players who this could be, and I don't think there's anyone in the 716 who has any earthly idea who it is. And if you said I called it, that's because you did 16 mock drafts, and on mock draft 12, You said, yeah, this is it. This is the one.
And when you picked him, you had no idea who the hell he was. Too.
Exactly.
Pick.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're like, wow, the Draft Network ranked him as, the 16th best prospect at the position.
You had more alcohol than I've had tonight, and you're just like, this guy.
Yep, that's it. It could be Tommy's boy, Jabril Cox.
Oh, I had him too, but
That's it. You had him in the second round. Let's call a spade there, buddy. You had him in the second
no,
round.
I said you remember what I said. I also had a Fudu there too. So we'll see.
Donnie Brooks says, whoever it is, I called it. So even if it's not a defensive end,
no
Donnie
matter
Brooks
what,
says,
I picked the right pick.
I picked right. Yeah.
Dan Diggler says mock drafts are like tournament brackets. You're absolutely right. That's 100% true. I just cannot wait to find out who the Buffalo Bills drafted.
Hey.
The chat will break the news, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I cannot wait. Let's go.
I just want to say that I get every mock draft 100% right when I fill it out the day after the draft. I don't know why.
100%.
100%.
No doubt. Slam dunk. Slam dunk. Kevin Joseph Cruz says, I can never watch any mock drafts. I just watch the real draft and see the NFL games. It's sink or swim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mock drafts sometimes are a tough exercise, right?
Very.
Spencer Brown. The Bills actually went offensive tackle.
Wow.
Well, you have Darrell Williams on a contract that you can kiss goodbye.
Yeah.
You probably want a guy who can slide all across your offensive line. You're looking at depth. Cody Ford, I think this is probably a testament that Cody Ford is maybe not where you want to be for 2021. So the Spencer Brown pick, I know it's not what everybody wants, but guys, they've got Dane Jackson.
Right.
They've got Levi Wallace returning. They don't seem to care about that CB2 position. So why should we? Right? Like they've turned and burned that CB2 position for 3 seasons now. Spencer Brown, again, you take a look at what's out there. Very, very buried on the depth chart as far as tackles that were on the board. PFF had him ranked as 147 overall. So obviously the Bills are listed as a pretty big stretch here. But I get it, right? Like you added a bunch of offensive linemen because you didn't know what was going to be of value there. But again, I struggled to see how Buffalo couldn't trade down and still get Spencer Brown. And I think that's kind of where I sat with Russo as well. Was I feel like we could have traded down and probably been okay. And then we get to the next pick and we get Basham and I go, well, I feel like we might have been able to trade down a few picks and probably been okay. I don't know if maybe that's me expecting Bean to get the best deal on the table, because I feel like maybe that's why I feel that way. Maybe my expectation is Bean's going to get the best deal on the table and still get the player I want. And maybe that's not the way real football works, which is not the way we've been accustomed to here in Buffalo the last 2 seasons.
This is a head scratcher to me. I feel like they could have traded down and got this guy. For sure. I feel like we definitely reached for him. I don't get it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean,
that may be the pick. We're going to look back and say, why didn't we just trade? I'm a little baffled with that pick. But maybe he saw something. I don't know. I'm surprised we didn't trade down there, because if that's where they were going, why not trade down there and take him in the 4th? You know what I mean? I just don't. I don't get the pick.
Here's where I look at this. Right, this is a possible starting right tackle in the future. You signed Darrell Williams, right, in a deal that you could easily move on from next year or trade next year. Let's not forget that Orlando Brown got himself, was worth a 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
Right. And let's not forget, Darrell Williams was a left tackle in this league. So at some point, you have to look at what value and how you need to build depth on your team. Just because it's not fitting the need that you necessarily see, that's a good thing, right?
No.
You want more value than you can play. You want better players than you can play, because it allows you that leverage to move on from them at some point. Spencer Brown, from a profile standpoint, needs to be in a passing. It needs to be in a passing offense. It really excels at the passing game, right? No help in the run game. Tell me how that doesn't fit Buffalo.
Right.
Well,
I'm not saying the pick was bad. Yeah, I'm not saying the pick was bad. I'm saying where we picked them was bad. There's two. You get what I mean? Like I really feel like we could have traded down and he would have been there still. I don't think that, and even if he wasn't, was it really?
All right.
I don't know.
Two comments here. So I just want to put this out there. First of all, I see Mario in the chat saying that we didn't have a 4th round pick, and he's right. We didn't have a 4th round pick, and he would not have been there in the 5th round. And this actually is turning into 3 comments. To trade down, we always say this. To trade down, we have to have a trade partner, right? And so now, me personally, I think with how fast the pick was in. Now you have 3 rounds of the draft and everything before the draft to get a trade partner. So maybe after so long, they're like, well, if we haven't got a trade partner yet, we're not going to have a phone call. But third, so if you go, and I am a gambling man, if those who don't know me don't know, I love to gamble. If you went to FanDuel actually had Spencer Long with Spencer Brown with a 3rd round grade. And so, who knows better than Vegas as far as how to grade these people, right? And so, and I'm not saying necessarily they had to have a 3rd round grade, but obviously somewhere somebody did have him as a 3rd round grade. And if Vegas had him that way, they must have heard it from somebody. And so maybe, more than likely he would not have been there in the 5th round. Now, again, to Tommy's point, we have traded back 5 picks and gotten them 6 picks, yes, but we need someone to agree to that trade. So if this is what, now to what Paul said, I want us to be able to run the ball. Like, I want it to be an option to run the ball. I know we're a 70% pass offense, and the way the league goes, it's all about passing the ball. But I would love to be able to say, hey, when this offensive tackles and we're passing, hey, when this offensive tackles and we might be running. So.
Well, and I want to point out that there's been a very long run. Like, if you take a look at the picks that are coming in right now, there's a very massive run on offensive linemen right now. So it makes you feel like Buffalo was a little bit ahead of the curve there. But again, there's a big cavern between this pick and their next pick, and you don't have really the leverage to move up unless you're going to package both those 5th round picks to jump into the 4th. Even if you do that, you're probably not jumping very high into the 4th. So you really got to kiss a lot of the players on your board goodbye. Now, you have to look at the future. And being said, setting up to this draft, he was going to look at the future, right? This draft was about the future, not about the immediate. As far as Brown is concerned, we're going to back up a little bit, right? He played tight end in high school, just pointing that out, right? The reason that I point that out is because I think it speaks to his athleticism. He's also a basketball player. So I think it speaks to athleticism, which better than anybody, that's what Bean adores, is just pure athleticism. Yeah. So from a RAS score perspective, RAS score's relative athletic score, 9.99. You're putting him in the green. He's listed elite level across almost every measurable metric. So from a physical athlete standpoint, you can work with him. You're not asking him to play right now. You're not asking him to start. You're not asking him to play guard. You're not asking him to play tackle. But you just lost Trey Adams. Not to say that an undrafted free agent should make any difference to your football program in any way. But Trey Adams was at one time talked about as being one of the best tackles in that draft class, and you got him an undrafted free agency because of injuries. So there was a plan there, right? That plan fell through. You got to replace that position. You take a look at how the board was going to fall going down into the 5th round, because again, there's no 4th round pick. You can find veteran safeties and veteran linebackers to play the role that you've been using veteran safeties and veteran linebackers to fill this whole time anyway, right? Would the draft be the most ideal time to fill that need? Sure, absolutely. Of course it would be. But can you find tackles in free agency? You're paying a lot of money for tackles in free agency. You're getting reclamation projects at best, which is what Darrell Williams was. And let's be honest, that worked out pretty well, but that's not the way it usually goes. Right. You take the tackle, you develop the tackle, you move on from Darrell Williams when you feel like you want to move on from Darrell Williams. You have the leverage, and you continue to backfill that safety role and that linebacker role with the veterans that you've been doing this whole time anyway. Nothing changes. I think that's a lot of people might be disappointed with this draft because it doesn't feel like anything's changing. But what do you want to change? You're a winning football team. You went 13-3.
Right.
What do you want to change? Right. What we talk about this old adage a long time ago. 6-10 isn't always as good as 10-6, right? A player that's good for a 6-10 team isn't always good enough for a 10-6 team. Well, what about a 13-3 team? How high is the ceiling there? Right? You're going to a 17-game season. You're going to need offensive line help along the way because there's no way you're making it through the entire season with a healthy offensive line. That's not how the NFL works. You need depth. You took a guy who, from an athletic score standpoint, is an elite level athlete, and you'll figure that he can you figure you can work it out. You'll make it happen.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with this pick.
Yeah, no,
I really don't.
This whole draft process, I've been talking about the trenches and how, I remember right as the draft process started, I tweeted out, I said, it's funny how everyone talks about you win and lose games in the trenches, and yet when it comes to draft time, everyone wants the key name wide receiver or tight end or running back, right? And it's just like, no, let's focus on trenches. So from that standpoint, I can't be upset with this pick as far as, we have 2 defensive ends and an offensive tackle 3 rounds in. For me, that's perfect. And again, if the way the draft process works, if one of these 3 picks pan out, that's about average. That's about right. Even in the first 3 rounds, guys, like that's the way the NFL draft works. Look at quarterbacks in the top 10. How often do they work out? Like never, right? Even though you would think they would work all the time, they don't. So even if one of these prospects work out, then that's really the Buffalo Bills winning, especially at pick 30, 61, and 92 now, wherever it was. So I'm excited about that. There's that aspect of, it's not the sexy name. It's not who everyone had on their board. Obviously, we were not talking about him leading up to this pick. So we'll all get over that, but I think we're okay.
So let me, before I kick it to Tommy, I'm going to ask you this question. So you said that this pick was a reach. The Bills don't have a 4th round pick. Their next pick is down in the depths of the 5th round, right? So if this is your guy, right, is it worth it to risk maybe a 6th round pick next year, right, in a trade down? Because the truth of the matter is you're not going to get much to trade down at this point in the draft. The value of these trades has not really been much at all. So is it worth it to get a 2026 round pick to move down to maybe miss on a guy that you feel like you absolutely have to have? I don't think you take him unless you feel like you absolutely have to have him here.
No. So, I mean, like I said, I feel like they could have got him. I would have, to Joe's point, though, you have to have somebody willing to trade. It's not as simple as this. We could talk about it. You have to have a trade partner, right? You got 2 to dance, right? So I guess, who's this? He probably would not have made it to the 4th round. Let's say hypothetically we made that trade happen and we got another 4th for that. I just feel like we reached a little bit. I do. I feel like we could have got him later on, or another offensive lineman. I feel like the cornerback position right now is a little bit more. I would have addressed that right now. That's just me. It's not about a sexy pick, because I've always said offensive linemen, they never give enough credit. That you have to have an offensive lineman. You have to, or your quarterback will get killed. So,
and maybe, one thing we're not talking about too, maybe there's a cornerback on the board that the Bills really like, who, since there's a lack of cornerbacks going right now, they're like, hey, we can wait on this guy and see if he's still available in the 5th round.
No, definitely. And you know what? Bean's been known to trade up. So just because we don't have a 4th round pick doesn't mean we won't have a 4th round pick. Right. So yeah, it's very, very possible that we still wind up getting Ifatu chops the 4th round, and we trade up.
Well, you got two 5th round picks, right? The trade up is absolutely still on the table. Like, I don't want to talk bad about Levi Wallace and talk about Dane Jackson and make it sound like, that job as Dane Jackson's to lose, because it's not. Levi Wallace basically took league minimum to stay in Buffalo. I think that says a lot about where he wants to be and reestablishing value in a free agency class where he could make a little bit more money, right? He could have taken a $3 million deal with the Jets, but why in the world would you take that? Right? Don't you want to win?
Yeah,
right. This is a class where you take a 1-year deal, you come back to Buffalo for, again, basically league minimum. You chalk it up to karma and say, you know what? I think this will play out for me. And you hope that you can retain value. But on top of that, let's not forget free agency is far from over. After the draft, Buffalo could still go out and get another corner. Let me tell you the corners who are currently available. Again, I'm not going to remove guys. I'm just going to list you the top 10 corners from a salary perspective last year who are all still available. And by the way, after the draft, will have basically no value because any team that really needs a corner would have drafted one. Okay. So your corners, outstanding. Casey Hayward, Richard Sherman, DJ Hayden, Josh Norman's still available. Buster Skrine, Jason McCourty is retired, so he doesn't count. Brashawn Breeland, Garon Conley, who I freaking loved coming out of college. Nicole Roby Coleman, Drake Kirkpatrick. Like, these are names that you could add tomorrow for almost nothing. Why are you going to draft a guy that you're going to have to take 6 weeks to bring up to speed when you could sign a guy that's going to cost you, again, basically no money, and you could just look at corner next year when you're not having to wait for the 12th corner on the board, at some point you get diminishing returns at the cornerback position. You're kind of at diminishing returns at this point.
And something that I'm very passionate about is, and Tommy, I'm not saying by me saying I'm passionate about this, don't think I'm pointing you out. I don't think you're saying this at all, by the way. I've just heard this a lot in Bill's circles, and it's kind of annoying me. Levi Wallace is like the best Buffalo Bills player ever, right? You're talking about an undrafted free agent who's had to fight for everything he's gotten. And every year it seems like the Bills are like, hey, let's bring in this guy. Oh, you retired at halftime? Oh, that's okay. We have Levi Wallace. He'll suit. Oh, let's bring in this guy. Oh, he's not good enough. That's okay. We have Levi Wallace. He'll suit. Like, Levi Wallace has had to work hard for every single ounce of playing time that he's gotten as undrafted free agent. And now he decides, as Paul said, come back to Buffalo, pretty much for league minimum, saying, no, I want to be here. How are people in Bills Mafia not in love with this guy? This is Buffalo football. Like, this is the type of guy we want on our team. Is he the best cornerback in the world? No, absolutely not. But does he fit the role? Does he do the job? Teron Johnson isn't the best guy in the world, but guess what? When he was returning that pick 6 against Baltimore, everyone loved him to death. Well, Levi Wallace is that guy. Like, he's just that guy. And as you could tell, I'm a little, it just gets me fired up a little bit when I hear people say, like, oh, well, just overlook Levi Wallace. And again, I'm not saying, Tom, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying, like, guys, let's give Levi Wallace the credit he is due, because I think he fits Buffalo greatly.
So are you saying that Levi Wallace is the Fred Jackson of the defense?
Very true. I think he is.
I think it's an overstatement. Admittedly, that's an overstatement.
Yeah, but there's some truth to that, though.
Constantly getting replaced. Like, there was always the next guy, right? Fred Jackson was constant, and you turn around and you look 2 years later, you're like, well, Fred Jackson's still here, pounding away, right? I understand the context of your point. I don't agree with you necessarily, but I understand the context of your point.
Yeah. No, I actually agree with you a lot. I like Levi Wallace. I've never said anything bad about Levi Wallace. I feel like we stole him basically because I think he was undrafted, right?
Yeah. Well, he came over when Dable came over. So they're both from Alabama. So that again, there's connections there.
Right. So what more can we ask for from a guy who's not only earned his role on the team, he got a starting job. And he's been productive, not the best, but for where we got him, how much we pay him, he's well earned his money. He's a quality football player. I'll put it that way. He's a quality football player.
He's not quite Fred Jackson, but he's better than what Tyrod Taylor did. How's that?
No one's gonna sit back. Right. We're not gonna sit back and say, like, honestly, no one's gonna sit and say we hate Levi Wallace. Right.
No.
Get him off the team now. No, I don't think you have to be out of your mind to say that, because he's not a bad football player. He's just not a number 2. We need to compliment Trey.
Well,
my problem with Levi, really, honestly, he gives too much gap, and he tries to make up for it and he doesn't have the speed. And he gets burnt a lot like that. And that's my only issue with Levi.
Zelgus 9, there's a couple great comments here that I want to get to. Zelgus 9 says Wallace has the problem of playing across from Trey. Evan Anderson, if our pass rush is actually good, it will cover Wallace or Jackson's inconsistencies. I think that's very true. D-Mag says anyone playing across from White and Hyde will get more targets than the rest of the field. And that is totally true. Now, Jerry Hofstra is obviously very frustrated with Levi Wallace, as he's made clear in the comments. I'm so sick of Buffalo having the feel-good loser attitude. I want to be a winner. This loser Buffalo attitude needs to stop. I don't think Wallace is a loser by any stretch, although he has lost playing time because he's very scheme specific, right? If you're going to ask Levi Wallace to play press man against somebody, you need to find a different corner. Right. That is not the world that he needs to live in. Right. But if you're going to ask Levi Wallace to sit on an island, float away from folks and try and find those find and cover in zone coverage, Levi Wallace fits very well. You're not going to add pounds to his frame. He's likely to get burned by guys who are real physical at the line of scrimmage. But if you know your limitations, you can use them effectively. The downside is that when Levi Wallace is on the field, teams kind of know how to attack you. Right. Because of the limited ability that you can use him successfully. Right. So as much as I really do love Levi Wallace, I love the story. If I see him for more than half the snaps defensively, I get a little nervous. Right. Because I want to use him in packages where he could be successful and teams can kind of leverage Levi Wallace on the field against you in certain down and distance situations. So that's why I get a little stuck with Levi Wallace.
So I just got an interesting tweet from Ryan Talbot, and I want to bring this up and we can talk about this a little bit, moving away from the Levi Wallace conversation. Brandon Beane had a trade, and I'm quoting the tweet here. Brandon Beane had a trade completed with an NFC club in the second round, but said the deal would not go through if a player, who ended up to be Carlos Basham Jr., was still on the board.
Yeah.
So what do we make of that?
I mean, that kind of, we talked about Beane moving all day and we have yet to see it. I think we were all kind of under the assumption that was because of the value that was on the board. But I think we all kind of felt like Basham might have been a little bit of a stretch, right? Given defensive end, but it tells you how much they trust that that's the right pick. That's how I take that. Some people may say, well, they targeted the wrong player, but I mean, if that was their guy, they got Russo, who they thought was their guy. They got Basham, who they think was their guy. A lot of people are going to say they overdrafted the tackle that they just picked. But if that's their guy, let's go. That's it. If they walk away with 3 players and each one of them was their guy and they really meant it, let's go. Let's go 2021. I'm ready. Let's go.
100%.
Yeah. And obviously this guy was their guy because, again, everyone thinks they overdrafted him. Well, if they wouldn't have done that if this guy wasn't their guy.
Yeah. Now, I think it's an interesting conversation now because while we come to the end of day 3, let's just take a look at how the draft kind of played out after the Buffalo Bills picked Northern Iowa offensive tackle Spencer Brown. Ben Cleveland, guard from Georgia, went to the Ravens. Ravens obviously need to stack up a bit on the offensive line. Robert Hainsey, the offensive tackle from Notre Dame, went to the Bucks. Bucks finally getting some support for, a geriatric Tom Brady. Ronnie Perkins, the edge defender from Oklahoma, goes to the Patriots, which I find to be the most interesting pick out of this entire group. Trey McKitty, the tight end from Georgia, goes to the Chargers. So the Chargers do address the need offensively for a little bit more of a dynamic threat at tight end, although it's kind of tough to call a dynamic threat at pick 97 this early into their career. Quinn Marinez finally goes from Wisconsin Whitewater to the Broncos. And Nishan Wright, the cornerback from Oregon State, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. So here we sit again. Tennessee Titans are on the board. they had originally traded back. No, I'm sorry. They took Monty Rice with the pick prior to the Bills. We see the pick that the Bills made in Spencer Brown. No corners, no linebackers, and some people were pissed about the Spencer Brown pick. And you look at the picks afterwards, and there's no reason to be. Right.
Well, 2 corners actually just went back to back.
Yeah, Elijah Molden, but Molden's technically a slot corner, which doesn't fit the Bills anyway, right? So you have Nishan Wright, the corner from Oregon State, and Elijah Molden from Washington is really a slot corner.
Right.
But again, we're talking about Melifanu and slide. Right. It really feels like the NFL was under the impression that Cisco was the best player in that defense. And that there was Cisco, and then there was everybody else in Syracuse, which, I mean, I guess I understand. San Francisco is on the clock. Detroit's pick is in. We have the Rams, the Ravens, and the Broncos finishing out the 3rd round with the compensatory picks. What I find to be most interesting moving forward is talking about the future of Leslie Frazier, because the future of Leslie Frazier impacts compensatory picks, right? If Leslie Frazier's hired as a head coach, these picks that we're in right now, picks 101, 102, 103, they're not normal 3rd round picks. They would be a pick that you would get for, if a minority coach was hired as head coach from your organization. Leslie Frazier fits the criteria for being with the team long enough. Leslie Frazier could garner you some of these picks. Is that something that if you're Buffalo, I know you lose Leslie Frazier, are the picks equal to the loss of the defensive coordinator? Can Buffalo survive losing Leslie Frazier next season?
Yes.
Oh, that was a quick response, Tommy.
Yeah, they can, because I'm going to tell you why. McDermott actually, was it last season or the season before, actually took over a few games play duty for defense. So I don't feel like it would be a huge, if McDermott was an offensive, coach, then yes, I would feel like, losing Frazier would be a big deal. But I feel like McDermott kind of runs the show a little bit more than Frazier, to be honest with you. So I kind of feel like it's a little bit more of a McDermott defense than a Frazier defense. So losing Frazier, I don't think is going to hurt us. I feel like whoever he brings in is going to fit McDermott's style. The next coordinator comes in, but I feel like Frazier's will be gone next season.
So before Joe, before I get to you on that question, Melifano is officially off the board. It went Nishan Wright, Elijah Molden, Melifano goes to the Lions. And again, you see that small little run in positions. And we've talked about this earlier in the draft. One of the reasons that happens is you have your guy and then you have your buffer guy. And when your buffer guy goes, it's time to you gotta make the magic happen, right? So Melifano is now a part of the Detroit Lions. San Francisco is on the board. Their pick is in. The Rams are on the clock, so we're rolling down the 3rd round. Talk to me about compensatory picks and the loss of Leslie Frazier possibly next year.
So when you asked that question, there were 2 questions. It was a 2-part question, right? Is a good coordinator worth compensatory picks? And would the Buffalo Bills be okay losing Leslie Frazier? So Tommy, when you said yes right away, I thought you were answering the first question, and I completely disagreed with that. So I was like, whoa, I want to see where he goes with this so I can have some more rage, but I don't. I don't think losing a good coordinator is worth compensatory picks, right? You can't replace a good coordinator, camaraderie within the team, things like that. Because Paul, you made mention, I think they have to be coordinated for at least 3 years first with the team before.
1 year.
Oh, is it only 1 year?
1 year. That's it. 1 year. And Frazier obviously would fit the bill there. That's
why
the Ravens got compensatory picks for who was just hired as the head coach of the Texans. Former quarterback coach for the Bills. Name escapes me, but he was only there for 1 year. So
anyway, we can talk about how I feel about the rule any other time. But yeah, I think the defense would be okay without Leslie Frazier. Now, to Paul's point earlier, I think Leslie Frazier's earned the right to kind of pick and choose. Like, listen, I think McDaniels, I think is the name I'm coming up with, the offense coordinator from New England, has earned the right to be a head coach again. I know he failed in Denver, but he's earned the right to be a head coach again, but he's also earned the right to kind of pick and choose. So just to assume Leslie Frazier's gone next year, I think it's more likely that Dable's gone next year than Frazier. And it really scares me to think that both coordinators will be gone next year, to be honest with you. Just because I don't know if we could survive both of them at the same time. I think that changes a lot. However, and I'm just thinking out loud here. However, you think about the offensive coordinator, and it would go to Ken Dorsey probably, who's been a part of this team for long enough where that fit would be okay.
Right.
So this is just me thinking out loud, a couple drinks in.
Always a good idea, right?
Always a good idea. Always great. But yeah, I think the Bills would survive losing Leslie Frazier. I do not think a 104th pick is worth losing a good coordinator.
So I want to go to the chat really quick. First off, Pierre Martinez, welcome to the First Ballot Hall of Famers group. That is a very select group. Very thrilled that you are going to be joining the Hall of Fame group. Welcome. That is direct contact right with us. If you guys are curious of what the different levels of membership are, you're welcome to hit that join button. There's a video that explains the entire thing on all those different levels. Jessica Tennis, thanks for the wonderful evening, guys. Tell Mario to use the funds to get a nice headset because unfortunately we lost Mario about 30 weeks ago. So with that all being said, I want to kind of recap where Buffalo is, right? Where do we walk into tonight and where are we leaving tonight? Because that's kind of the story of the year and where we can expect to kind of shift over the course of the next day, right? Because we know Bean loves his value in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. But the fact of the matter is we've got 73 guys on this roster walking into the draft. How many of those guys are actually going to be able to stick around? And you start talking about 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, we might see those guys not make the roster, whereas that wasn't always the norm here in Buffalo. You kind of depended on those 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks to kind of at least contribute a little bit. So walking in, we knew that we had a freakish, untapped talent in a defensive end from the U. There it is again for you, Tommy. So do we feel better about the Carlos Basham pick? Does the Russo pick make more sense with Basham? Or does, how do we feel about the coupling of that, right? Because I think there's a lot of dynamics at play. So how do we feel about Russo and Basham together? And would you be okay having only gotten one of them? Do you think Buffalo maybe went too far? Tommy, I'll start with you.
Rousseau for sure. I love the pick. Basham, I don't think I like the pick, but I don't think we had to pick him, if that makes any sense. I felt like we could have picked another position. I still say corner. I felt like a cornerback would have been a better spot there, but I don't hate the pick. And like Mario said, with Addison and Hughes being on their, last legs, it makes sense. So, and Bean we trust. So I'm going with it.
I think I like that. And could you really pick, if you're just picking names of the draft, once Kwity Paye went off the board, doesn't Boogie Basham,
right?
Isn't that just the pick to make, right?
Oh,
don't you just want to call that one in?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course you do. Okay, so Joe, I'm going to kick that question over to you. Do you feel like you needed both of these players, or could you have escaped with just one?
Could we have? Yeah. I mean, other than Jessica Tennis, and again, thank you for the $20 donation. And but other than her, no one predicted that we would go defensive end 2 times in a row, right? So could we have made it with just Rousseau? Absolutely. But to be honest, the more I think about it, and then hearing the news that I talked about earlier that was on Twitter about the 2nd round trade, I'm kind of salivating at the idea of having 3 young defensive ends on this team for 3 to 4 years who are under a rookie contract, who can really, if they develop well, and I know that's an if, but you got it again, as Tommy said, in Being We Trust, who develop well can really make havoc for opposing offenses. Opposing offenses who, again, when you talk about your division, have a bunch of young quarterbacks, right? We're talking about 2 rookie quarterbacks now and a second-year guy in Tua, who I would still consider a rookie, considering every time he faced any trouble last year, they brought in the bearded mayhem guy. And so, I just think that adds an element to everything. Like you talk about having 3 young guys in at quarterback trying to develop, trying to learn. And now we have some really good, and we all knew going into this draft that pass rush was going to be addressed. We didn't know it would be addressed over and over again, and I'm good with it. I love it. Again, I think when we talk about in being we trust with this, and Paul, you're absolutely right. And I think that we don't know what's going on in football circles, right? We'd like to think we do, and we like to think that we know what's going on. Even like the people who do this at ESPN, even Mel Kiper, we'd love to think he knows what's going on in inner circles, but he doesn't. And so the fact that we took an offensive tackle and then bam, 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 you see a run at offensive tackle, obviously Brandon Beane and the Bills knew something. So shouldn't we glorify Brandon Beane for saying, way to be ahead of the curve on that one and way to get the guy you wanted before there was a run on them? I think that Spencer Brown's going to be a good pick for us too. I think that, going into this draft, I said there's nothing that would make me feel like this was an A+ draft. There's nothing that made me feel like this was a deep draft. And I'm still right there. I'm at like a B for this draft so far.
I think, the Russo pick kind of reminds me a bit of, a more promising Voshon Joseph, right? Like that freakish defensive athlete. And it really pained me to watch Voshon Joseph wash out in Buffalo because the skill set was something that is hard to find, right? Mm-hmm. Huge, fast, strong, but clearly just couldn't get on the same page because where is he now? He's not in the NFL, right? And normally players that were on winning teams get picked up along the way, but Voshon is washed out, unfortunately. And, I hope whatever issues caused him to remain unsigned get resolved for whatever that's worth. But you look at what the Buffalo Bills did, and I love the fact that they were so stringent in what they found to be acceptable, right? Mm-hmm. They had a level of acceptable, and they stuck to it. They said, listen, Russo, he's all the bend that you could ever want in a pass rusher. Let's go get him. And you know what? Let's get the exact opposite of that in Basham, right? Basham is not a guy who's going to bend around the corner. Like if you talk about Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison and you had to draft both their replacements, you just drafted Russo and Basham to replace them because from a skill set standpoint and a profile standpoint, again, we're talking about accomplished NFL players in Hughes and Addison. So I'm not making that comparison. I'm just saying that if you had to replace them instantaneously and had no other way to do it besides the draft, these picks make a lot of sense. And from a future standpoint, you have a young quarterback that you need to protect. And you know how you can't protect your young quarterback? If you can't re-sign him. And you know how you can't re-sign him? If you're paying your tackles too much money. So you draft a tackle in the 3rd round and say, you know what? Let's just throw the dart at the wall. We got the draft to do it right now. We don't care at all about that CB2 position. Ryan Sullivan from Rock Sports, he was on our draft last night. We joked about the Bills don't care about the CB2 position. He just messaged me and said, I guess the Bills don't care about the CB2 position. And yes, that is true, right? So you have to look at this through the lens of what is best for the team short-term and long-term, right? Long-term, you want Josh Allen to be your quarterback, then you should love the Spencer Brown pick because that could give you the financial flexibility to not have to worry too much about losing a starting guard because of contracts or losing Matt Milano because you're not going to be able to afford him because you have to keep Darrell Williams. Right. These picks all fit into the puzzle. And this so far, while it's not in any way what any Bills fan was signing up for, this was a solid draft for Buffalo. This is what they should have walked away with if you're looking at the bigger picture. And I think sometimes we get caught up with need, with desire, with fun, with excitement. And that's not at all what Beane is about. Beane is about splashy. Beane is about effective. I think all 3 players could be effective for the Buffalo Bills. Maybe not in 2021, but again, this is about the future. You're going to re-sign a quarterback to a long-term deal. You can't afford to look short-term.
Right.
Yep. No. And I actually love how patient he was in this draft. He let the pieces fall to him, and they did. They really did. He didn't reach. Now, the only one I say maybe he reached for that was the Brown pick, but I understand the pick. I do. Mm-hmm. So you made a good point, Paul, with that. You did.
I'm getting yelled at. Stop being logical, Paul, in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stop making sense.
My mind a little bit.
Well, that is officially it. Just to wrap up how the final picks went. Final picks in the NFL draft for the third round following the Buffalo Bills. Because honestly, we don't really care about any of them. Bills don't have a pick till the fifth round, so to hell with all these guys. You had Ambry Thomas, the cornerback from Michigan. Four corners went in a row. 6 corners in 5 picks. 5 corners and 6 picks went. Yeah. Ambry Thomas goes to Michigan. It is. We're on like hour 9 right now. San Francisco 49ers. Ernest Jones, the linebacker from South Carolina. The Gamecocks. Ends up with the Los Angeles Rams. Brandon Stevens, cornerback from Southern Methodist, goes to the Ravens because the Ravens just have to keep drafting cornerbacks. And the Denver Broncos draft Baron Browning, the linebacker from Ohio State. Listen, thank you so much to everybody for joining us. Thank you to thank you to our sponsor. Thank you to M25 Farms, who's going to be the charity that Hashtags works with exclusively. Rick Rarick has been killing it in the chat tonight, and he is our representative for M25 Farms, keeping you up to date with every pick so far. Thank you to everybody in the chat. We love you guys so much. Thank you to Tommy. Thank you to Joe, the new member of Hashtag. Make sure you follow these guys on Twitter. All their info is in the description of this video. We love you. Go Bills, and we will talk to you all soon. Have a good one, guys. Good night.